Hasanabi on the beat. Yeah. The people they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting in one apiece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Easy E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means APAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free, but this generation here is about to cut the string. You could ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rebel, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? It's always been about dollars and the color of your pigment, but white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and up claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist. I seen Jewish brothers and sisters out there writhing in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. It's students in tents posted on the lawn, occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad where does genocide land in your definition hot. Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone in their Rafah and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, Biden, we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth, the people out here united. Never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it cause the heart that my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's put it.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Haslamore, coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive. I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one today, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It is a very special day. That was Hins Hall, Hasanabi AI cover of Macklemore by Austin Ox. Shouts out to Austin Ox for making that absolute banger. That where he just put my voice on the song that Macklemore made. Anyway, it's a special day today. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very special day today. Now, some of you might know why. Some of you already know exactly why it's a special day today. It's a very special day of the week, as a matter of fact. Week after week, every goddamn day on this week, we celebrate. Why?
You know we finally here, right?
Because it's fucking Friday.
It's Friday then.
That's right,
It's
ladies
Saturday,
and gentlemen,
Sunday,
boys, girls, and MBs. It's freaking Friday, all right? It's Friday. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. It's Flat Fuck Friday. It's Immaculate Vibes in the Building Friday. You already know it's the one time of the goddamn week where you feel a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose in your life. You feel like a real human being again. Not beholden to your bosses, not beholden to your masters. That's right. You get to have a little bit of fun. And our forefathers have worked hard and long and fought hard to ensure that you get to enjoy this Friday. So you better fucking enjoy it. That's why we're going to do Immaculate Vibes as always, as we do on Fridays in general. That's right. It's freaking Friday, baby. Oh, God, it's hot in here. 75 degrees inside the studio right now. I am not personally enjoying that as much. I got a haircut. I don't know if you guys noticed. That's right. Mic volume low, bro, Chacho? No, it's not. It's just that everything else is overtime a scam. Wait, what do you mean? Yesterday it was cooler. 75 degrees in here. You cheated on Jeff? Yes. Jeff is too famous, dude. He's too fucking famous. I can't do it. I can't work with him no more. He's just too goddamn famous. He's like out there. He's got a girlfriend now who's like Australian. He's like linking up and building with the it's Tuesday, brother, or whatever, that guy. He's like fucking hanging out with Mike. They were hanging out with XQC the other day. It's over. I've lost them, dude. Plus, he's blind. Also, that's probably part of the reason why. Sketch. What's up, brother? That guy. Yeah, he's like, do I look like a Miami promoter? Thank you. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live and alive. It's a beautiful day. We're gonna get into a lot of stuff today. I gotta fix some shit up here. Okay, you look 12. Wait, why? Did you see Slime pissed off a certain Nazi following group? Yeah, I just did. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on. We're gonna do Boa reacts in a little bit. Don't worry. Holy shit, that looked incredible. One Piece update is the Boa react. I'm all over Wano. I went from One Piece back to Crunchyroll again so I can listen to it in English. So, you know, is this DJ Hassan Abed too?
People.
What do you mean?
You a fucking colonizer. You a fucking.
Okay, you guys, oh my god, if this is the energy that you bring to the table for the fucking funny TikToks that you're supposed to be sending me later for Jarvis, I will literally quit the stream. I will rage quit the stream because regardless of the immaculate vibes of Friday, I don't want to fucking, like, chat, you can't be coming in so hot with this. Like, you can't be coming in another failed fucking fundraiser, bro. I swear to God. Anyway, how do you know chat's not funny? I do know. Chat is just like impossible. Impossible to make jokes ass environment in here. Bro, that shirt's fire. Where'd you get it from? I thrifted it many years ago. I have no fucking idea. Have you heard Boa yet? Have I heard Boa yet? Yes. I don't even know if I can show you Boa. Like, I actually, you know what? Let's take this off. I don't even know if I can actually show you Boa on stream because it's that good. It's that fucking good. It's incredible. She done did it again. Megan done did it again. We are all, this is a hot girl community, as you guys know, and it's incredible. All right. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Abed Piker. As you guys know, folks, it's Hassan Abed Piker time for all the parasocialists out there that want to know what the hell's going on in the world. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, let me tell you, a lot has happened. Last night I ended the broadcast. It was the last night that Chris was here. So we hung out. I had a couple dumplings, which probably shows I'm getting fat again. It's messed up. I mean, it's fine. I'm actually on my diet shit. Like, I'm actually working. I'm doing all right by my diet shit. But anyway, regardless, we need to bring Megan on the broadcast to discuss anime. I'm working on it. Is he done talking? I ain't here. Is he talking? I don't hear one word. What does this mean? What does this mean? What are you saying? Anyway, congrats on your 10 squats, King. Yeah, I'll show you guys that. I'm actually pretty proud of that, honestly. So as you guys know, oh yeah, I'm watching Wano. Oh my god, it's so fucking long. Hopefully it's gonna end soon. But I'm watching it in English, back to English again. I'm gonna probably go back to One Piece again. But regardless, Hassan don't even lift like that for real. No, I lift like that. I lift like that. Here I didn't reframe Kaya, so I'll reframe it for you guys. Please tell me you haven't done Mufasa yet. I did. So went to bed, woke up early, said bye-bye to Chris, said love you, bud, see you soon. Hopefully you stay a little bit longer. Then I went to work out. Oh shit, Hassan Abed actually streaming for once, and I want to show you guys something. Now let me explain something to you guys. Okay, for me 265 pounds is like not that much weight, obviously, right? But there was a point in time where I used to be able to rip 365 pounds. I'm still not there yet. However, this second time around post-COVID, when I went back to work out post-COVID, I had an issue. I was low bar back squatting, and low bar back squatting is actually, it's not that much for anyone. Yeah, it's not like 265 is not crazy hard. This is not like an incredibly impressive accomplishment of lifting, but for me it is. And the reason for why it is because I basically have gone back to high bar back squatting, and I'm finally I'm finally getting enough depth. I'm finally getting enough depth that I'm actually pretty happy with it. And also on top of that, I'm not getting personally injured when I'm squatting. So that's pretty good. Yeah. So here it is. I'm hitting 265 for 10 pretty easily, like pretty consistently. So that makes me happy. It means I can move up. Hopefully eventually I'll be able to hit up like 305s with that same intensity, with that same depth, same form. But yeah, the way you round your bag is looking painful as fuck. What do you mean? You always got to go. You got a ways to go with fat loss. Are you taking it slow for a reason? What's happening? Are you trying to fucking hit me with a debate or something? Because like it's not the top of the hour yet. This is such a funny ass way to try and like be like, ooh, I'm getting you. I'm being a mean bitch. Like, dude, I'm so motherfucking confident, dude. If you think this kind of negging is gonna work, and then you're gonna actually get me to be like insecure about this, I'll let you know. I'm very happy with what I've been able to accomplish over the course of the past 2 years at this point, almost 3 years now. I'm not getting you, bro. I'm just curious. Does my negging work ever? No, it doesn't. It's a mistake showing chat this. You're going to get gym rats blasting you on form weight, everything. No, I don't think gym rats will blast me on any of this. I'm pretty fucking confident in both. Not only do I think that this move set is good, and that the movement is good as well. The only part of it is that's like a little bit unstable is my knees. Never met a good gym rat. Oh no, gym rats are incredible. Gym rats are fucking awesome people for the most part. The issue on the other hand, however, is people who LARP as gym rats online. They're the biggest fucking scumbags. They just don't go to the gym at all. They don't know how to lift weights at all. And they will just chirp like, You think that they would be looking like, by the way they speak, you would expect them to be like professional IFBB pros, you know what I mean? Like just running around, peaking with like 27-inch biceps and shit. Meanwhile, they're just like pasty little assholes. Gym rats who are actually gym rats are very kind people. Anyway, real gym rats are the nicest, most supportive group of bros ever. Exactly. But yeah. What? Jewish man gets hate crime in grocery store for just wearing a yarmulke. Being Jewish does not mean you support Israeli war crimes. Bro, the real fucking war crime here, hollaback boy, is sending me a motherfucking Facebook link. Okay? Brother, I love you. Long-term community member. I mean, I get the message that you're posting. I agree with the message that you're posting. But the fact that you just posted a Facebook link, brother, no, brother. The real crime is no frontal shot. Okay, dude. What brand rack is that? I have no idea. But yeah, that's 265 pounder. It's not like, it's not crazy heavy. I will recognize that. I will admit that. But being able to go with good depth for 10 with decent form is pretty solid. I think that's up. Anyway, I'm very happy with it. Can you do a muscle up? I don't know. Probably not. I'm pretty fucking heavy. 265 pounds, not common. I'm 240. Being able to hit 265 for 10 as someone who's 240 pounds is not that impressive. It's decent, but it's not like an impressive lift at all. I would say it's like, it's one step removed from novice. Can Marat lift? No. Tweet this time, not Facebook. Bro, you had the tweet ready to go. Why did you hit me with the motherfucking Facebook link? Well, look at it. Anti-Tesla process break defense outside of Berlin Gigafactory and storm the grounds. Wait, what? Is that the SML squat rack from Rogue? Get the half rack conversion for play storage. It's not mine. It's my gym that I go to. Anyway, why do you pause it when you're spreading your pussy like that? It's just to show depth. So, anyway, this video is doctored fake news. Shut up, bitch. You were there. Marsh was working out this morning. Getting a fucking lift in, and he took his shirt off, and he was looking brolic, chat. Marsh took his shirt off this morning, and everybody at the gym was like, damn, son, where'd you get so fucking yoked? It was crazy. You may have to block Auntie now. Do you miss having barbecue at Kazulja Hammam? I guess. But anyway, that's not a towel. This is a shirt I was wearing that I took off to put on the bar. But that's it. I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good overall with the accomplishments. Hopefully going to New York's not going to fuck that up. I am a little bit worried about that. Not gonna lie, my family's been chirping at me all day, every morning, non-fucking stop about basically, you know, going to New York, how long we're gonna be out there. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I have a bunch of podcasts, some very cool podcasts that I'll be on. I'm gonna be on the Wired podcast. I'm gonna be on Chris DeStefano's podcast. I'm gonna do the Adam Friedland show, and also on top of that, I'm trying to link up with some other. I am trying to link up with some other people. Basement Yard Caller. I hit up Joe from Basement Yard, so potentially, but I don't know if they have guests on or not. But anyway, Stav. I already did Stav. I did Stav this last weekend. Yes, more content traveling. I live for this shit. I don't want to do this. I am almost entirely doing this because I love my family and it's family time. That's why. So, no. Would you ever go on Rogan's pod if he asked? Yes, dude. The answer is yes. It's always yes. Okay. Let's blast off. Let's do it. Let's get into it. We got a lot to cover today. That's all for the personal news stuff. Shit. Would you smoke a fat doob? No. Fuck, where is it? Okay, let's blast it off. Okay, so Israel big mad about Brandon saying enough, and UN General Assembly recognizing Palestine. Is Biden Hamas? Yeah, I saw the tiny paper shredder bit. TikTok is doing a block list of celebs. What else is happening in the world before I forget? What else was I going to talk about? Oh, you laugh, you lose with Jarvis to raise funds for Palestine. Later, get in now. I did the UNGA already. I mentioned it. Do we have hey chat, do we have a good dude? Shut the fuck up about Operation Olive Branch. Okay, I get it. You're like fucking 16 years old and you're on TikTok. Like, we're trying to fucking raise funds for a specific legally designated organization. You're not actually being helpful when you turn around and go, hey, look at this Google Doc with a bunch of fucking GoFundMes we've collected. Okay, Jesus Christ. Like, I know Operation Olive Branch is great, but it's like, it's crazy. It's like I'm currently trying to fucking raise money, raise funds, and you're talking about like raise funds specifically for what? I don't know. This Google Doc. Just look at this Google Doc. Like, do you know what it is that you're promoting in the chat? It's good. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing at all. But like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, please go what happened at the Pro Palestine encampment at U Calgary last night. Do we have a blast off meme or not? Do we? Can you please play chess? I am not a paranoid schizo. Says, can you please play chess? No. What the fuck is this? Okay, this is a very deep fried meme and very weird, but I'm just gonna use it. Okay, there it is. This is the weirdest shit I've ever used in my life. What the hell is going on? I'm running with it. Who cares? Let's do it. Let's blast off. Have you seen the Eurovision shit that happened? No, because I don't care about Eurovision at all. I've never cared about Eurovision, even when I was in Turkey, and that was like something that Turkish people cared about a lot at all. But overall, I just like don't understand like what happened. People are protesting Israel or something, right? Ireland went crazy with it. You already used my meme with the Reddit watermark. You literally can't go any lower. This is fine. This rule. Sorry about all the times I said your fake country should be dissolved. Oh yeah. Netherlands team potentially kicked out for fighting with Israelis. Wait, really? They didn't let Russia participate and are now pretending it's not political. Yeah, bro, everybody has the fucking smoke for Russia, but then when it comes to Israel, they're like, actually, we just realized that why are you bringing politics into this? You know what I mean? Why are you bringing politics into this while also simultaneously being very anti-Semitic? And it's just like, bro, what are you saying right now? Like, what are you saying? Like, how can you fucking run around and be like, we cannot believe how unjustifiable Russia has been, and then be like, Israel is doing Russia shit and has been doing Russia shit times like 2, okay, with America's go ahead, but that's perfectly valid, is perfectly fine. What are we doing here? Anyway, yeah, CNN actually got a fucking whistleblower finally doing some goddamn investigative reporting, by the way. CNN released images of the Israeli torture camp Sde Taiman in the Negev desert, where Israel perpetrates grave crimes against Palestinian prisoners abducted from Gaza. You know, you know, fucking concentration camp. Call it what it is. Most moral army, by the way. You already know, by the way. The morality is through the fucking roofs. Best democracy in the world, by the way. Nobody touches this democracy. You should take a law or social related course in college. It's amazing how much love you have for political discourse. Brother, this is what I studied. Yeah, we'll do the fucking UN General Assembly vote, which is a big deal. Check logs, it's important. Chat, who wants to help? Top of the hour ad break Jabate Hassan. Can you explain how you're a socialist but own a Taycan and a 10K tub? Check logs, dude. It's important. I'm giving you a day off for this, okay? You're like I think we have literally hit like such stupidity, like new lengths in like bad baits that it turned around and caught me again. You know what I mean? Like, we have literally hit the rock bottom of chatters doing fucking double baits, so much so that it's not even a bait. It's him asking other chatters, hey, can you help me do a top of the hour ad break debate? It's out of control. We need to put an end to this. We need to start doing better baits. Yeah, it was a real mission failed successfully moment. So yeah. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break chat. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. As always, you can also get gifted a sub. Finally, the State Department is coming out and stating that Israel has been following the law. How wonderful. Hey, guys, please don't believe your lying eyes, okay? Don't believe it. At the top of the hour, however, there is a 3-minute ad break, so you should believe it. Thank you, Sue Kisix, for the 5 community. Give the subs a line. 5 people don't longer see the ad breaks at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Israel will be out here like, we are doing war crimes. We love doing genocide. It's our favorite thing to do. Palestinians deserve it. Also, we're going to keep doing genocide no matter what you tell us. And America's like, they didn't mean it. They didn't mean, listen, they didn't mean it. They didn't mean that they were doing genocide. Hey, guys. I know you saw the reports of all of the hospitals blown up. I know you saw all of the schools have been blown up. I know you saw that they're like potentially torturing people in these like black site facilities that they've developed in the Negev desert. But it's like, but have you considered that maybe they're just joking? And also totally not real. Israel is small bean. They are a neurodivergent and minor nation. Okay. Yeah. It's just, sometimes we try really hard and then we just keep having a sequence of oopsies over and over again. And before you know it, it's like, oopsie, we just did a genocide, right? But don't say that. Don't use that word. Obviously, that's a legal term and we don't like using that. We don't like using that term at all. We don't like using that. We don't like mentioning that at all. It's just they were doing a prank. They were doing a prank. And Israel has a right to defend itself. Also, have you considered that maybe you have ancient, like not just normal, not just new, not contemporary, but ancient Jew hatred in your heart? Have you perhaps considered that there is an ancient, predetermined, like biological hatred for Jews that you feel in your heart, which is probably why you're even bringing up the fact that, you know, Israel is maybe doing some war crimes with American weapons, which would be illegal. And of course, this report in and of itself would be us, you know, being directly culpable and also offering political shield and political cover. October 7, you're anti-Semitic. Israel has a right to defend itself. You have ancient, genetic, biologically determined anti-Semitism in your heart. October 7, 12 9/11s, 15 9/11s, October 7. So yeah, that's the report. Blinken report expected to criticize Israel, but say it isn't breaking weapons terms. This report, of course, was supposed to be coming out fucking 3 days ago at this point. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is expected to submit to Congress as soon as Friday a highly critical report about Israel's conduct in Gaza that stops short of concluding that it has violated the terms for its U.S. weapons. The idea of us making a Star of David Kafias, bro, I'm sorry, but like, this is the most expected thing of all time, dude. What are you talking about? I mean, yeah, of course Israel is going to do some Israel shit, dude. What do you mean? Like, yeah, yes, That's the least shocking thing that I have seen. Brother, I don't know if you know this, but like half of our fucking helicopters are directly either tools of the indigenous populations that we wiped out or named after the indigenous populations, the tribes that we wiped out. This is literally settler colonialism 101. It's ironic too, because like after a certain point, the indigenous population also kind of like rides for it too. Like they like that shit. It's not even a joke. I remember reading reports about how like there was a time when they were planning on maybe like changing the names of like the Tomahawk missile or whatever. And then like indigenous tribes was like, nah, dog, that shit is cool as fuck. We love that. Please keep it. We are not at the post-genocide stage for the Palestinian population. But having said that, you know, there's something to think about. It's all fun and games until you Google some of these tribes and only car models come out. This shit is a razor, man. Yeah. Are you gonna play Hades 2? It's amazing. I am not a paranoid schizo. Probably not. I did download it, however, on my Steam Deck, so we'll see. The information is so insane. I thought the translation was off on this tweet. Blinken will submit a critical report on Israel, but will not determine that it has violated the rules for the use of American weapons. The details are on my article in Walla News. Yeah. My very native uncle has an AR mounted on his Hummer. Respect. Did you play the first Hades? I did. Show this to Twitter Radlibs. Maybe they'll finally decide Israel's problematic for doing cultural appropriation. Yeah. They're like, listen, the genocide I can excuse, but when you take the keffiyeh, and slap on the Star of David onto it and like make it the IDF and put the IDF logo or whatever on it and sell it on an IDF website, that's cultural appropriation, sweetie. That's not great. I don't like it. Maybe we're canceling Zionism now. Just kidding. That would require liberals to actually see Palestinians as human beings and their culture to be something to be preserved and protected, which they don't. And that's precisely the reason why many liberals literally will be some of the most annoying fucking woke radlibs you've ever seen in your entire goddamn lives, and they unconditionally dick ride Israel in the process of Israel doing an ethnic cleansing campaign. Because they don't see Palestinians as human beings. They don't see Muslims as human beings. They hate Muslims, and they've been conditioned into hating Muslims. They've been conditioned into hating Arabs as a whole because the war on terror happened. The war on terror happened in their most formative years, where they just basically took for granted every single piece of propaganda they saw in the media that said Arabs are dogs who deserve death and destruction because they're bad to the gays, they're bad to the women, and we have to keep killing them. Jews stole falafel. Man, shut the fuck up. No, it's not that Jews stole falafel, okay? This is a ridiculous attitude that immediately, once again, shows that you have this monolithic thinking, okay? Number one, Jews. Which Jews? The fuck do you mean Jews stole falafel? Have you met a Jewish person? Like, motherfuckers out here been like, yeah, Ashkenazi Jews stole falafel. No, they didn't. They have Jewish people as an ethno-religion come from all around the fucking world, okay? All around the world, including Jews in the MENA region who have lived there for a very long time. Of course they have, as a consequence of living in the MENA region, falafel in their normal cuisine. The problem isn't saying that this is like a part of Jewish cuisine or whatever. The problem is when you go, this is Israeli. Israel invented this, okay? That's the issue. Saying simultaneously that Israel is this like beacon of morality in a bad neighborhood while also constantly fucking trying to repackage a newly defined, what is the term? Hebrewized, I think, identity specific to Israel is like, you're doing culture vulture shit. Okay? It's weird as hell. It's weird behavior. It's weirdo behavior, Israel. Cut it out. You're draking shit. Yeah. It's additionally weird because, like, you got Moroccan Jews, you got Iraqi Jews, you got Jews from the MENA region that literally the Israeli government will be like, they are not Iraqi, they are Jews, okay? They are different. They are not Arab. They do not have Arab background. And it's like, okay, what's the food then? How did this become like a new thing? That's what happens when you're trying to recreate culture on a fucking 3,000-year religion. And you're trying to like package a new culture specifically designed around like an ethno-nationalist project that basically came to fruition in 1948. It's like there's Jews have 3,000 years of history, and dudes who love Israel are trying to fucking slam everything into the last 75 as a state. Is weirdo behavior. Anyway, I remember being like 11-year-old and some dude at the airport blew my mind when he told me our national food shakshuka is actually from Tunisia. Yeah. Hey, Aussie, my bisexual Italian roommate and I watch you every day. He's usually more into twinks, but he says that you're one of the few guys he'd let top him. His birthday's coming up and I want to get him something nice. Could you say the following words for me? Comrade Landoni, I'd top you any day, brother. Go Timbers and free Palestine. That's an insane thing that you demanded from me. There you go, though. I gave it to you. Okay, you can fucking clip it if you want. I should have stopped reading that a long time ago, but there you go. Happy birthday, Comrade Landoni. I am a man of the people. There are rules for these American weapons law. What is the rule? Use on colored peoples? Yeah. The rules for American weapons obviously get violated on a regular basis. You know, I don't know if you guys remember, but like Saudi Arabia, not that long ago, was doing a genocide in Yemen. Whose weapons were they using to conduct this genocide? American weapons. Whose targeting systems were they using to conduct this genocide? American targeting systems. Whose refueling capabilities they were using in the region to conduct this genocide? American refueling capabilities in the region to conduct this genocide on Yemen. So obviously it's not like we give a fuck. It's not like we actually do care. With respect to Israel, however, obviously this is like a way more prescient, like way more salient issue. People are obviously super aware, hyper aware of what the fuck's going on. So there's a lot more stink about it. But if America were to actually attribute the Leahy law to, unconditionally to every single weapons transfer that we're doing, we would literally, it would destroy the entire purpose of the military industrial complex to exist to begin with. The whole point is we do war crimes. We give people the guns to do the war crimes. What the fuck are you going to do with a gun? It's not like you're giving him fucking guns that, magically heal. You're not sending fucking healing bullets. Okay. Yeah. It's all fucking bullshit. Anyway. Yeah. America shipped a new order of tree planting guns. And like whatever the fucking laser beam that healer type characters use on fucking Overwatch and shit. Mercy. They gave you the Mercy beam. That's what they're using actually. Anyway, tree planting gun is a thing though. Yeah, well, it's not exactly a thing that they're fucking using. The bees murking the IOF is so funny. Breaking. Israeli occupation forces report 12 IDF soldiers injured after being stung by bees in the southern Gaza Strip. Yes, bro. Yes, the nature is Hamas. The bees are Hamas. And we're somehow really quiet about it when Saudi Arabia is doing it. It's taken as an acceptable reality that Muslims kill other Muslims. No questions, no extended coverage. I mean, you're talking to someone who did offer it a shit ton of extended coverage and actually was very critical of the American government continuously supplying Saudi Arabia with arms, even though Bernie Sanders actually pushed for a veto, or Bernie Sanders actually pushed for a halt on said arms to Saudi Arabia, arms that were literally going directly to Al Qaeda, by the way, like actually Al Qaeda. Remember Al Qaeda? Remember 9/11? Anyway, so no, he's not wrong though. It is a very black on black crime type attitude that America has when it comes to sheltering other countries doing horrifying shit. That's what it is. That is kind of what it is for sure. Obviously, I have an issue with it regardless. I don't give a fuck who's doing it to who, but it definitely is like part of the reason why there isn't that much media coverage on this sort of thing, or there wasn't that much media coverage on this sort of thing. It is, of course, ironic that Israel uses that to be like, you don't care about Saudi Arabia when they are doing, Muslim on Muslim crime, or as we like to call it in Israel. I don't know why he's Norwegian now. Sorry. I don't know why I just turned my Israeli accent Norwegian. Fuck. I'm getting fucked up here. Yeah. Hold on. I'm going to do it again. You don't care when Saudi Arabia is attacking Yemen and killing Houthis with American arms, doing genocide. You only care when you don't care when it's Muslim on Muslim crimes, or as we call it in Israel, Hamas on Hamas crimes. Anyway, is there really an Israeli accent? Yes, I'm doing it. Punkot Supunk, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gift to subs. So, son of Hamas accent is cinema. Thank you. India, aka Lion, voted in favor of UNGA resolution seeking Palestine UN membership. Yes, bro. I've said this before. Modi is a very, very interesting individual. There are conflicting feelings inside of his heart. On the one hand, he is a dog to the Western interests. On the other hand, it's like Israel is a British invention. You know what I mean? Like that's gotta fucking sting a little bit. You know what I mean? Yeah, sure. You are a willing servant of the West, especially when they're like also killing Muslims. Because like Israel killing Muslims is awesome for Modi. He loves doing that. He's doing his very own, right? He's doing his own version of that in India. Okay. India also has trade relations with Israel, but simultaneously, it's like the British Empire did kind of invent Israel, and that's gotta sting a little bit. You know what I mean? Modi has literally met with Palestinian Authority shit. Like he's been to the West Bank. So it's definitely a unique perspective. Yeah. British Empire also created Pakistan. Yeah, he's got the smoke for the British Empire is what I mean to a certain degree. Doesn't Modi hate Muslims too? Yes. Yes. And he's also doing his own like Israel style incursions in Kashmir. So he's got his own Israel situation too. And he fucking hates Muslims. This you? What? My parents moved me across a sex offender? What? That's not me. That's Hassan Izabai talking about how he moved across the street. But I don't know if it was Hassan Izabai who said that. It was someone else that said, or I think it was him actually, that said, my parents moved across the street when we were younger from a sex offender. It was good real estate. Anyway, all right, so we got the Blinken report, the Blicky, Mr. Blicked Up Blicky Blinken. We got the UNGA situation. We got CNN actually doing a fucking solid bout of reporting for once. But let's talk about the United Nations, which also is known as United Nations for Hamas. What are the nations united for? Hamas terror. Okay? So as you guys know, the United Nations, which is headquartered as a Hamas military facility. So shouts out to Gilad Erdan for going there bravely and you know, slapping on a yellow star of David on his chest to be like, if I can't do a genocide on the Palestinians, this is literally my own personal Holocaust, which, you know, something he has done for months and months because he's a fucking, what's a good word for this? I'm going to use the word rapacious, a rapacious scumbag. Okay. It's a pretty good word for it. Anyway, so let's move on. What the fuck are these guys doing? What is the UN doing nowadays? Well, if you recall, there was a Palestinian statehood conversation that was had at the Security Council, which the United States of America immediately said, no, Jack, we want a two-state solution, but not like that. Do we actually want a two-state solution, Jack? Probably not. But the UN said, all right, well, fuck you then. We'll get the General Assembly together and we'll show you, bitch.
A vote reflecting growing international solidarity with the Palestinians. Today, the UN General Assembly voted overwhelmingly in favor of a Palestinian bid to become a full member. It has recommended this now to be considered by the UN Security Council. 143 nations supported the motion, which grants the Palestinians significantly more rights to participate in General Assembly sessions. It does not, however, grant the Palestinians regular voting rights. The U.S. vetoed a Security Council resolution last month that would have paved the way for that. Ahead of today's vote, Israel's ambassador to the UN,
Gilad Erdan, my goat. Of course, dude. Of course he went on Amazon and purchased one of these like little baby paper shredders so we could go on fucking stage and shred. Oh my God!
shredded the United Nations Charter, saying that was what countries who support Palestine's bid to join the UN were doing.
So, for the record, he kind of cooked. If you guys remember yesterday, I told you what his speech was going to look like, and I didn't think he would hit the dramatics to this degree. Okay? I didn't think that he would do that. See? So he kind of outplayed me. I said personally he's going to say UN is Hamas and they have shown it. They are giving everything to Hamas and showing the rest of the world that Jew hatred will always be celebrated by the UN. And you're giving them a gift. All this shit. Turns out I'm wrong. He actually took it one step further. He had a prop with him. Respect.
Yes, that's what you're...
All right, I'm going to cross over now to our correspondent, Benjamin Alvarez.
Okay, let's watch that video, actually. As a matter of fact, let's fucking watch that shit, because it's really stupid.
shredding. You are shredding the UN Charter with your own hands. Yes, that's what you're doing. Shredding the UN Charter. Shame on you.
Shame on you.
You are shredding the UN Charter with your own hands. Yes, that's what you're doing. Shredding the UN Charter.
Israel's really coming off like a toddler throwing a tantrum. Bro, that's Gilad Erdan's literal work. That is like all he does. His whole job is to basically, oh, dude, I didn't realize he fucking was shredding the Hassan Stinks thing. I take it back. His whole job is basically to go there and be like, I am in the den of lions. You are doing terror to Israel. I am surrounded by anti-Semites. Like, his whole job is to go there and fucking yell at these like ambassadors about how much they hate Jews. Okay, that's literally what he does for a living. Honestly, it's kind of a cool job. Like, I would like to do that. Like, his major role that he's played since October 7 is literally wear a Star of David to and claim that if Israel is not allowed to fucking ethnically cleanse Palestinians, that's his own personal Holocaust. Think about how fucking insane that is as a statement. Think about how disrespectful that is. Ironically, he told people that they're shredding the UN Charter as he's literally shredding it and his nation is metaphorically shredding it. Yeah. I mean, it's awesome. It's a great analogy for Israel to be shredding the UN Charter right in front of everyone while screaming, "You are shredding the UN Charter, how dare you?" Exactly. Israel has done this for 75 fucking years, okay? Literally violating every aspect of international humanitarian law while being like, you are violating my sovereignty because I must violate humanitarian law against the terror children. It's crazy. Like, it's a funny meme when you think about it. Obviously, like I have Jewish friends that'll make inferences and references to the Holocaust in areas, in private moments, in areas where obviously it's like kind of fucked up the reference in a humorous way, you know? Like, oh, I stubbed my toe. This is just like the Holocaust, you know, that sort of shit. But for him to do it in this way in the public stage is wild, you know? It's insane. It's an insane thing to do. What is the purpose of the childish behavior? Like, this is Gaddafi shit? Yeah, well, but when Gaddafi did it, it was cool and based. What is this? There is no reform in the relations between the United Nations and Israel, and they eat all the summer. There will be a reason to consider withdrawing from the United Nations. Wait, what? Yeah. When Gilad Erdan went to the UN, he knew that this was a challenge for every Israeli representative, but the last 6 months surpassed everything he had imagined. Dude, that's sick. That's sick. That's crazy. These guys are out of control, man. What is this? Double down to the video from a Holocaust survivor discovering discussing the Star of David being born. Yeah, Israel. Our war is not with Palestinians. Our war is with Hamas. Palestine recognized by the UN. Israel. What the fuck? Not like that. It's the same attitude that America has represented on the UN Security Council too, where it's just like, yeah, we love Palestinians. Come on. We're not trying to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. And that would be really bad if Israel was doing that, which it's not. But also, Palestinian statehood? No, thank you. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, what the fuck's going on then? What are we doing? Oh my God, what did he say? What did this fucking freak say? I hate that I watched him one time and now the fucking faucet. Now Pandora's box is unleashed. Now you guys are going to send me son of Hamas every day. And I really don't want to see his ugly ass face, bro. I hate this motherfucker so much. I hate the way that he talks. I hate the way that he dresses. I hate the way that he carries himself. I hate the shit that he says. I hate him. I hate his voice. Fucking psychopath.
Choose between 1.6 billion Muslims and a cow. I will choose the cow. If I have to choose
yeah, he means he wants to fuck the cow. That's why he's like, I will fuck the cow. That is how much I like fucking cows. I am son of Hamas. Listen, bitch. What did you call him? Uncle what? I said Uncle Ahmed, but, or no, I said Uncle Mahmoud, but I think Uncle Ahmed's better. Certified Zionist, certified cow fucker. Okay. He did it wrong too, bro. He's supposed to say bear. Biggest racist on Twitch proved to be Hassan Abi, biggest hater and biggest racist. Yes, bro. Proven. It is known. Dude, if you go on Reddit, they literally think that at a time frame when like Hitler was alive, they say that I would be more racist than him because I'm racist against white people. And being racist against white people is like the most racist thing you can be. Go on Pierce and debate him? Fuck no. Dude, you guys are crazy. You guys want me to die, I think. You want me to perish. You want me to literally have a fucking seizure on television. Like, there are people out there that just like make me want to get physical with them, okay? I don't want to be in that situation at all. Like, that's crazy. Like, there is no point in fucking debating a dipshit like that who is just like literally, he is Clandis Owens, but Arab. Was told by a friend yesterday that Reddit is filled with lefties. Oh yeah, it's fucking so lefty. All bark, no bite, do it. No, dude, that's the whole problem. That's what fucking sucks. I just, like, that would not be a productive conversation at all. Do you understand? That would not be a remotely productive conversation. It would just be me like fucking screaming at him and probably saying some unhinged shit that's gonna get me canceled actually. All right, let's do it. UN votes in favor of Palestinian membership. What does this signify?
Perez Gruber in Washington, he's been following events for us. Benjamin, what does this vote by the UN General Assembly, what does it really mean?
It's important to clarify that this vote does not give the Palestinians full UN membership, but recognizes them as qualified to join. As you said, 143 members voted in favor, 9 against it, including Israel and the United States, and 25 countries abstained. And this Palestinian membership bid will now be forwarded to the UN.
This stuff honestly is great because it kind of shows how little support the American government has on the global stage, for the record. Like, obviously we are, like, as the United States of America, we are the hegemonic superpower in the world. But when it comes to like international diplomacy and soft power, these are the moments where you genuinely do see like the disdain, the distaste, the overarching hatred that people feel towards like America and its allies and their gross, inhumane behavior.
Security Council asking it to reconsider the matter. And the result of this vote does not come as a surprise. It was widely believed that the resolution would easily achieve the necessary 2/3 majority in the General Assembly, also because there is no veto right in the 193-member body. The US has been opposing this, and also in April vetoed a proposal recommending the admission of the State of Palestine to full membership in the United Nations.
In this resolution, it would grant...
Yeah, United States be like, Micronesia's on our side, ladies and gentlemen. Javier Malay's on our side. Czechia's on our side. Micronesia's on our side. We got this in the bag, boys. We got this in the bag. Let's go. America, baby. It's on top. We got Viktor Orban on our side. The big players came out to play.
Rights and privileges, what exactly are they?
That's right. This past resolution gives the Palestinians the right to participate in the United Nations international conferences convened by the UN. That means that they have the right to make statements, submit proposals, amendments, also to co-sponsor proposals or raise procedural motions. But the state of Palestine does not have a right to vote. What is also interesting here is that diplomats told US media before this vote that the original draft of the Assembly resolution was changed significantly to address concerns not only by the US, that in the end also voted against it along with 8 other countries, but also by Russia and China, because while both countries are strong supporters of Palestine's UN membership, they are concerned, according to these sources, that granting a certain type of rights and privileges could set a precedent for other would-be UN members, with Russia being concerned about Kosovo and China about Taiwan. So this past resolution, widely supported resolution, now moves on to the Security Council, where a bid for Palestinian membership failed less than a month ago after the US.
Okay, for everybody being like, I understand the symbolic importance, but when has a UN membership ever saved the nation from being brutalized by another? My friend, the only way to save Palestinians right now is by getting America and showing up, applying pressure in the Western world, and getting America to stop funding and facilitating Israel's genocide. That's it. So this is precisely the reason why I welcome any kind of vector of pressure that can be opened up. This, in and of itself, is absolutely another pressure point. That's it. The more the rest of the world says, like, no, this is fucking ridiculous, fuck you guys, the more people inside of these nations protest, the more awareness there is for the Palestinian struggle, for the Palestinian plight, the more Israel turns around and says, everyone is Hamas, the less the less legitimate the American cause is. Now, this doesn't stop America from behaving in America ways, but as I've repeatedly explained to you, there are two different camps in the U.S. State Department right now. Okay, since October 7th, there is the people that are like, we need to maintain our dominance in this region. We need, we need to maintain our relationship with Israel in this region, and we need to, like, obviously use Israel as a destabilizer, but like to a certain degree. And then there is the other side, the zealots, right? The fucking rabid ultra-Zionists, whether they are Christian ultra-Zionists or not many Jewish ultra-Zionists in that regard in the State Department, but like mostly predominantly Christian and Catholic ultra-Zionists that are like, we are so ride or die for Israel. They can do whatever the fuck they want. It's great. We're gearing for war with Iran anyway. We have to show the rest of the world that, like, no, they can wipe out these Muslim scumbags. The psychopathic war hawks have always existed in the American State Department. Some of them go above and beyond and go too far and get filtered out, like John Bolton, right? And ultimately, the other side in the State Department that's like more reasonable in this regard, even though they do not have a care for the safety and security of the Palestinians, but they do care about America's interests in the region, who have been demanding restraint from the White House, okay, since October 7, are able to get their message across to those who control the levers of power, because they can just point to the fucking pressure as well. They can point to the fact that we are losing our grip on any kind of soft power opportunities we have in both this region and globally. When our attack dog cannot be restrained and everybody else sees that we cannot restrain our attack dog, obviously that spells trouble for American dominance. Do you understand? If you want to maintain American empire, if you want to be able to maintain American empire, you have to manage conflict a little bit better than the way Israel has so far. So that's it. Obviously, the American State Department is never going to fucking make a decision specifically because they care about the humanity of those who are on the receiving end of American empire, those who actually receive the brutality, those who receive the cruelty. But like, America losing credibility on the global stage threatens American dominance. And if it threatens American dominance, then you can't really maintain this whole fucking song and dance for as long as you have.
Used its veto and vetoed the resolution.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like the U.S. is planning to do that yet again with this resolution. DW's Benjamin Alvarez-Gruber with the latest from Washington. Benjamin, thank you.
Anyway, what is this? Ryan Grimm says, last week we reported that AIPAC was using a pro-science group as a pass-through to take out Pramila Jayapal's sister in a Portland, Oregon congressional race. There was a serious pushback to that article, but now we have a follow-up reporting that's even more damning. First, I asked the staffers at 314 Action, the Science PAC, to reach out. Several did. The Operation AIPAC and 314 are running as bigger than Jayapal and will soon expand to target Cori Bush, though under the name of a new shell pack. One staffer said 314 has turned its back on science in order to be used as a weapon against progressives by Zionists. Second, Maxine Dexter was required to post a disclosure about a May 7 fundraiser. Thanks to help from the people here, including David Dayan, we can report that nearly 90% of those donors also gave to AIPAC. I got one of the Max Out donors on the phone, and she said directly, I give all of my contributions through AIPAC. Whenever I'm asked to give to their endorsed candidates, I give. I wasn't there, and I did not give money to her, the Dexter donor said. I told her it was in the FEC records, and she said if AIPAC asks her to give to a candidate, she does. I give all my contributions through AIPAC. Whenever I'm asked to give to their endorsed candidates, I give. Dexter and AIPAC waiting until the last 6 weeks of the race to flood the district with money, hoping it wouldn't be disclosed in time for voters to know it was them. Chances are good that it will work, but voters now know if this reporting can get to them. AIPAC is using shell packs because a lot of people, due to, unfortunately, TikTok, okay, a lot of people are like aware of AIPAC's prominence, aware of AIPAC's influence. So now they're trying to use a fucking subsidiary or pre-existing groups that have nothing to do with AIPAC that they can infiltrate and send funds through and reroute their super PAC donations through other funds, through other PACs in general. What a wonderful modus operandi for dark money in this country. It's great. Love the way that we have designed the system so that it makes it virtually untraceable. Very difficult to trace. So, yeah. They're doing too much at this point. At this point, AIPAC's been doing this for fucking years. The Israeli lobby, like lobbying for a foreign nation, even though you are not declared a foreign lobbying organization, is the bread and butter of AIPAC. Okay? You have to understand. They have Democratic majority for Israel, which is supposed to be a progressive group, even though they only go after Democratic Party's progressive wing candidates and pump a shitload of funds into the races where they might be unseated. Okay? If you guys remember, many years ago, Ilhan Omar said it's all about the Benjamins and that AIPAC has an outsized influence on Congress. And everybody fucking yelled at her and said she was anti-Semitic. I, of course, defended her, as I had done in the past, because it was not anti-Semitic to claim, to make the assertion, to make the statement that is obviously true, that yes, AIPAC does have the capacity to influence both elections and also write legislation at the behest of a foreign nation while still not being considered a foreign lobbying organization. Ilhan Omar disappointed all of us, to be honest. Man, shut the fuck up. What do you mean Ilhan Omar disappointed all of us? She did not. She didn't disappoint me at all. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. How would it be foreign? Israel is a U.S. state. Yeah, we might as well just call it what it is. It is a U.S. state. It operates as a U.S. state. American senators are literally... She's on the blacklist on TikTok. Wait, what? I saw people on Twitter calling her a Zionist. Like, what? Wait, what? Bro, dude, every single time I get really excited about how progressive the youth is, it literally turns into a fucking cultural revolution moment. Okay? That is so insane. God damn, dude. Dial it back, everybody. Holy fuck. Holy moly. They are way over focusing on celebrities. Yeah, we're going to be talking about that in a little bit. It's so funny. Here is a 2020 tweet. I'm old enough to remember when Ilhan Omar was called anti-Semitic by the media for a week straight for pointing this out. AIPAC must stop Bernie Sanders at all costs. Noah's on the hunt. Ilhan was called an anti-Semite for accusing Jews of dual loyalty, saying that Jews use Benjamins to influence the U.S., saying Israel hypnotized the world, supporting boycotting Jews in Israel. You guys lie all the time, says Elder of Zion. The zealotry of the newly converted, as you've put many times. Yeah. I think when he says you guys, I don't know if he means like socialists or Muslims. I don't know. To which I say both. Yes, we lie all the time. I love lying. That's my favorite thing to lie about. Yeah. Now Zionists are calling people anti-Semitic for not saying Jews have dual loyalty to Israel, which is a very funny moment. But they were already saying that back then too. To understand Erdogan, you need to know that in 2013, he tried to challenge Netanyahu internally, but got owned and fell in line very quickly. Since he's been moved around from ministry to ministry and somehow managed to have the stupidest scandal in all of them. In his corruption suit, it was revealed that Bibi's nickname for him behind his back was the child. He's failed upwards his entire life. Now he finally gets to have some drama. He is a child. Where is he getting the hypnotized part from? Oh, come on. You know where he's getting the hypnotized part from.
Israel has hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
That was like a paraphrasing of Ilhan Omar's incredible fucking clippable moment. It doesn't have the Dune music in this one. That's why this is an older clip. Holy crap, I might vote for Trump now. That's not, guys, they had at that rally where Trump is saying that, they literally had Ilhan Omar's face plastered on the fucking jumbotrons with everyone calling to assassinate her. Okay? Like, it's not like he was saying that because, he was saying Ilhan Omar is based and very anti-genocide pilled, believe me. Like, so it's pretty funny that people say, like, she's a Zionist. Anyway, Kenya votes with 142 other countries in support of the UN General Assembly resolution for the admission of the state of Palestine to the UN. This endorsement is consistent with our historical vote on the matter. Oh my God. Sorry, don't want to derail, but just saw this. Today's going to be another one of them days we will never forget. Stay ready, King Kendrick, creative director and our producer. I mean, I don't know if this is like, I guess if Kendrick drops tonight, it's, oh God. There was speculation on Al Jazeera that Israel might divide Rafah into sections like how they invade Gaza in order to invade, but still not be considered a massive invasion as they hit each section. What do you think? I believe it. That seems like Israel behavior, Israel type shit. So it's unsurprising. Anyway, so all right, I guess we'll briefly talk about Eurovision. FYI, you were mentioned on C-SPAN this morning. What the fuck is this tiny URL link that you sent me? Which one of y'all did this? Hasanabi mentioned? What?
Independent. Good morning.
Hey, I just wanted to comment on things that I feel like public policy could help with. I'm just, for one, I'm glad that people are starting to realize how there's certain actions that the government in Israel is doing are atrocities, like when the government tells people to evacuate.
People see yarmulkes and Jewish Star now, use that as a reason to harass, thinking those things mean they're supporting Israeli war crimes. It is a reality and very sad. Yes, I'm going to cover this aspect in one moment. You are absolutely correct. This is why everyone knows, every Jewish person, Zionist, anti-Zionist, doesn't matter, knows that in times of Israel really increasing the fucking pressure and doing a whole litany of like unimaginable violence, anti-Semitism, real anti-Semitism, not the fucking not like, oh, someone said free Palestine, like real actual anti-Semitism increases. And it is actually increasing right now, made worse by the fact that the ADL, instead of just covering real anti-Semitism, has broadened the definition of anti-Semitism by claiming that people saying from the river to the sea at a fucking college campus protest are actually doing anti-Semitism. Okay? It is such a gross, unmanageable, horrifying situation, which Hollaback Boy sent me a video about as well. When I'll cover that in a little bit. It's awful. Regarding Rafah, Israeli media finally reporting what the Israeli people have been saying for months. In Israel, they confirm a large part of the Hamas terrorists have already left Rafah. Netanyahu is talking about 4 battalions, but Israeli officials who comment on these details make it clear that the main force is only 2 battalions to the west of the city. Sinwar's bet is simple, and a senior security official explains. The residents of Gaza detest Hamas, but preferred to chaos. The full column this morning in Yediot Ahronot and Ynet. What? He wasn't even in the LFV chat? Just a wild Hasanavi head? What is... Yeah. It's... The very hour the suspensions for Harvard students are released, ADL President Jonathan Greenblatt, fucking demon, walks out of a meeting in Harvard, Massachusetts, Hall, the location of the interim President Garber's office. Oh, nice, dude. That's great. Anyway, let's get back to this. Let's get back to the Eurovision shit.
2 parallel universes inside the Eurovision arena. Israel makes it through to tomorrow's grand final, a seemingly politics-free zone.
A seemingly politics-free zone? Fuck you mean, dude? Redditors who were present at the Eurovision confirmed TV editors added fake cheering and reduced the sound of the booing. It's a politics-free zone, except for when we decided that Russia was politics. But I guess, of course, politics is, just like with Gamergate, and just like with gamers, politics is what is outside of the boundaries of what the most right-wing Americans feel is actually political. Just like the same attitude, there's only 2 genders, okay? Man and political. It's only political if gamers decide that, it's too rich for their blood. That they saw a black woman and they're like, oh, that's political. Call of Duty, not political, right? Same with Eurovision. barring Russia from participating in Eurovision, not political. Why? Because the entire world agrees that like that's a valid thing to do. Okay? Barring Israel, however, from that while they're doing an ethnic cleansing campaign, well, then it's political. It's like, whoa. I don't really know. I don't know. This is a big deal. You know, I don't know if I want to make a statement on this kind of thing. You know, I just don't know. I don't know.
Outside, politically charged scenes in Malmö, Sweden, as thousands protest at the decision to allow Israel to perform while the war in Gaza continues.
In Palestinian is horrible. What's happening just now in Gaza, children, women, and everyone are dying.
We need to end this genocide, basically. So this is the only thing we can do.
Israel's entry Eden Golan has been booed by some during her performances this week. Despite facing death threats, the singer says she's determined to compete.
Representing us with pride and making it to the finals it's something crazy, and I'm so grateful for everyone who voted.
While Eurovision remained adamant that the contest is apolitical, that didn't stop Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu sending this message saying the singer was competing with an ugly wave of anti-Semitism.
Booing the Israeli participant is also anti-Semitism. Come on, bro. What? Bro really is doing the I stubbed my toe this morning, which was a gross act of anti-Semitic hate crimes that happened to me and my toe specifically. It's just like the people booing are Hamas. They are doing anti-Semitism. If Israel does not win Eurovision, it's anti-Semitism and Hamas. It's like, come on, dude. Come on, brother. Jesus Christ. The Israeli participant even said she herself wanted to join the IDF someday. I mean, even if she fucking didn't say that, doesn't matter. She's a representative of the Israeli state. She's there to whitewash Israel's actions. It doesn't make it better. In the minds of many Israelis, Malmo was this supposed case study for look at how these Muslim immigrants are ruining cities. You'll remember it was a whole thing in the EU media, and in Israel it stuck. Yeah, it's unsurprising. Anyway, let's continue.
Across Europe, some have chosen to boycott this year's Eurovision. Among them, one of the stars of RuPaul's Drag Race, Crystal. The performer has cancelled an 800-person event here at London's Earth venue.
If you're involved in an invasion of another country, you shouldn't get to...
She lifted the Russian ban because she's an Israeli Russian? Oh, that's awesome. Juiced from Netherlands was banned from this round after questioning Israel. Wait, what? The Dutch contestant is possibly blocked? Why is Israel in Eurovision anyway? They're not in Europe. It doesn't matter. You don't have to be in Europe to be in Eurovision. You literally, I think, it's about like TV rights or something, right?
To come to the party. I think that's a red line. And, you know, we're seeing so many civilians killed right now. It's really impossible to watch. I refuse to let my, cultural institutions be used.
This is what it sounds like inside the arena where they were editing out the booze. Israel Hayom revealed final text of Israel's entry to Eurovision Song Contest. Symphony playing with me, looking in my eyes and see people walk away but never say goodbye. Someone stole the moon tonight, took my light. Everything is black and white. Who's the fool who told you boys don't cry? Hours and hours and powers. Life is no game, but it happens. While the time goes by, every day I'm losing my mind, holding on to this mysterious ride. The UN Charter is actually Hamas and must be eviscerated. We will leave the UN if the UN General Assembly votes to give Palestine statehood. What? No, I'm just kidding. That's not what those lyrics are. Okay. Okay. Baby, promise me you'll hold me again. I'm still taken from this hurricane. At the top of the hour, it's kind of like a hurricane. Unless you're subscribed, in which case it's not a hurricane at all because you don't see the 3-minute ad break. That doesn't even rhyme. Why did she say that? Why did she say those words? What the fuck? Hurricane was October rain before they had to change it. Dude, that's insane. They did it. It's called a double debate. A double debate. Fuck, right on the dot too. What? Eden made this weird TikTok. So how do artists prepare for their performance? Rehearse the song, choose outfit, hair, and makeup, but Eden Golan, that was not enough. After she suffered harassment from the audience during the rehearsals, the Israeli team decided to prepare Eden in a very original way. Eden practiced singing while her team was screaming at her the same way and the people in the audience did. Wait, what? They repeated it again and again until Eden was able to concentrate on her singing to overcome the screams. And if you think the semifinals there were no screams and booings in the 20-year-old singer, it is because the production silenced the voice of the audience while Eden was singing. What is happening, dude? What the fuck? Dude, this is literally hogwatch. It's so funny because like Israel has perfected hog behavior, like reactionary politics, with liberal aesthetics for a very long time. So it is literally identical. Like this is straight up a page out of the conservative handbook. Okay, the perpetual victimhood seeking. Like people are booing me and saying I'm dog shit because of like the values that I am representing and the violence that I'm representing and trying to whitewash here. But it's actually I am the real victim because people are saying fuck me, and that's messed up. It is literally verbatim, 1-to-1, verbatim, the same exact shit that you see from conservatives. It's hilarious. Somehow Eurovision results got leaked, which made Israel get more votes. Oh, Italian TV accidentally released the semifinal voting results, and Israel is apparently leading at 39%. This is the press conference that might have led to the Dutch entry ban.
State your name and your media house.
Laura Chechvik, Yediot Achronot and Ynet. Ellen, congratulations, first of all. You made us very happy. How do you feel after reaching the final when the situation in Israel, you know how it is?
Well, I feel I'm so overwhelmed with emotions. It's truly such an honor to be here on stage.
A personal question. Have you ever
That's
thought
Greece?
by being here, you bring risk and participants in public?
How do you feel being in danger from other participants? Is that what and the public? Is that what he's saying? He's saying that she's in danger by the public and other participants? Is that the question? No, did I misunderstand that?
A personal
Here on stage.
A personal question. Have you ever thought that by being here, you bring risk
Oh, they're saying you're bringing risk and danger to the other participants.
for other participants in public?
You look away. Officials said you do not need to answer that. And then the Dutch artist said, why not? The sponsor is an Israeli brand. I mean, that makes sense. Like, not one of my usual edits, but I had to make
By
one.
being here, you bring risk and danger for other participants in public.
You don't have to answer that question if you don't want to.
Why not?
It's Eurovision. It's like everybody's Macklemore, okay? The Dutch entry ban is because one of the Dutch performers punched someone in Israel's group who insulted his dead father. Why is there so much drama at fucking Eurovision? By the way, someone said Dutch Oliver Tree. Bro, that's just every Dutch person. Like, here in the United States of America, Oliver Tree is like a bit of a meme, right? But also simultaneously pretty talented, but like a meme nonetheless. When you go to Europe, that's the norm. They're like, oh my God, this is the greatest artist we've ever seen. Look at how funny his outfits are. This must be your greatest artist, Oliver Tree. Look at how funky his outfits are. Look at his hair. It's very classic, famous Hollywood culture. The Israeli media guy harassing
Mr. Klein, where were you?
an unusual incident in Eurovision from Con News. The representative of the Netherlands, who was placed between Aden Golan and the representative of Luxembourg, the Israeli Tali Gour-Largant, did not show up for the rehearsal. The European Broadcasting Union announced, we are investigating an incident in which he was involved. He will not be rehearsed until further notice. He tried to understand why he couldn't appear and was pushed away by his security guards.
We missed you on stage. Sorry, can you stop that? Can you stop that, please? Can you stop that, please? Can you stop that, please? Bro, why are you doing that? We just missed him on stage. Can you stop that, please? Please don't touch me. Yes. Please don't touch me.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I hate having to cover Eurovision. I just don't care at all. It's like not even to make fun of it. I've never cared, and I never will. Juiced is friends with BB No Money. Oh, that's awesome.
Just cover for that.
Eurovision argue that this is an apolitical event. Are you not kind of creating further division in what is a very complex situation?
Well, I would just reject the idea that Eurovision is apolitical. I think politics are baked into the format. It's a voting competition between different countries in Europe. Ukraine has won multiple times with songs about Russia. Russia has been kicked out of the competition when they invaded Ukraine. So there have always been political choices.
While Ireland's entry Bambi Thug has called for an immediate ceasefire and was asked to remove the words Free Palestine from their outfit.
It was very important for me because I'm pro-justice and pro-peace.
Let's go.
Unfortunately, I had to change those messages today to Crown the Witch only.
Polarisation here could not be more stark, from the glitter inside the venue to outside, where aid for Gaza was seen leaving Malmö, Sweden. No amount of Europop can mask the masses outside. The sound of protest drowning out Eurovision officials, who argue the contest isn't political. Thousands beg to differ.
We begin in Gaza, in the southern city of...
All right, we're going to get to like real news again, but here, this is the last part. Rumors are Joost refused to take pictures with the Israeli delegation, and that's why Israeli journalists bullied him, making remarks about his parents who died when he was young, then started to physically assault him. Before that, they tried to use Keria for their own promo. I happened to meet Israel's Eurovision representatives today, and a video was filmed of us. It was then posted on social media without my permission. Despite my request for its removal, it has not been taken down. I would like to clarify and emphasize that the video is not a political statement or any endorsement of any kind. Bro, what the fuck is this?
In this video...
Drake, Kendrick, and Communism by Marxism Today. I am not going to be watching that. Keria represented Finland last year. Very nice. Okay. Watch it, you coward. No, I will not. Israeli War Cabinet has approved the expansion of the Rafah operation in Gaza, a special operation. We know how those go. We know how that works. You guys know how it works. Come on now. Just a special operation. Just a special operation. Okay, it's a little bit. It's a little bit of an extra. Okay, let's take a look.
Rafah, where around 110,000 Palestinians are reported to have fled since Monday, when they were warned to evacuate by the IDF military ahead of, quote, a direct targeted operation, the effects of which would lead to President Biden pausing a shipment of military aid to Israel and signals to the Israeli government if it goes ahead with a major offensive, some weapons shipments will be stopped. On Benjamin Netanyahu's response, if we have to stand alone, we will stand alone. If we need to, we will fight.
No, you won't. Shut up, bitch. No, you won't. You've literally never stood alone. That's not a thing. That is probably one of the biggest myths. It's like saying, chocolate hummus is good or something. And also Sabra hummus is good, especially the chocolate Sabra hummus variant. And also Israeli and nobody else's. You're out of your fucking mind, okay? Not real. It isn't real. It is not real. The idea that like Israel will stand alone is bullshit. Israel never has and never will stand alone. It is good, you're wrong. I will ban you. I will ban you for saying chocolate hummus is good. That is actually one of the worst things I've ever heard. Never will? Yes, Israel has never stood alone, and it never will, because guess what? If Israel was alone, then it would not be able to do Israel shit. Okay? Israel has only been able to operate in the violent ways that it has as a direct consequence of the permanent allegiance that it has crafted as a settler colonial occupation. First from the British, and then from America carrying the torch after World War II especially. Okay? It's ridiculous. There is no world in which Israel's like, oh yeah, we are small bean and we are defending ourselves and we're doing it on our own. If Joe Biden literally said the things that he said about Israel's special operation in the Rafah being a possible red line and how they're not going to send any more offensive ammunition to be used inside of Gaza, especially if Israel does invade Rafah, which it is currently, okay? If they did that on October 8th, Israel would not have killed 40,000 people, okay? 100%. Calls for restraint is one thing, but directly actually telling Israel, you can't do this because if you do this, we will fucking restrain you personally is an entirely different thing. That is why I've been yelling about Joe Brandon's involvement in this affair since day one, as many chirpers who are liberal defenders of Joe Biden have been like, he's just a small bean, just like Israel is a small bean. Israel's a foreign nation. Israel can do what it wants, and America can't restrain it. It's like, okay, then why the fuck are we giving it unlimited weapons since October 7, and of course far before October 7 as well. The idea that like he can only do so much is of course immediately destroyed by when he does actually do something and all the liberals celebrate it like, yeah, we did it. Look, Joe Biden is doing everything in his power. No, he's not. No, he's not. He is not doing everything in his power. Even now, he's not doing everything in his fucking power. Joe Biden himself has ended Israeli sieges with one fucking phone call as the president in this term of presidency. He did it in 2021. He said, cut it out. Boom, over. It took one fucking day for Israel to dial it back. One fucking phone call. What did he do after October 7? He flew to Israel. He gave a bear hug to Benjamin Netanyahu. South Korea is still waiting for a peace treaty. Another October 7 leaver, returner. Love you. Love you. Hopefully, chatter, you will be able to learn a thing or two today. Okay? October 7 leaver, returner. They're back amongst our midst, in our ranks. Huh. How come the surrounding Arab states don't support Israel? They do. They actually do support Israel. They actually do support Israel. Many of the Arab states surrounding Israel do support Israel. Okay? It's the population. I meant Palestine, Lamau. I'm dumb. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they do not support Palestine or Palestinians.
With our fingernails. Well, this afternoon, there are reports that Israel is planning an extended offensive in Rafah. Let's cross to Jerusalem. Let's bring in Iris Makler, our correspondent there. Iris, good to talk to you. Good to see you this evening. Tell us about the reports, this extended operation and what it could mean.
Extended operation, or, and I'm quoting, measured expansion. It's not exactly clear what it could mean because the warning from Washington was stark and it came from high-level officials and then it came from the president himself. So it is stark, and what I guess Israeli politicians are trying to do is to have some kind of expanded operation in Rafah without infringing on the red line that President Biden set, which was, he said, no major offensive in Rafah. He won't support that. He won't help that. So is this measured expansion going to cross that red line? It definitely risks it, doesn't it? Just by definition. So what we're hearing is Israel taking a risk, taking some action, and at the same time instructing that the negotiations for a ceasefire deal continue, even though some of the people, some of the parties have already left Cairo. So how exactly they're to continue, I'm not quite clear. But that the two things go hand in hand, an expanded operation in Israeli strategic terms, that is, and some kind of continuation of the negotiations for a hostage deal and a ceasefire.
To try to understand what's going on right now in Rafah, the humanitarian situation for civilians, in terms of the fighting operations being reported, what's your understanding of what's going on right now?
What we're hearing from sources inside the Gaza Strip is, first of all, that there is an expansion. Israeli tanks have moved further into the city on the eastern side. So they haven't gone way into the city. They're still surrounding the city from the south and the east, moving up around it to the northeast as well. And we have heard from Palestinian sources inside that there is constant gunfire and explosions, and that explains why there's something between 110,000 people who fled since Monday, or 150,000. 110,000 is the UNRWA assessment estimate. 150,000 is what the IDF says. But what UNRWA goes on to say is these people who have fled on Israeli instructions are going in looking for a safer place, but they stress there is nowhere that is really safe in Gaza. We have seen renewed fighting, by the way, Gavin, in the north as well, in an area the IDF had cleared, gone away from, and now returned to. And we saw four Israeli soldiers dying there in a fight with Hamas. And that fight, that was an IED, an unexploded, a roadside bomb that killed them. And we've seen rockets being fired as far as...
Yes, the IDF, not the IDF, sorry. Israel openly admits that there's no place that's actually safe. Safe zone is a declaration that has like legal safeguards. A safe zone implies that you have access to clean water, you have access to electricity, you have access to humanitarian aid, and you will be free of any kind of conflict. Like, you won't get shot at, you won't get bombed. Israel has violated that time and time again. Okay, both on the safe routes that they've declared safe routes that they've blown up civilian cars on, as we've seen time and time again, but also beyond that, Israel is now taking away the safe zone status that never really was a full-blown safe zone in Rafah, as they tell the Palestinian civilians to move back 20 kilometers into Khan Yunis, which is not a safe zone, which has been reduced to rubble. And Israel doesn't even declare it a safe zone. Israel considers Khan Yunis to literally be a safer zone. That's what they say. I'm genuinely in awe how the media just stopped talking about what Israel's plan for Gaza is after Hamas destroyed no PA, no Arab states, and Biden said in October that another permanent occupation would be a big mistake. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. How can the media just ignore that Israel has no political vision for this war beyond genocide and mass destruction, which they don't acknowledge? Well, you answered the question on your own. Israel doesn't have to have a long-term plan for the Palestinians, because Israel is not operating on the Palestinians being human beings that will have to either be permanently annexed by Israel and permanently occupied by the Israeli state. They're just simply seeing that as an aberration. They're seeing the Palestinian as something less than human. And the fact that you're right, the Western media is not consistently demanding answers from Israeli officials anywhere they fucking go on what will Israel do once Hamas is quote unquote wiped out, is of course, in my opinion, going along with the Israeli ethnic cleansing campaign. It's simply just another way for the media to operate as genocide dares in this project. The project being the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
As Beersheba, a city in southern Israel, but one that is not within the usual range. So Hamas keeping its rocket fire, showing it's still in the game. And I think Hamas quite concerned about Rafah, actually.
What about the leader of Hamas, Iris, Yahya Sinwar? Is there a suggestion that he is somewhere still within a tunnel somewhere in Rafah?
That was the suggestion originally. There's no doubt Rafah is very important to Hamas because it contains the one border crossing to the outside world, and then underneath it, tunnels to the outside world. That's where most of the goods that built all these extensive network of tunnels, that's where they came in from. So I think that is important to Hamas. Is Yahya Sinwar...
Fun fact, they already, the Egyptian military had closed off those tunnels a couple of years ago, for the record. This is true. They used to literally have a direct line into Egypt, and that is how they used to bring in supplies. But as far as we understand, as far as if I recall correctly, they literally fucking shut those tunnels off on the Egyptian front and even flooded them, I think, a while ago. So this was, of course, way before. This was way before October 7th.
Are there? Is he on the move? You know, was he in Khan Yunis? Now he's moved to Rafah. Now he's moved back to Khan Yunis now that Israeli soldiers have retreated. You know, no one knows that network of tunnels better than those people who built it. There is a suggestion that he might have gone out, you know, into Egypt, into the tunnels underneath there. But the best information appears to be that he still is in the Gaza Strip. And interestingly, that's been confirmed by one of the hostages who was released early in the piece, very early in the piece, actually, after about 2 weeks. And she said she actually saw him. And he said to her, he came into the tunnel where they were being held, and he said to her, "Do you know who I am?" And she said, "Yes, you're Yahya Sinwar." And she began to berate him for the action of October the 7th, very brave, because she said to him, "We are the peacemakers, we who live in the south of the country."
Yeah, this was the peacenik that they released, the 76-year-old grandma, who's pretty awesome. The Israeli grandma that also famously, she, of course, law definitely happened. No, I 100% believe that happened. You guys don't know anything. You guys don't know anything about like old Jewish grandmas if you think that she 100% did not fucking yell at that person, that berate that person. I absolutely believe it. You can cap me all you want. Bro, she absolutely did that. Bro, what are you talking about? She's the one who literally fucking defied the Israeli government. She's the one who straight up came out and was like, no, I want to actually talk to the media immediately. And then she did. And then they fired the fucking nurse. The nurse went on permanent vacation because the Israeli government could not like imagine the PR blow that she delivered by being like, yeah, no, they were actually pretty awesome. They were super chill. Like, these guys aren't the animals that you say they are. They literally took great care of me. I did get hit by straws on the way over there on the motorcycle. And like, but beyond that, when I was under their watch as a hostage, they did everything they could in their power to take care of me. That's the one that also, that's the grandma. That was the first hostage that was released. That was the grandma that also shook the hands of the Al-Qassam guys. Yeah. She literally called the press. Lifshitz, I think, yes. If I recall correctly, they fired the PR person in the hospital. Yeah. Why are people saying it's not true? Because people's brains are fucking broken by the monolithic framework in which Israel and Israeli Jews are presented in mainstream media by Israel and Zionism in general, by Zionists in general. So that's the reason why they can't comprehend that, like, a grandma in one of these fucking kibbutz who has spent a long time transporting Palestinians from Gaza into Israel proper, into hospitals where they can get like actual cancer treatment and whatnot, might be especially a bit of a loudmouth, you know what I mean? And knowing full well what could have potentially happened to her, still openly said what her opinion was to Yahya Sinwar. I 100% believe it. She literally defied the Israeli government as well. So it's not like she gives a shit. She's old as hell, man. That's an old kibbutzim grandma. That's an old peacenik grandma. I 100% believe that she would say that to Yahya Sinwar, and 100% would say what she, as you guys know, specifically said to the Israeli media and to the global press, as a matter of fact. What is this? For those of you talking about Abby Martin's interview with him, it's great. I've been watching Abby Martin for years. You should go back and watch some of her clips on the Rogan podcast, especially when she goes to Palestine and interviews Israelis. Yeah, we have done all of that. Yeah, this is the woman.
My mom is talking about coming there when they arrive.
The Israeli government says she has Alzheimer's. That's crazy. I did not know that. They were in panic mode, as you can see by this guy feverishly calling someone in the background. I had never seen this angle before. You think that grandma gives a fuck, bro? Come on. She's 85 years old.
Gathered, and after 2 or 3 hours, those hostages, they took care of them, that they were given their medicine.
This was a very important fucking hit to Israeli PR at the time, because like, this is like so close to October 7. It's the first one that was released on humanitarian grounds, like with unconditional release of a hostage on humanitarian grounds, because she's 85 fucking years old. Okay. Right in the heat of like Israel being like, they're all rapist barbarians. They stole our people to rape them and kill them because they're rapist, monstrous barbarians over and over again. They're baby beheaders and shit. Okay. So when she came out and was like, no, actually, the fuck are you talking about? They were actually very careful with us and try to do their very best to protect us. It went directly against the Israeli propaganda, which is precisely why many of you who weren't here, if you weren't here at the time on my coverage, probably didn't even hear about it.
They were given medicine.
Those who wanted to defend Israel at the time said, oh, it's Stockholm Syndrome, or said, oh, well, her husband is still in captivity, so she's lying to preserve, to make sure that her husband is not killed.
And they were...
This also may have caused Israel to simultaneously work against the hostages even more than they originally were. If you recall, Benjamin Netanyahu refused to meet with the hostage families, and even had a fucking mole inside of the hostage families that he met with that came up and was like some fucking rabid bibis psychopath who was like, Mr. Netanyahu, sir, you're doing everything in your power. You should kill all the Hamas. Don't worry about the hostages or some shit. Some really funny internal conflict was happening in Israel at the time, especially about like the media trying to do its very best. The Israeli media trying to do its very best to not really offer this kind of coverage and show this, and even show the demonstrations and the demands that that the hostage families were making. Anyway, let's continue. That was, of course, 7 months ago, 6 months ago.
We're the people who believe in a solution. We've always held our hands out to you, and this was no way to repay us. So a very brave woman, and we do know that that means that early on, Yahya Sinwar was still in the Gaza Strip. I'd say he probably still is. If he left, it would feel, I think, to the rest of the people who are fighting for him that he wasn't their leader anymore.
It's an incredible story. Iris, thank you. Our correspondent in Jerusalem.
The UN announced that as of this morning, more than 100,000 Palestinians have fled the city of Rafah in southern Gaza. Many civilians had originally been ordered by Israel to come here for their safety. Now they say they have nowhere to go. We are tired, says this man. Either they should kill us all at once and send us up to God, or they should stop the war. But Prime Minister Netanyahu is determined to press on with an offensive against Rafah, saying Israel is prepared to act alone and fight with only our fingernails if necessary, but adding, we have much more than our fingernails. Netanyahu also spoke in a lengthy and non-confrontational interview with talk show host Dr. Phil. He took aim at protests on college campuses in the U.S., where demonstrators continued to clash with police overnight.
You have a lot of ignorant people there whose sense of history at best goes back to breakfast, not even that.
Yeah, Dr. Phil. Remember when Dr. Phil was like, I am going into independent media because honestly, like, it's fucked up how wait, hold on, I gotta find this Tiltify campaign page real quick, god damn it. But yeah, Dr. Phil was like, I'm going into independent media when he went on the Joe Rogan Experience. He's like, I'm going into independent media because, like, I want to cover voices that are not heard. Well, turns out the voice that wasn't heard in mainstream media is motherfucking Benjamin Netanyahu. Thank God for Dr. Phil's brave coverage interviewing Benjamin motherfucking Netanyahu.
He addressed President Biden directly, saying he hoped he and the president could overcome their differences. But
we will do what we have to do to protect our country, and that means we will defeat Hamas, including in Rafah.
Israel says Hamas has 4 remaining battalions of fighters in Rafah, and that it must root them out to destroy the militant group responsible for the October 7th massacre and mass kidnapping. The White House already held up one shipment of 2,000-pound bombs, and President Biden said some arms shipments would stop if Israel attacks Rafah's main population centers. But our crew in Gaza is documenting how that is already happening. These children were in their homes in central Rafah when they were hit by Israeli shells. Doctors try to reassure a boy named Mohammed. He keeps saying he wants to go home. This is his neighborhood in central Rafah now, raising the question, is Israel already crossing President Biden's red line? The Rafah operation has also derailed hostage negotiations and talks to achieve a ceasefire, with one senior diplomat telling NBC News the talks have effectively collapsed. Savannah?
Richard Engel in Jerusalem. Thank you, Richard.
Hey, I'm not surprised Dr. Phil had this take. He's the one who taught my parents how to abuse me better after all. Yeah. This fucking goon, Dean Golan Cohen, is literally Israeli occupying force, and is documented starting fights on the very first day. This Dr. Phil special is literally Israeli occupied force propaganda.
You did.
This kind of shit makes me so mad. This kind of shit makes me so fucking mad. It is so frustrating, so infuriating to see someone lie so relentlessly. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know how to, I don't know how to deal with it, really. Like, it's just, you do your best. You do your best every day. You put your best foot forward every day. You try your very best to ensure that you can push back against these lies. Do you think the media's jumping ship on Israeli propaganda is due to the student encampments? I think the media was looking for any fucking out because they criticized Israel maybe a little too much. And so the student protests were like a great way to recenter the conversation on like Americans and our feelings. rather than Palestinians being fucking ruthlessly slaughtered by Israel. Does anyone else find it weird that very rarely there's video online Hamas fighters, like from either POV? Finding video of Hamas fighters is so rare. Huge contrast to the other war in Ukraine makes me question how many fighters actually exist. I mean, I just watched a fucking video while I was pissing of the Al-Qassam Brigade using a fucking bathtub Barrett 50 cal that they made, sniping an Israeli occupying force soldier and having him catch on fucking fire. So they definitely do post a lot of videos. You rarely ever see videos of Israeli occupying force soldiers like actually fucking fighting against like militants. But definitely, you do definitely see bathtub 50 cal is wild. That's literally what they do, bro. It's not even a fucking joke. What I never understand is how they get the fucking camera to line up with the crosshair, like, or line up with the optics of the sniper rifle. That's just pretty crazy. What is a bathtub 50 cal? I'm joking when I say bathtub. Obviously, they don't make it in a bathtub, but like it's an inference to bathtub meth. But basically, what they end up doing is like it's handmade and handcrafted inside the Gaza Strip. They have their own weapons that they craft, literally DIY shit, homemade, organic, fair trade, farm to table weapons. Yeah, Hamas unlocked metallurgy. It's the Al Ghul sniper designed in Gaza, like the Yasin 105 RPG clone. Yeah, they have their own sniper rifle, the Al Ghul, and I think it's the Al Ghul. I don't know if it's actually called Al Ghul or if you guys are just like making jokes about Disco Elysium, but oh yeah, here, this is, dude, they beefed up their craft points so goddamn hard. They literally, they padded their fucking craft perks so goddamn hard. You had no idea that this was happening. The one thing I'll never understand is like, obviously Israel has like permanent 24/7 surveillance, right? On the strip. So what I'll never understand is like how they get to do these training stuff, like, and like what the Israeli occupying force guys on the surveillance side are thinking while this is happening. Like when they were doing the paratrooping activities, right? When they were like learning how to hang glide, what the fuck? What did the Israeli occupying force surveillance people think? Like, were they just like, it's fine? I suspect that they film a lot of this in like either Lebanon or directly in Iran, because they do go to Iran and train there for sure. But even then, it's like, I don't know. They let them do it so they can have their war. No, this part is ridiculous. Okay, like I think it's probably more reasonable to assume that they just don't think that the Palestinians, they think that the Palestinians ain't shit. You know what I mean? So they think that it's just not, they just think that they're not capable of doing anything. It's just arrogance. It's hubris. It's a near century of dehumanization that they ended up believing as well. You can hear the drones. Before the war, drones came over in the mornings and evenings. I don't know if satellites would pick this up that fast. Gunsmithing perk unlocked. You're about to get clipped the fuck out right now because of this. I've watched this video before on stream. I don't really give a shit. Not gonna lie, from the outside, this would look horrible. Brother, I have said this over and over again, okay? The fact that these dudes who are like mostly fucking orphan teenagers are capable of bringing together any kind of fucking militant resistance against the Israeli occupying force, which is one of the most well-oiled, unlimited funding ass militaries out there, is yet another demonstration of Palestinian resilience across the board. Yeah, this video is basically a litmus test for how racist you are. If you look at this and think, scary terrorist, but then you look at the same video by IDF and say, let's go Israel, you're racist. Like, I'm sure in a normal fucking world, right? I'm sure in a normal world, like, yeah, if you're like 17, 18 years old, you probably don't want to be fucking in an underground bunker making fucking bullets. You know what I mean? What 18-year-old is doing that for fun? And before the Amerifats chime in and go, I would do this for fun, shut the fuck up. Okay? No. How about not glorifying weapons of death, though? Wait, what? Is this a warmongering stream? Yeah, it's only warmongering and glorifying weapons of death when it's fucking Palestinians that make the weapons of death. I know. First of all, I literally watch military propaganda for fun all the time. Okay. Ironically enough, also weapons of war implies the existence of weapons of life and weapons of peace, which I think is pretty funny in general. But it's ridiculous. If the bill passed through the Senate about how criticizing Israel is considered anti-Semitic, will that mean you will get banned from Twitch? I don't know, but I'm sure you and the boys in the Discord server will try to fucking do desperately exactly that. But I don't see myself changing course anytime soon on my coverage. We will continue killing your soldiers by our locally manufactured snipers. Bro, I'm telling you, they said farm to table. Motherfucker said farm to table, baby. Weapons expert breaks down this video. It's literally fake. They are literally allowed under international law to resist occupation using deadly force. If you watch Hunger Games and cheer to districts, you should at least be sympathetic to their cause. Yeah, that's the other part of this, is that like what they are doing is both legally allowed and also, in my opinion, moral as well. This is entirely outside of the boundaries of October 7th. Okay? Like, what the fuck do you mean? What are people supposed to do? Trust me, bitch. You would want someone in their goddamn bathtub rocket launchers if an Israel-style situation was happening in your fucking neighborhood, okay? It's so funny because, like, what I just mentioned there comes across as, like, unimaginable to the average American who will shudder on having to consider that, like, yeah, people do probably want to survive and not die and will take up arms against, like, a violent, brutal occupation, except Israeli officials recognize that reality as well, which is why so many of them, whether they're like former leaders of the Shin Bet or former prime ministers, former fucking IDF generals, have openly stated, yeah, if I was on the other side of that fucking boundary, dude, I would be Hamas. I'd be doing Hamas too. Like, motherfuckers are over here literally to the right of Ehud Barak on this issue. It's so weird. Like, they get it. They also, operate on might is right politics. So they think like it's, valid for us to do to us what we suspect they might do to, it's valid for us to do to them what we suspect they might want to do to us. Anyway, yeah, the Hogs fantasize about what Hamas is doing all day, every day, fighting back against a fascist occupation is their greatest fantasy. Yeah, except they also think it's like, Hogs will literally talk about not being able to be like racist in public without scrutiny as the greatest crime that has been presented against them, while simultaneously cheering on the police brutalizing fucking, they, them, non-binary English majors at some of our elite institutes of higher learning for the crime of saying Israel's doing a genocide and probably we shouldn't, be involved in it. So it's just anything that I could even perceive as like hurting my fucking feelings is the greatest crime of all. That's real fascism. Except if it was real fascism, they would love that shit because they're fascists. Okay. Way too early with Jonathan Lemire.
Israeli officials have responded to President.
What a self-own in the form of the name of your program. Like, that's so funny. This guy's program is literally called Way Too Early. He's like, ain't nobody watching this shit, man. Ain't nobody fucking watching this shit. It's too early. They got me doing this time slot. I'm not even Morning Joe,
Biden's warning against a full-scale invasion of Rafah, for which the U.S. says it will not provide weapons. Speaking to an Israeli news channel, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations deemed the decision frustrating and suggested that it was the result of domestic pressure. On social media, Israel's foreign minister vowed to continue fighting Hamas until it's destroyed, adding, there is no more just war than this. However, certain members of Israel's government reacted with much harsher criticism. Israel's Minister of National Security posted this on social media, a tweet that reads, Hamas heart Biden. His office did not immediately respond to a request for further comment from NBC News. In a thread also on X, Israel's finance minister suggested the president...
They're just real fucking freaks, dude. The freaks are out. It's way too early for them freaks to be out, but they're out and about.
Has set in place an arms embargo while vowing to achieve complete victory despite President Biden's pushback. Speaking with Dr. Phil yesterday in Israel, Netanyahu had this to say about Biden's stance.
I've known Joe Biden for many years, 40 years and more. We often had our agreements, but we've had our disagreements. We've been able to overcome them. I hope we can overcome them now. but we will do what we have to do to protect our country, and that means protect our future. And that means we will defeat Hamas, including in Rafah. We have no other choice. I think right-minded people, rational-minded people understand that we don't have a choice, but there's strong opposition. I've said in the Holocaust memorial service that we had the other day, I said in the Holocaust we stood alone, but we were defenseless. And today, if Israel has to stand alone, we'll stand alone. But we also know we're not alone because we have so many decent people everywhere who do support us, who do understand the truth. And we will defeat our enemies, and we will...
No, you won't. No, the fuck you won't. Israel has never stood alone and will never stand alone. It's fucking bullshit. Because Israel will never stand alone, because the moment that America actually says you're on your own, Israel will literally be like, okay, we're sorry. We did everything wrong. We'll fix it.
Secure our future.
Joining us now, Danny Danon. He is a member of Israel's parliament, the Knesset, and former Israeli ambassador to the United Nations. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for joining us this morning. President Biden this week stressed that the U.S. would continue to send defensive weapons to Israel to replenish the Iron Dome and the like, but he's drawing the line about giving weapons that would be used for a full-scale invasion of Rafah. Let's get your own reaction to that.
Jonathan, good morning. First of all, we are disappointed. We are in the middle of a tough war. We are being attacked by many fronts. From the north, Hezbollah; from the east, the proxies of Iran; and in the south, we're fighting Hamas terrorist organization. And we expect our allies to stand with us when we are in a war. So yes, we are disappointed. We still respect the president. We respect the friendship with the U.S. We will continue the dialogue with our colleagues in D.C. But at the same time, we have no other choice.
Should no longer be a country called Israel ever? Is that what you're saying? What? Would you rather the name Israel be changed to something else? Yes, it should be changed to the top of the hour ad break, which is what you're trying to bait me into reading. Okay? That's what I think. I think that the nation of Israel should have his name be changed to the top of the hour ad break, which is 3 minutes long. Okay? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute long ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Yeah, motherfucker. At 154, really? You get parried on that shit. Him calling Hezbollah an invading force sounds like a clear indication that they're attacking Lebanon next. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, Hezbollah, the invading force of Hezbollah. Where are they invading? Southern Lebanon, which we want as Israeli territory. It's kind of fucked up. Why are they doing that? Why are they doing that? I hate that. They should stop. They should stop occupying Southern Lebanon and just give it to us. Okay? Anyway, here are the weapons that you can have to defend yourself against the top of the hour ad break. A $5 a month subscription. A free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. There has not been a good top of the hour debate in a while. It's because people are trying to bait me with some fucking bullshit. That's why.
We cannot allow ourselves to stop the war now. And we are a little bit confused also, because President Biden said many times that Israel should finish the job and eliminate Hamas. So how can we do that with our hands tied behind our back? We cannot win the war without going into Rafah, without facing the Hamas battalions who are still there. We have to do that. We have no other choice.
So the U.S. has said that they're concerned.
It's crazy because, in some ways, they are, suicidal. They have no care or consideration for the safety of Jews, the safety of Israelis. They have no care and consideration for the fucking safety of, all of those 19-year-old admirals who are just, marketing majors and have dreams of making the worst techno music you've ever heard. You know what I mean? Because when they send those guys into Rafah or any ground incursion, they're getting fucking slaughtered too. That's the other side of this equation. Because there's no real on-the-ground offensive that Israel can conduct without withstanding great casualties. Okay? Is it not okay to be pro-Israel because I'm pro-Israel? Man, shut the fuck up, bitch. It's just they don't give a shit at all. So under that assumption, wouldn't you say that even if the U.S. pulled out, these psychopaths wouldn't back it up? No, I don't. I think that the U.S. withdrawing support or greatly restraining support or greatly limiting support to Israel would cause the Israeli war cabinet the appropriate amount of external pressure to say, see, we're cooked. America doesn't want to help us anymore. It would give Benjamin Netanyahu more cause and more political leverage internally inside of the war cabinet to restrain itself. Yoav Gallant very famously in the middle of October, I think, or maybe November, told journalists in Israel, answered questions from journalists in Israel. The questions were, why are you giving our enemy food and aid? Okay. It was very limited at the time. It was like marginal, right? And he basically fucking said, what are we supposed to do? America asked us to. We can't say no to America. That's the attitude that has been in place since day one, which is why I'm so fucking angry at the American involvement so far, which is why I keep saying Genocide Joe. It's not just like a fun thing. It's not just like a fun chant. It's not because I'm like a secret Russian op that wants Trump to win or some shit. Okay? It's because America has the final say on this stuff. You are, but carry on. I like the idea that you're in here and watching since 2022, and you're like, I'm watching this Russian op who loves Donald Trump and wants him to win.
About the Rafah operation was that Israel, it has saying that Israel has not provided any sort of plan to provide safety for the civilians there. Is there such a plan? And what is it?
Absolutely. And that's a false assumption, because you look at the timeline. We have been in Gaza for 7 months. One of the reasons it's taking us so long, because we are very cautious, and before we operate, we allow the population to move to
August 12, 1982, Israel's bombing Beirut for 100 hours straight. Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin says, if Israel has to stand alone, we will stand alone and we will be victorious. President Reagan calls Menachem Begin up and says, Menachem, this is a Holocaust. Stop it right now. Literally 20 minutes later, Begin says, we stopped this, sir. I'm sorry. Pretty much. And yes, he did use those terms. He said, what you're doing is the Holocaust. No fucking inferences to how anti-Semitic that sentiment is. No, like pushback. Just straight up. All right, you say jump, we say how high. Now, obviously, the support for Israel since the 80s, or since 1948, has only gotten stronger and stronger, right? And it's become like an overwhelming bipartisan consensus amongst both of the parties. Israel can do no wrong. Steady supply of propaganda from the media that has basically also gotten major chunks of the older population to also ride with that agenda. However, having said all of that, Israel has basically greatly exhausted that kind nature and open hand that America has given to Israel.
A different direction. And we have showed to our colleagues in the U.S. Very specific plans to allow a population in Rafah to move to other areas that were prepared to accept them with the NGOs. And that's why we haven't started the attack there, because we will do that before we will attack Rafah. And what happened in the last few days, the U.S. changed the tone. If you look back, President Biden himself said, we want to see what you are planning to do in Rafah. We are not against the operation in Rafah. And all of a sudden...
Actually, Bain did push back saying, Mr. Reagan, I think I know what a Holocaust looks like, but Reagan didn't give a fuck. He just replied, end this now.
Sudden, I think because of maybe domestic issues, the language changed, and all of a sudden we hear, don't go into Rafah.
So on that note, lead national Security Communications Advisor John Kirby told reporters yesterday in a briefing that the administration believes that a major Rafah ground operation would actually strengthen Hamas's position at the negotiating table and not Israel's. What's your reaction to that?
I beg to differ about that. Look what we are facing now. We have more than 130 hostages. We don't know how many of them are alive, including 5 American that no one knows.
Yeah, why has the number of hostages, by your assessment, sir, dwindled? What has happened, do you think? What could have happened to said hostages that caused those numbers to go from 130 to like maybe 40? A mystery.
Knows what's happening to them as we speak. So we cannot just, wait idly by and expect Hamas to win.
Oh, bro, they're playing the Merkava fucking running over the I Heart Gaza footage next to this guy talking. Oh shit. Let me tell you, it is way too early for that shit, okay? A picture speaks 1,000 words, okay?
Release them. We have no choice. We have to use military force in order to finish the war, in order to eradicate Hamas and release the hostages. The very fact that they are not willing to tell us who is alive and who is not, and when we are negotiating with them, they say we will release either hostages.
Get to the chopper.
Is alive or death. That's not acceptable. They don't have the decency of actually telling whom from the hostages is still alive.
Yeah, and Mr. Ambassador, that's what I wanted to ask next. Does the Israeli government have any sense as to how many hostages are still alive? And can you provide us an update on these ceasefire for hostage negotiations? Where do things stand?
So that's very tough. When we signed the first agreement with Hamas last year, they promised to allow the Red Cross visitation to the hostages. It never happened. And today they haven't sent any list about the hostages. So we don't know, but I'm very worried because what we have seen in the last few days, that they are saying that they are not capable of releasing 33 hostages alive. So I'm very troubled by that message coming from Hamas. So we don't have the exact number. That's why we have no other option. We are determined to go all the way to release those we can release and to eliminate this terrorist organization. It's a threat to Israel. It's a threat to the U.S. Look, the Iranians are doubling their shipments to the proxies, while the U.S. is stopping the shipment. So we know we are in the front line, and we are committed to win this war.
Well, we certainly share the hope that those hostages are freed soon and returned to their families. Member of the...
Yeah, hopefully, maybe you guys will do something about that. Stop killing them. All right, here is Dr. Phil's exclusive interview with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. God, I fucking hate him. I hate both of them so much.
Our interview with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu from Israel at perhaps the most critical time in the conflict. What is the war between Israel and Hamas doing to the United States? Tonight, I stand in the city of Jerusalem, the holiest place in the world, sacred to Judaism, Christianity, and much later in history to Islam. This is all
much later in history to Islam. Yeah, dude. Latecomers to the game, Islam.
Also, center stage for a war started when the terrorist organization Hamas perpetrated a brutal massacre against primarily Israeli citizens. This murderous attack saw the most Jews slaughtered in a single day since the Holocaust. Approximately 1,200 killed, including many women, children, and elderly, all unarmed, as well as over 4,000 wounded. Approximately 250 civilians.
When did Dr. Phil become a right-winger? What do you mean? He always was a fucking television crank, dude. He said all unarmed. All the 400 soldiers were also unarmed inside of military bases and also were actually civilian soldiers. As you all know, these are soldiers that are children and the elderly. Famously enough, you guys might not know this, but Israel has special status for the soldiers that makes them actually civilian. That's right. That's right. That's what Hamas did. That's what Hamas did. Kill a bunch of civilian soldiers who also happen to be saving orphanages in their free time. And also, some of them were baby soldiers, as a matter of fact, and their heads were cut off. Hamas cut off the heads of baby soldiers and put them in ovens.
Were kidnapped and, as evidenced by video, beaten, brutalized, and thrown into inhospitable imprisonment, to say the least. It's believed that there are still 132 hostages currently in Hamas captivity, although it is unknown how many are actually alive. This war is between Israel.
Who killed them, Dr. Phil?
The Jewish homeland, and Hamas, a terrorist group that has taken over the territory known as the Gaza Strip.
Wait, what? Bro made it seem like that's also, the Gaza Strip is also Israel's land, but Hamas, the terrorist group, has taken over. Oh my God. Every part of this is just incorrect. I don't know. I don't know where to begin to address this, okay? The Gaza Strip is Palestinian territory. Israel occupies it. That part is technically, I guess, correct. Israel controls all the points of entry into the Gaza Strip and therefore, of course, occupies it. Hamas didn't take over. Hamas, the terrorist group, took over the Gaza Strip. Is ridiculous. It didn't. That's not what happened. But
which Israel gave up in a goodwill effort for peace in 2005. Occupied by Palestinians, many of whom willingly harbor the terrorists or are at least sympathizers.
God, bro! Yo! Jesus, Lord mercy, bro. That's it. He's the red heifer. That's the cow, bro. That's the cow that they're going to sacrifice. God damn. That boy is mooing. Holy shit. That's right. Many Hamas sympathizers are harboring these terrorists and therefore also deserve to be ethnically cleansed, which is cleansing. Don't you guys like a clean hand? You know, that's what is basically happening. A clean Gaza Strip, rid of the scourge of Hamas and its sympathizers in the form of babies that love Hamas, babies that are armed with copies of Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf, My Struggle, in the American language. No, it's not, you don't understand. It's kind of advanced Hasbro, but many Zionists believe that Jerusalem only became holy in Islam in the early 20th century in response to the Zionists. Like, they think it wasn't a big thing for Muslims until al-Husseini saw how dedicated the Jews were and made it important again. That's wild. Yeah. It's their anti-Semitism that decided that Jerusalem is important.
Others are clearly trapped in a bad situation. This unprovoked...
Bro, this is Dr. Phil's, like, Mexicans are rapists, but some, I'm sure, are very fine people moment. Others are trapped. Who's to say how many of the Palestinians are trapped in Gaza? Well, technically all of them, okay? But also, who's to say how many of them harbor sympathies for Hamas, which means they deserve to die?
October 7th genocide and Israel's predictable response.
Unprovoked October 7 genocide. Not unprovoked. Israel was an apartheid regime on October 6th. Certainly not unprovoked at all. And also, you cannot say that October 7 is a genocide, especially if you consider October 7 to be a genocide. Then you have to find a new, much higher designation for what Israel has done since October 7. Oh my God, that is crazy.
Response is also dividing the world, as evidenced by the out-of-control protests seen on too many college campuses.
Yeah, the real problem here is not that, like, Israel is doing baby murder at a rapid clip. The real problem is that it's like people are protesting in America, and those protests must be violently squashed. Okay, out of control protests. I hate it.
Across America. I was present on the use.
That footage that they showed, by the way, is quite literally a Jewish culture, Jewish history professor. They're showing
too many college
Jewish culture professor being violently apprehended by the fucking pigs.
I was present.
Absolute demon, dude. Dr. Phil is a fucking demon.
On the UCLA campus recently, speaking with Jewish students and Israeli Jewish students.
Oh my God, of course he had that fucking freak.
Students throughout the day and for the takedown of the pro-Palestinian encampment late into the night. Masquerading as exercising their right to free speech, these UCLA protesters, along with others on campuses across the nation, have resorted to threats, intimidation, and physical.
Yeah, this is the fucking propagandist. That's awesome that he had him on in the. Can you play that video of Phil getting clowned on by the bum fights guy?
Assault to suppress pro-Israeli counterparts.
Professor Orlik was banned from campus after that. By the way, not by the campus itself, but by the police. The police department banned Professor Orlik from campus, and the school literally said, you can't do that. And I'm pretty sure the school is currently fighting against the police force, even though they sick the police force on the students and the fucking faculty themselves. Just remember that. It was actually the fucking cops that banned the professor from campus. I hope one day we'll have true justice, and therefore this fucking bald Himmler ass, Goebbels ass monster also goes to fucking prison after being tried in an international tribunal, an international criminal court. We'll find him guilty of doing propaganda for ethnic cleansing, and we'll lock his bitch ass up.
Going even deeper into the roots of this story dominating the world stage, tonight I sit down for a no-holds-barred, in-depth interview with Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, unedited and commercial-free from Jerusalem. An interview taking place at perhaps the most critical time in this conflict, a conflict with implications the world over. Prime Minister, thank you for doing this.
My pleasure.
Can we talk about other conflicts like the recent uncovering of bodies in Darfur, Sudan, and Myanmar? No, because I want to hide the truth from the world. And I only care about Israel doing a genocide because it's the Jewish state and I'm anti-Semitic. I hope that clears up any confusion that you already didn't have and only ask that question specifically to because you have that opinion already. It's so funny. People literally, the only reason why you say that is because you're like, please stop talking about the ongoing genocide here. Okay, please. Please. I would wish you wouldn't talk about that, please. But this is like at least a more, it's a definitely more seemingly polite way of making this request. You know what I mean? Captain Saber, more like Captain Hasbara, 283. The IDF division doing the Hasbara specifically. Free Palestine. There are other genocides as well. Okay. Well, then you shouldn't be fucking upset about my coverage. Had your stream when the phone was down when I went to the gas station. Someone asked me, are you listening to Hassan Abi? And I was skeptical, but I said yes. And dude said, hell yeah, dude, I love that guy. Didn't expect other Hassan Abi fans in rural Georgia. They're all around.
Welcome to Israel.
Well, I'm so proud to be here, and I've been spending a lot of time talking about Israel. So to be here and to have the honor of sitting with you is amazing. How do you think the Israeli people are holding up 7 months into this conflict?
They're holding up incredibly well. They're very strong. They're united. They understand that we face a genocidal enemy that we have to defeat in order.
I like that they've also realized that like everyone is calling what Israel's doing a genocide. So now they're saying like, no. You know who's actually doing a genocide? Hamas. Hamas is the genocidal enemy. Actually, really. I mean, it's not like, listen, it's not like Zionists haven't been saying that. They have been. But I have noticed that they've been saying it a lot more recently in a way to, I guess, dilute the conversation. What does that yellow ribbon mean? Oh, that's a really fun question and a very fun answer for it. So that yellow ribbon is for bring our hostages home, which is ironic because he is single-handedly more responsible than anyone else for killing a shit ton of those hostages. So really funny that he's wearing the yellow ribbon pin, while having this conversation with Dr. Phil, while simultaneously single-handedly being responsible for killing all of the hostages at this point. And not only that, but also refusing to peek outside of his window, outside of his fucking mansion, to hear the tens of thousands of Israeli protesters that are screaming for him to do a fucking ceasefire so that they can bring the hostages home. So, you know, not to use the Zionist rhetoric against them, but Hamas is doing a pretty bad fucking job then, huh? Yeah, dude, you don't understand. It's just like it would happen in a hypothetical future if we allowed it to happen, you know? State Department report finds new ways to say Israel violated international law. Yeah. The Biden administration says it's reasonable to assess Israel used U.S. weapons in ways inconsistent with international law. Okay. Let's get
to.
I got to pee real quick as well.
It's not only Hamas monsters that we face. We face the whole Iran terror axis that openly declares its goal to destroy everything you see around, to destroy us, to effect another Holocaust, and that's not going to happen. We have the strength of ages here.
Well, I want to talk about that and talk about Iran in a minute, but when we talk about Hamas, we're clearly talking about a terror group. This is not a government, it's a militia, a terrorist group.
Yes, there are also terror governments like Iran, but this is a smaller version. In its charter, it says, kill every Jew on earth, everywhere you find him. If a Jew hides behind a bush, find him, kill him. It's actually said that in the charter.
I've read the charter, and it does say exactly that.
Said exactly that. And these people are particularly brutal and savage. I mean, what they did on October 7th is incredible. They murdered innocent men and women. They raped women and beheaded them. They burned babies alive. They took hostages, men, women, little boys, babies. And then they broadcasted it live, GoPro. They were proud of their, of their savagery. I have to say that this is the worst savagery that the Jewish people experienced since the Holocaust.
Well, there were certainly more Jews killed that day than since the Holocaust in one day.
In one day, you're right.
And which is stunning to me how short the memory is for what happened that day in the media in terms of what's going on. And I want to change that. I want to remind people, and I don't want to be sensationalistic about it, but I want to remind people the brutality of what happened that day. And along those lines, I have a question. Are the Palestinian people at large complicit in this? How do you tell the difference between Hamas and Palestinians in the Gaza Strip? Because Hamas doesn't wear a uniform. They hide among the civilians. They hide in schools. They hide in churches. They wear civilian clothes, which is a violation of the Geneva Convention. Are Palestinians complicit in this, or are they just hiding among them? I know they're doing that, but are Palestinians, some, complicit in this?
You have actually both conditions, because we went into buildings, residential buildings, where these terrorists, hide, and where they shoot from. They go to hospitals, schools, residential areas. But when we went into these residential areas, we found tablets. And in the tablet, you have, you open the tablet and you see a picture of Adolf Hitler. And then in another building, you see a picture, in another apartment, you see text of Hitler's Mein Kampf, which is the work that itemized and laid the plan for the destruction of the 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. So they're immersed in this. They educate their children to this unfathomable hatred of Jews, to this murderous mentality, and many comply with it. And those who don't, they're used as human shields anyway. They use them as human shields, and they target civilians, and they hide behind their civilians, their own civilians. They target ours, hide behind theirs. That is a double war crime. And of course, this makes Israel's task so much more difficult. No army has faced in the world the task we have, to have 35,000, 40,000 terrorists, armed terrorists in a dense urban area, 50 meters sometimes above ground, 50 meters below ground. They've taken hostages. They say they'll murder them. They have. And then you have to wean them out. No armies face that. Not in Fallujah, not in Mosul. I asked a great military historian in West Point. He said, the only parallel that I can give is the battle for Manila, where U.S. forces there were 17,000 Japanese troops, there were 1,000 hostages, there were underground tunnels, the Manila sewage system. It was smaller than what we have in Gaza. But the Americans fought and fought bravely and eventually defeated the Japanese. But they ended up killing 100,000 civilians, not because MacArthur, who commanded them, wanted to. He didn't want to. Right. But because when you hide in dense civilian areas, that's what happens. Israel has not had this kind of ratio. We've had a much smaller ratio because we take unbelievable efforts, pamphlets, phone calls, text messages to the people, give up the element of surprise, and we say, please leave the area because we're going to go after the terrorists. If you are ensconced with terrorists, leave the areas. And that's why the ratio, actually, contrary to everything you read in the mainstream media, the ratio of civilians killed to terrorists killed.
I don't think I can watch this. I don't think I can stomach this. I'm going to be honest. I feel like if any of this was true, he wouldn't be talking about it so gleefully. Yeah, no. I mean, this is like active genocide denial, propagandizing what Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign is to an audience of fucking middle-aged wine moms that are still holding on to the glory days of Dr. Phil. I would rather move on to the Israeli whistleblowers that have detailed the abuse of Palestinians in shadowy detention center.
It's a place the Israeli military doesn't want us to see.
How many Palestinians are in there right now? Who are you? Give me please now. Hang on, what is it that you want? Can I my card?
But CNN has gained exclusive evidence of Palestinian prisoner abuse from multiple Israeli whistleblowers.
Everything Bibi said is true, though. Yeah. If it helps you poop your pants more, thinking about it, if it helps you sleep at night, that, you want to defend a genocide while also having a moral conscience in your mind, then go ahead. Go ahead. Thoughts on supporting a terrorist organization that uses its fund to build terror tunnels? My thoughts on building my support of a terrorist organization that uses its funds to build terror tunnels. Hamas and every member of the Palestinian resistance legally has a right to defend the occupied territories that Israel is currently bombing. Sucks to suck. Okay? Sucks to suck. They might not be the best guys when it comes to civil governance. Okay? But ultimately, that's the international law. And that's wait, thoughts on running the top of the hour ad break? The fuck? Bro. Anyway, let's continue with this. Like, bro, it's not, we are so far removed from the top of the hour. What the fuck are you talking about?
We joined human rights activists amid growing public concern for the detainees being held inside. This is a protest by Israeli citizens outside a detention center close to Gaza, where we know hundreds of Palestinians have been held.
I gave them a day off.
Closed military facility. It's behind a barbed wire fence. We're not permitted access. And there's hostility from passers-by.
We just had somebody drive past in a car and they shouted out to us in Hebrew, "You're defending murderers."
No.
You're defending, what do you,
we're defending basic human rights.
And eyewitnesses are now speaking out. Away from the military facility, near the beaches of Tel Aviv, one young Israeli army reservist agreed to speak about scores of detainees at Sedi Taman. He says are kept in cages or pens, constantly shackled and blindfolded, many for weeks on end. We've hidden his identity and voice to shield him from prosecution.
We were told they are not allowed to move and must sit upright. They're not allowed to talk or peek under their blindfolds.
And what happened if they did do that? What kind of punishments were meted out?
We were allowed to pick out problematic people and punish them, having them stand with their hands above their heads for an unlimited time. If they didn't keep their hands up, we could zip tie them to the fence.
The Israeli military says detainees are handcuffed based on their risk level and health status. But the account tallies with photographic evidence obtained by CNN of Palestinian detainees inside Sedi Taman, and with hand and wrist injuries shown to CNN by dozens of Palestinians released back into Gaza. I was zip-tied and blindfolded, says this former detainee, and tortured in a way I never imagined. One source telling us the restraints were so tight they had to amputate a man's hand.
The view that I've heard expressed is that, how do you think Israeli hostages are treated by Hamas?
This sentiment was voiced in the facility, but I think that if Hamas is so abominable, which I agree with, then why use Hamas as a bar? It's a descent into dehumanization.
A descent that's accelerated since the rampage by Hamas on October the...
Understand something. These guys were released, okay? As in, like, they did not even have enough evidence by Israeli standards to keep them. And they were still ruthlessly fucking tortured. And it does not take much for Israel to keep someone under permanent detention.
7th last year, the killing and abduction to Gaza of hundreds of Israelis provoked outrage and a brutal response. Amid Israel's wrath, tens of thousands of Palestinians have been killed and thousands detained for interrogation, transported to facilities like Sedi Taman, where one Israeli guard now tells CNN prisoners are routinely beaten.
Dude, do you think that I don't know that putting a donation tracker on the screen as someone who has fundraised millions of dollars, do you think I don't know that? Do you think I'm not trying to get the donation tracker on the screen? Do you think I don't know that? Perhaps there is a reason why it's not on the screen yet, because I haven't been able to get access to the Tiltify campaign so that I can actually put the OBS link on the screen. Just think. Think. No, don't say I don't. Think, okay? Do. Think. Fuck, man.
We've hidden his identity and voice too.
You can take them out and hit them maybe 4 or 5 times with a club. It's not done in the face, so you don't see blood. The detainees lie belly down, being hit and kicked, people screaming and dogs barking at them. It's terrifying. Some detainees are taken away and beaten really hard, so bones and teeth are broken.
So you saw people who were subject to these beatings, who had their bones broken and who had their teeth broken?
Yes, it's a practice which commanders know about. They want intelligence, but they also want revenge and punishment for what happened on October 7th.
The Israeli military hasn't approved CNN's requests for access to Sedi Taman. But at the gates of the facility, we challenged the Israeli guards.
How many Palestinians are in there right now? We don't know. Do you know if they're being handcuffed? Are they being blindfolded? No.
This is a facility.
As we leave, masked soldiers approach.
Hello. I'm sorry. It's just he kept spamming over and over again, being like, "Bro, I swear, if you put the donation thing on screen, it'll draw more donations." Like, I know that already, man. Come on.
How are you?
Kept spamming it over and over again.
This place? It's a property of the army. Oh. So
Who are you, youngster? I'm from CNN.
Give me please.
They tried to take our cameras.
Give me please now. Give me please now. Hang on, what is it that you want? My camera or my card?
Then order us to leave.
Well, we're driving now to meet one Israeli with personal experience of the Sedi Taman facility. It's experience that he says has left him shocked at the condition and the medical treatment of Palestinian detainees there.
He told us he treated Palestinian detainees.
As happy as I am that CNN is finally getting around to covering this, Time Without an OEO's right. We've known about Sedi Taman for a long time now, but it got absolutely zero international media attention. In January, Hagar Shazaf and Yuval Abraham both independently reported on the conditions there for Haaretz and Local Call. I covered this facility already on stream. That was literally months ago. I'm glad that they're like showing it as breaking news, right? Or like, you know, explosive journalism. And in some respects it is, and it's valid, and it's incredibly valuable that CNN is finally covering it. But just understand that like those Israeli Jewish protesters didn't fucking go there because they had a hunch. They went there because Israeli sources, Israeli outlets have already been covering it. That's the crazy part about it. That's why I always fucking say that, like, if you want to understand, if you want to get a better understanding of what the fuck's going on in Israel, Israeli sources oftentimes and Israeli reporters oftentimes do an infinitely better job than the Western media. Even on outlets that I would say range from like anti-Zionist all the way to Zionist outlets. Just like with the Zakah organization investigation that was concluded, that also got very little coverage in the Western media about the improper handlings of Zakah on October 7 victims, and what a major role that played in fucking up any kind of forensics investigation that could have been conducted.
With gunshot wounds fresh from the war zone in Gaza, but was appalled at the lack of equipment and expertise.
The problem is, Gazans who are brought in are labeled as terrorists, and it is very popular opinion over here that terrorists deserve to die, so they do not deserve the same medical care as everyone else.
Satellite imagery obtained by CNN shows how the Sedi Taman facility was expanded after the October 7th attacks, with detention facilities and makeshift medical bays being added after public hospitals in Israel refused to treat injured Gazan suspects. Eyewitness accounts describe a field hospital with 15 to 20 patients, virtually naked and blindfolded, with hands and feet shackled to their beds and wearing diapers. One eyewitness told CNN painful procedures were carried out by underqualified medics. Treatment the medical worker told us amounts to punishment.
In my view, it's the idea of total vulnerability. If you imagine being unable to move, being unable to see what's going on, that's something that borders, if not crosses, into psychological torture.
The Israeli military says prisoners are stripped for security checks and that investigations are opened when there's suspicion of misconduct. Still, accounts from Israelis and Palestinians inside and the shocking images paint a disturbing picture. Matthew Chance, CNN, at Sedi Taman in southern...
Direct analog for Nazi Germany and its concentration camps. A great shame. Unimaginable cruelty being directed. There's more clashes on
now
college
to the new
campuses.
clashes on college campuses across the country, including arrests just moments ago at the University of Pennsylvania. Victor Okendo is tracking the very latest.
These are the people that are protesting these horrifying images that you've seen. And how are we here in the United States of America dealing with those who say this is unconscionable. We must do something. We must put an end to this. Well, you'll see how they're dealing with it.
Good morning, Victor.
Good morning, Michael. Around the country this morning, tensions ratcheting up across college campuses. Let's start at the University of Arizona, where they're gearing up for their graduation ceremony later today. Law enforcement spraying what appears to be tear gas on roughly 100 protesters gathered by the university's main gate. This is the second time this month chemical irritants have been used to disperse protesters on campus. At George Washington University in D.C., hundreds of protesters gathering on a street that includes the home of the president of the university, shutting down traffic and setting up tents. This comes just one day after police cleared the encampment on campus. And here in Los Angeles at the University of Southern California, after canceling the university's official school-wide graduation, the university opting for what they called a celebration at the Memorial Coliseum. Students, instead of walking on stage and getting a diploma, they were treated to a drone and fireworks show. Whit?
All right, Victor Okendo for us. Thank you.
The third week of Donald Trump's criminal trial ending with a dramatic confrontation as his defense team wrapped up a
Great, man. Awesome. Just cool stuff. Oh, yeah. Broadcast of Eurovision Song Festival on Belgian TV starts like this. This is a workers' union action. We denounce the human rights violation by the state of Israel. Moreover, the state of Israel destroys press freedom. This is why we shortly interrupt this program. So shouts out to the Belgians. I have covered the Eurovision protests far more than I care to. I do want to cover the new report that just came out where Anthony Blinken and the State Department basically say Israel did definitely violate international humanitarian law and engage in war crimes, but they refuse to say it.
Now, we're just going to bring you some news that's been developing while we've been on air tonight. The US government has said that Israel may have used US-supplied weapons in breach of international humanitarian law in some instances during the war in Gaza. These findings are in a review ordered by the White House. Let's find out more from our correspondent Tom Bateman in Washington. What more do we know, Tom?
Jane, this has been a long-awaited report by the State Department here after, as you say, President Biden ordered a review of, in fact, 7 countries and the way in which they were using US-supplied weapons. Now, that had come, of course, under growing pressure on the president, particularly from human rights organizations and from parts of his Democratic base, to investigate and verify whether or not US weapons were being used in breach of international humanitarian law in Gaza. Now, such was the work that has gone into this. The State Department here missed its own deadline on this by 3 days, but we've had the report in the last 10 minutes. And the key line is this. It says it is reasonable to assess that weapons supplied by the United States have been used by Israeli security forces since October the 7th in instances inconsistent with international humanitarian law. Now, that is clearly a rebuke of Israel, but it stops short of saying that that should then lead to any further withholding.
So what is it then? Israel is allowed to do it then? Like, what are we doing here? Israel may have violated international human rights law, so I guess it's like, but they can do that? Like, what's the takeaway? They may have done so, and we may just continue to continue to give them the weapons to do so.
Coming to you on a, what the heck, Thursday? Like breakfast for dinner over here. Pancakes at night? We do have a great show for you tonight. I'm going to be talking about 2024 polling a little later with the polling director of the Harvard Kennedy School Institute of Politics. I don't believe you. But first, it has been another big week of wall-to-wall, non-stop, penis-to-penis coverage of Donald Trump's trial, from the lingering glamour shots to the trial merch store, to a rudimentary court treasure map, to second-by-second real-time closed caption transcripting, and a QR code you can scan for more coverage. And I guess MSNBC's in-room dining menu. Why would you need The ubiquitous coverage is numbing, fading into televised wallpaper with insight that only occasionally crackles through, such as
He greeted her at his hotel room in satin or silk pajamas.
Which? Both are smooth materials, but satin or which? I need to know.
She said I had my clothes and my shoes off. I removed my bra. We were in missionary position.
No one should have to think about that with respect to
Missionary.
Trump.
No wonder Trump has locked up the evangelical voting bloc. Unlike those Democrats and their devil doggy style. They're devilish. Tell us more.
Not wearing a condom.
Don't tell us anymore. But perhaps this hyper-focus by our news media is purposeful, to distract Americans by keeping visions of dancing penises in their heads. All the while, Americans are losing their freedoms at home.
The Biden administration's war on energy is reaching into the American home.
While we were penising, apparently the Biden administration is reaching around into the American home.
Put a stop to the Department of Energy's continued crackdown on American-made appliances.
Never in my wildest imagination would I have thought that I would stand here on the House floor to defend my constituents' appliances and gas stoves.
I was proud to lead the House Republican effort to protect our gas stoves.
They can take our lives, but they can never take our cooktops. Apparently, this is a bill that they passed to stop the Biden administration's new energy regulations. And look, I'm going to be 100% honest with everybody here. I'm on the Republican side. I f***ing hate electric stoves. I f***ing hate them. I cannot cook unless I can see how high the flame is. And I'll be damned if I start burning my signature Bananas Foster because Joseph Goebbels Biden is trying to ban gas stoves. I'm sorry, I'm being told that is not what's happening. Apparently the Department of Energy just set new efficiency standards for home appliances, and that 97% of gas stoves already meet the new standards. So, unless this is where you cook, you're probably fine. And even so, at the end of the day, I mean, it's just your gas stove.
It's not just gas stoves, it's your washer, your dryer, your dishwasher, and much more. They started with gas stoves.
And I did not speak up, for I was not a gas stove. Why did I do the Scottish accent for that? Isn't that a German homily? All right. Look, no disrespect to any of these idiots. But I think we can move household appliances down on the threat to democracy list, just below aluminum-free deodorant. Clearly, this was an overblown reaction, but that doesn't mean that this trial coverage isn't obscuring some true horrors.
They're dead. The Boy Scouts are dead.
The Boy Scouts, we can pretty much declare, are dead.
And the Boy Scouts are dead! While we were all fixated on the titillating details of the Stormy Daniels testimony, the Boy Scouts all died. I'm assuming in a terrible s'mores explosion engineered by one Joseph Charles Manson Biden.
The Boy Scouts of America is changing its name for the first time in history. The organization will be renamed Scouting America to emphasize its commitment to inclusion of all youth.
Oh, the Boy Scouts
Fucked up, man.
are alive. They just rebranded as an organization, partly because they started letting girls in 5 years ago, and partly because they had a giant molestation scandal. I say that so that no one can hear me. I had a giant molestation scandal. Rebranding yourself is a tried and true formula for many such organizations. In fact, it's why the Catholic Church now goes by the name Gary. So, I feel terrible for anybody at home named Gary right now. What? So what is the issue?
There used to be sacred organizations where the children could really flourish. Is anything sacred, Bob Brooks?
No. Yeah. Nothing is sacred. What did happen to all those sacred organizations, Gary? But as you all were saying,
What happens to institutions in America and really all over the world is patriotic people start these institutions and the left must destroy it. It's a sad day when young boys can't learn how to be strong men. We've wrecked it. Actually, they wrecked it.
Okay, I don't want to break character here or anything, but this guy who is blaming the left for the loss of our institutions where young boys can become strong men, his name is Matt Schlapp. You may remember him. Oh. He's the head of the American Conservative Union. You may remember that as the strong man who was sued.
Yeah, he loves young boys and also strong men, you know, because he loves them a little bit too much.
This guy was sued by another fella for non-consensually grabbing his dick in 2022. Yeah. That only got dropped after a reported $480,000 settlement. The point being, when this guy talks about the depravity of our institutions, he knows of what he speaks. All of this false outrage is starting to make me cynical. It's starting to make me cynical about America's media ecosystem. Is there anything else going on that does merit a DEFCON 1 freakout?
In the end, this is a sad day for America, a moral failing of a magnitude we can't even begin to calculate.
Oh my God, a moral failing we can't even begin to calculate. Perhaps it's a combo failing, an appliance that changed its name to be more inclusive. Is Mr. Coffee now they, them coffee? Is that the danger we now face?
President Biden threatening to withhold more military aid if the Israeli military carries out an all-out assault on the city of Rafah.
President Biden halting a weapons shipment of 3,500 bombs to Israel.
We paused one shipment of high payload munitions.
Oh my God. The Biden administration has paused one shipment of 3,500 munitions of the over 300,000 munitions Israel has already dropped on Gaza to try and prevent the Israelis from attacking the area where all the refugees of this war are currently sheltering. I mean, oh my God. Or to put that another way.
And now what the Biden administration has done is they become the primary protector of Hamas.
He absolutely is siding with the
Just good, wholesome, normal stuff to think and say.
The only reason they're not dancing in Iran is because they don't believe in dancing.
Joe Biden has been the greatest friend to Hamas and Hezbollah that there is on planet Earth.
Amen.
Damn, he's good. Yes, nothing says gravitas like, hey, the terrorists, everybody. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. You people are children. That came out wrong. But I am curious, why would Biden halt that shipment now?
I've made it clear to Bibi and the War Cabinet, they're not going to get our support if, in fact, they go in these population centers.
If they go into the population centers, the whole place is a population center. They've been in the population center for 6 months. Gaza's all population center. You know what you never hear around Gaza? Yeah, I don't live in the populated area. I live in upstate Gaza. I live by the lakes. It's really quiet there. Is there no one who can offer a more nuanced analysis of our newly formulated position on this conflict? Preferably in some type of catacomb or echoey tunnel?
What Biden is doing with respect to Israel is disgraceful. If any Jewish person voted for Joe Biden, they should be ashamed of themselves.
Nice.
My apologies to you, Rabbi. Thank you so much for taking time off of your condom-less porn star hush money trial to deliver a shame lecture to Jews. I will reflect on your moral standing next Yom Kippur. You can be sure. What about a Jew who might vote for him twice. What is that?
Shame! 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 Jewish person. Shame!
First of all, guys, American Jews are Americans. We do not have dual loyalties or citizenship. There's nothing for us to be ashamed of.
That's not what Donald Trump says. Donald Trump says you should be ashamed. Shame! Shame! Shame!
So you should have been a doctor.
It's making me very uncomfortable.
Why?
So,
Donald Trump is just saying that there's good Jews and there's bad Jews, and we need to start identifying the bad Jews.
I don't like where this is going.
Shame! 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 Shame on you!
Shonda?
Yeah, I'm Jewish too.
What? I did not know that.
Yeah, on my mother's side, and so it's shame!
Oh,
shame! Shame!
All right, get out of here! Everybody go!
Shame!
My God!
Shame!
Go! As I was saying before I was rudely interrupted. Oh, for God's sake.
Shame! Shame on you! Shame!
Women rank men by size? God damn. Like I said, I'm waiting for more coverage from maybe the likes of CNN when they're done covering the Boston Celtics or whatever, to see what they have to say about this new Blinken report and how they're covering it. But yeah, we talked about this briefly yesterday, but Israel, of course, raised an entire Bedouin village to expand a highway. The demolition of Wadi al-Khalil, an unrecognized village in the Naqab, left over 300 citizens homeless despite their attempts to reach a compromise. Israel pulled yet another amazing right-wing move. You know how fucking right-wingers love talking about, like, what about our homeless veterans, while simultaneously demanding that they get fucking executed on the streets for being homeless? But they only talk about them when talking about immigrants. Oh, you want undocumented immigrants to come here? What about our homeless veterans on the streets? Israel did literally that about the Bedouins, the Palestinian citizens of Israel, as they always love talking about the Palestinian citizens of Israel as a mere talking point, despite the litany of civil liberties that they refuse to give those Palestinian citizens of Israel, like the Bedouins, which are almost always facing this exact kind of violence where they go in and they break their fucking villages down, they break their homes down, they demolish them, only to have them return again and rebuild again. Fun fact, Israel, of course, owns 93% of all land in Israel. And you might think, well, that's sick. That's communism, right? Like communist land ownership. Isn't that great? Yeah, they only use that against the Palestinian citizens of Israel and are able to maintain control over where Palestinians get to live and where they don't get to live. Anyway, Israel did that bullshit when a Bedouin kid got hit with shrapnel, like when the Iranian missile strikes were happening. Remember when they paraded her? Well, they didn't really parade her. They just like kind of spoke over her. And then we very quickly found out, and I told you, like, the reason why she probably was hit with shrapnel is because, like, the interceptor coverage, unfortunately, oftentimes does not actually defend the Bedouin villages, places where a lot of, like, Palestinian citizens of Israel frequent. And everyone was like, how do you know that? You don't know that. Except then we found out that, like, that family was directly that family that was being weaponized against the world to be like, look, Iran is killing shrapnel. Yes. Iran is killing, Palestinian citizens of Israel. Look at how fucking stupid they are. Turns out Israel itself had actually directly tried to evict this very same family time and time again. And yeah, by the way, here is Itamar Ben-Gvir, who is in charge of these demolitions. The demolition of dozens of illegal buildings in the Abu Essa cluster in the Negev this morning is an important step towards restoring governance. As I promised from first day in office, there's a considerable increase in the demolition of illegal houses in the Negev. I am proud to lead this policy. Special appreciation for the South District Police and Chief of Police Amir Cohen, who implement the policy and work to enforce the law with determination. Is CNN now covering the fucking story? No, they're covering Solar Sensation and the art of investing. Fuck CNN. Anyway, there is actually a really good TikTok that I saw that details some of the things that I've talked about quite a bit with respect to all of the awful double standards that Israel enforces upon the Palestinian citizens of Israel, that they use as simply a talking point and rarely ever as like real full-blown human beings that deserve dignity. Many such cases. Here it is. This is Farah Jad responding to the Lion of Israel, who said to her, Israeli Arabs have equal rights. Democrats wrote a letter to the ICC too. Wait, what? What? It is critical that you strongly oppose the ICC efforts to target Israel? Anyway, I will not get to that right now because I don't want to fucking die of anger. I don't want to be the first case of a human being that literally just simply ceased to exist because of how fucking angry he is. Okay, let's talk about the arms report.
Have a definitive conclusion as to whether international humanitarian law has been violated or has not been, saying that there are still ongoing investigations into this matter, into these specific incidents that raise serious alarm with regard to those strikes that have been carried out by Israel in Gaza since October 7th. We should also note that the report doesn't find that Israel stood in the way of the delivery of humanitarian aid into Gaza, even though our own CNN reporting has revealed that our reporting is that they have. Now, the important thing about this report, it points out the challenges of making determinations on this front because of the
what is going on
in certain specific incidents, or if they didn't. It's also noteworthy that the report very clearly says that Israel has the capabilities, they have the expertise to avoid a high number of civilian casualties, but that the United States thinks that there are, quote, questions as to if the IDF use those capabilities and is using them effectively. So where do we go from here? Well, this report has been shared with Congress. There aren't any policy implications that must come out of this report. But what we're really going to watch to see is the ongoing dialogue between the U.S. and Israel on this front. According to a senior State Department official, Israel has provided information when the United States has asked for that information.
Guys, you don't understand. Congress is too busy right now. Congress is too busy right now. Doing what, you might ask? Serving you the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour? Definitely. Which you can avoid for $5 or for free.
So this is a pretty open-ended continuation after this report has been provided to Congress. And I think it's worth noting that Senator Van Hollen, who's been pushing for this report, saying that his need to make sure, review these instances to make sure that Israel is acting in accordance with international humanitarian law. He has received the report, and he said that it is, quote, ducking the key questions. He does not believe that it adequately digs into the details that he believed this report needed to. And he said that there are political reasons for that, basically making the case that the administration didn't want to come out and say in a lot of these specific instances that there was violations of humanitarian law.
Yeah, and of course it comes in the wake of the message by President Biden and the decision by the Biden administration to restrict weaponry, certain weaponry to Israel, of course, if indeed we see an expansion of the operation in the Rafah part of Gaza. Kylie Atwood, great to have you with us. Thank you. Let's get more context on this now. I'm joined now by Major General James Spider Marks. Major Marks, fantastic to have you on the show with us.
Let's go. What does the spider rapist have to say about this?
Into English and military, what this means or may mean for what we're seeing in Gaza, and I think specifically Rafah too.
Yeah, Julia, thank you for letting me join you. I think there are several things that we do need to explain about this report. Number one is, frankly, it's not surprising that weapon systems might be used unintentionally, and that's one of the points as well, is what is the intent of the use of these weapon systems by the IDF. If there is specific intent to go after civilian targets, then you've got a significant problem. That's not the issue here at all.
I don't know I don't know if I was joking about the spider thing. No, his name is literally fucking Spider Marks. I just like to call him Spider Rapist because I think it's funnier.
In other words, you go through the collateral damage assessment piece, then you make a determination as to whether this weapon system is the right weapon system to be used against this target so you can minimize the damage to the non-combatants. The other thing that's, I think, not surprising is the State Department up front said, look, this is based on incomplete information. This is not everything that we can get our hands on. So the initial assessment, not determination.
It's always like generals like Mad Dog Mattis, Spider Rapist, all these fucking guys that get CNN slots after they're done with their career overseeing the death and destruction of 14-year-old brown children overseas.
That every weapon system that's ever been used sadly and unfortunately, you migrate into some of the determinations that there is some collateral damage that you'd like to try to avoid.
There are a number of elements in this, to your point, and I spotted that immediately. As you said, the US does not have complete information to verify in many cases. One, because as they point out, they don't have representatives on the ground that can assess this. They also point out, as we've heard time and time again, Hamas seeking to hide behind civilian populations, which complicates the picture. You understand the challenges of operating in a battlefield environment and the challenges and the decisions, to your point, that have to be made at this moment. To the point of that Kylie was making about there are ways perhaps to avoid civilian casualties, do you think this is damning in the sense that it's suggesting that the IDF could do better in many respects to avoid the loss of human life? And what are the implications? Because, as we've seen, President Biden has chosen to restrict certain forms of weaponry if indeed we see a greater escalation of violence in Rafah.
Yeah, perfect point. Look, the challenge this administration has from the outset, or at least over the course of the last couple of months, have gone to the IDF, gone to Netanyahu and said, look, you guys need to moderate the way you're conducting this operation. Now, that's very difficult from the standpoint of the IDF. You've got a nation that's been very generous, incredibly supportive, but they're looking over your shoulder and they're saying, this is how we want you to prosecute this fight. I can understand where the IDF might say, thank you very much, but we've got a significant problem. And we're going to go after this problem alone if we have to. Thank you very much for the support, but please don't get into the details of how we're prosecuting this fight. So you've got this type of tension that always takes place. Look, when the United States provides military assistance to another nation, they do it conditionally. Say, look, here it is. We know what you're trying to achieve, but here are the rules around which you can use this type of weapon system. It makes it very hard for this administration to say at the same time, this is what's incredibly politically difficult. I'm not a political individual here, but our administration is saying we are completely behind the Israelis and their right to establish and defend their sovereignty. However, when you have that semicolon, however, now it becomes qualified to a point where you can start picking it apart. And that's why it's very, very difficult for this administration. But what we've seen on the part of the Israelis is, yep, we're getting your input, America. Thank you very much. But they have stated very clearly and very dramatically, right, that we will fight by clawing our way to a victory, if necessary, if we can't get the support that United States, has been very generously providing up to date.
Yeah, that challenge, both militarily, I think, and politically, most definitely highlighted in this report. Major General James Spider Marks, thank you, sir. Now to a exclusive report. Since the war began,
it's so wild that they're like, yeah, no, Israel will fight by any means necessary. Using what? Oh, using our political cover that we've offered them unconditionally for fucking 75 years. Using our weapons that we've given them for the last, almost half of a fucking century. Like, all of that stuff is why Israel thinks he can get away with doing this. It's part of the reason why Israel has the confidence to be able to enact such a genocidal agenda with impunity. Because why should they think anything different? After all, America has never actually punished Israel for any of this shit. It's great. It's wonderful. Anyway, we already watched this coverage and they're replaying it, so that's good. I'm glad that they're replaying this coverage. Now I want to take you to inside of Israel. One talking point that you hear so much from people like the Lion of Israel is that Israeli Arab citizens have equal rights as any citizen in the state of Israel. What you are comparing between Israel and the Palestinians, not the Israeli Arab. Well, of course, if you know anything about Israel, if you know anything about the Israeli the Israeli apartheid, the Israeli regime, the ethno-state project of Israel, then you know that to be not true, especially if you are a fan of the Hassan Arba broadcast, where I have covered this quite a bit. This person actually does a phenomenal job of covering it and summarizing it in under 2 minutes or under 3 minutes. Let's take a look.
That a few people brought this up because Israel loves to tokenize its Palestinian citizens, and the goal is to portray Israel as this utopia where all of its citizens have complete freedom and equal rights. Let's talk about the Palestinians who hold Israeli citizenship. Did you know that Israel has more than 60 laws that discriminate against the Palestinian citizens of Israel based on their national origin and religion? In terms of access to land, 93% of land in Israel is controlled by the government and allocated by official Israeli agencies. And about 80% of that land is off use for Palestinian citizens for residential, agricultural, or commercial use. There's something called the Admissions Committees Law, which gives Israeli towns and villages the power to reject residential candidates who are inappropriate.
Understand something. This is legal segregation. The Israeli government has made it legally permissible to say, oh, you're an Arab. You are not Jewish. So you can't live in this fucking neighborhood. It's not even redlining. Because redlining, at least like, and it is still awful in policy, and the outcomes are similar. But at least redlining is done through like private financial institutions directed by the federal government and done through this process where there's at least a financial component involved in it that isn't directly being like, no, you're black, you can't live in this fucking neighborhood, right? This is directly in the law. It straight up is directly in the law. You are Arab, which means you are not Jewish, which means you can't live in this fucking neighborhood. That's a real thing. Don't worry, we'll get to the marriage stuff in a second. That's why it's hilarious that motherfuckers say Israel is such a democratic country. It's the best, most moral, most democratic country on the planet. Suck my fucking dick.
Appropriate for the social and cultural fabric, aka Palestinians. In terms of property, over decades, Palestinian citizens of Israel have been pushed into their own overcrowded communities with very little room to expand to make way for Jewish citizens. Palestinian neighborhoods face a lot of restrictions, including an extreme difficulty in obtaining building permits. And as a result, they face the threat of house demolitions. An estimated 60
They're like 97% of demolitions are Palestinians.
to 70,000 Palestinian homes are at risk of full demolition. Palestinian citizens are only 20% of the Israeli population, but as of 2015, their homes represented 97% of all
97% of all demolition orders issued by the Israeli courts were against Palestinian citizens of Israel. 97%! You think that's just an accident? Fuck no. Many of them are Bedouin too.
all demolition orders issued by Israeli courts. And I'm not talking about the West Bank. These are Palestinian citizens of Israel. In terms of family reunification and immigration, Israeli law denies naturalization for Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza who are married to Israeli citizens. This forces thousands of Palestinian families.
Listen, this is something that, like, straight up, Israeli citizens are not even fucking aware of. Like, they literally don't even know this shit, where they're like, what? What? That's crazy. I don't believe you. This is Hamas. You are saying Hamas things. Like the fucking one teenager that I talked to, where I was literally like, bro, do you know what an apartheid is? And he's like, I do not know what an apartheid is. And then I literally told him about the fact that you can only have your citizenship status be lowered under the Israeli court structure if you are married to a Palestinian, and not the other way around. It's not just that the Israeli land administration controls 93% of land. About half of that ILA's board is filled by a Jewish National Fund whose explicit mandate is to sell and develop land for Jews only. The report she brings up from HRW on land discrimination is a classic and a must read. Yeah. This is a lie. I saw TikToks from a bunch of Israeli influencers who showed us that all Palestinians living in Israel, living peacefully and freely. Does this look like apartheid to you? Yeah. The liar of Israel. I can't tell. I can't tell if you're like, no, I'm not Israeli. I'm joking. I know he is on my side, but at first he said, this is a lie. So I thought he was saying, like, I saw the TikToks. Anyway, but he's right. Those TikToks do exist. We have obviously made fun of those TikToks quite a bit because of these obvious facts that are, inside of the Israeli, these are the rules of Israel for the most part. This is rules and regulations that are codified, institutionalized. Its discrimination is absolutely apparent to anyone who is not brain broken by Zionist propaganda.
Is to either live apart from their loved ones or move, while Jews from anywhere in the world can move to Israel and obtain automatic citizenship. These are just some of the racist Israeli laws that are designed to engineer demographics in order to maintain a Jewish majority while exacerbating the decline in Palestinian prosperity. The only way to successfully do this is by directly or indirectly discriminating against your own Palestinian population. As Benjamin Netanyahu says, Israel is not a state of all of its citizens. Israel is the nation state of the Jewish people and only it. So you can be a Jewish state or you can be a democracy. You can't be both.
Yep. So when you find that out, and this is, by the way, a premium class of Palestinians. Remember, Palestinian citizens of Israel are those who, up until 1967, were living under similar situations to the West Bank Palestinians were, right? Military mandate, military rule, no housing rights, no liberties whatsoever. 1967, Israel actually says, all right, we're going to be nicer to the Palestinian citizens of Israel. We can maybe even use them for propaganda. Why? Because in 1967, it then expanded on its operations in the West Bank and over the Gaza Strip. So at that point, then the apartheid turns on the West Bank Palestinians and the Gaza Strip Palestinians, right? They're called 48 Palestinians as well, yes. No, they are not house Palestinians. That's gross as fuck to say. Many of them are literally being brutalized by the Israeli government, as we openly showed you right here. The only difference is those Palestinian citizens of Israel, which are considered Arab by the Israeli government, as in they too are of Arab descent, just like almost all of the Mizrahi and Sephardi Jews. Well, not all of the Mizrahi, but all the Sephardi Jews and some of the Sephardi Jews as well. While those guys are of a similar ethnic origin, they are Christian or Muslim, and therefore they are not Jewish, and therefore they are called Arab under the Israeli demographic classification. So that's number one. That's very important. Those guys that Israelis who defend Israel, Zionists who defend Israel, oftentimes love talking about. Like they'll be like, oh, well, what are you saying? There's an Arab fucking Supreme Court justice that actually literally imprisoned one of the Jewish prime ministers. Like, are you kidding me? Right? Except they don't give a fuck about Arabs, dog. Even though there are Bedouin, even though there are literally Bedouin and Arab IDF soldiers and shit that they love parading around like tokens, and those guys are fucking tokens, okay? The rest of the Arab society in Israel, the Christian and Muslims, the Palestinian citizens of Israel, are obviously still brutalized by a two-tier criminal justice system in general. Not to the same degree as the West Bank Palestinians, and certainly not to the same degree as the Gazan Palestinians, but there is still an apartheid in effect inside of Israel as well, inside of Israel proper, inside of the 6-7 boundaries. I mean, not even the 6-7 boundaries, like just straight up inside of the green line. You will not hear that shit, though, anywhere. You will never hear that shit from our mainstream media that literally turns around and says Israel is the most moral nation, Israel's the best nation, Israel's the best goddamn, Israel is the best goddamn democracy on the planet. Only democracy in the Middle East? Fuck it. Fuck the Middle East. The only democracy on the planet. Yeah. And as we already mentioned, obviously, Israel's Knesset passed a law barring Palestinian spouses. Legislators approved law denying naturalization of Palestinians from the West Bank or Gaza who are married to Israeli citizens. They fucking hate miscegenation over there in general. Well, if that were true, why does he have to keep saying it? The reason why I have to keep repeating the facts about Israel over and over again is because most mainstream outlets that are supposed to disseminate correct information, that are supposed to educate you on the process, are lying to you. That is precisely the reason why I have to consistently repeat myself, because many people understandably see all of that shit and take it for granted. After all, why shouldn't they take it for granted? I did cover Eurovision, guys. Come on, please. That ass Meme, I literally yelled at you earlier, and now you're saying, don't get me started again. Anyway, let's continue. Akbar Shalid Ahmed, who is the senior diplomatic correspondent for Huffington Post, interviewed Senator Chris Van Hollen, U.S. Senator from Maryland, who required the report that we just briefly covered and had led Congress in questioning Biden's Gaza policy, and will share his thoughts here. The Biden administration falls short of making difficult determinations in specific cases, he says. It fails to do the hard work of making an assessment and ducks the difficult questions that the report was designed to determine in terms of international plus U.S. violations of law. In addressing Israel's handling of humanitarian aid, especially the administration failed to do the assessment that was required over the entire period, he says, creating conditions that have led to the death and starvation. Instead, they focused on limited recent changes. He notes he sees big gaps in the administration's report when it comes to looking at specific cases of the use of weapons. They're ducking determination on politically inconvenient cases, Van Hollen says of the Biden admin, noting damning findings from NGOs the admin office cites. Congress is going to want to look into specific cases because the report is incomplete, lacking in analysis of incidents they seem clearly represent misuse of U.S. weapons. Yeah. The Biden administration just announced that it has accepted the Israeli government's assurances that it is not violating U.S. or international law in its prosecution of the war in Gaza, a conclusion at odds with the assessment made by UN and international aid groups. The Biden admin also conceded that Israel's use of U.S. weapons in its bombardment of Gaza may have violated international humanitarian law designed to protect civilians. They may have. Chris Van Hollen continues. As I read this report, the Biden administration is taking at face value many of the representations made by the Netanyahu government, but when there's clear independent evidence of the contrary, they don't make a final conclusion. When you don't have the necessary information, no conclusion can make sense, but it's not credible that the U.S. government has less information than orgs like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and Oxfam. Says he's independently verified reports that U.S. government experts in human rights law plus aid delivery were overlooked in preparing the assessment. If this conduct complies with international standards, God help us all, because that would set a very low bar for what is allowed. What they're trying to do is make clear they recognize how bad the situation is, but they don't want to have to take any action, Van Hollen says of Biden admin. NSM would be most useful if judgments can be based on facts and law and not driven by what we wish facts and law were. Just something to consider. So they literally said, we're taking Israel's word for it. Also, we found that there are instances that may have violated international law and maybe even U.S. law, but we're not going to look too further into it. And also, we will not cut flow of arms because we're monstrous pieces of shit. Very cool. Thank you very much, the United States of America. That's very cool of you. We are big fans. It's so bad, the bar has been lifted so high that it's impossible to charge anyone with war crimes if the ICC doesn't charge Israel as toothless. Oh, speaking of the ICC, you might be thinking, I hate the Republican Party. Hassan, you hate the Republican Party. You shit on them all the time. As a matter of fact, I only felt even more vicious and more angry and more convinced that I'm in the right for hating the Republican Party when I read that United States letter, official congressional letter, comprised of 12 United States senators on the Republican side of the political field, criticizing the ICC directly for daring to exercise what it is tasked with doing, which is finding war criminals and charging them and prosecuting them, and then hopefully jailing them, maybe sometimes even executing them, like we did back in Nuremberg in the good old days. So what did our piece of shit Republican senators do? Well, they wrote a letter basically saying, we will invade The Hague. We will literally fucking sanction you and your families. Something that the Trump administration had done previously that the Biden administration had reversed. For the crime of what? Violating Israel's sovereignty and violating U.S. sovereignty, as a matter of fact. Because they basically all but mentioned that Israel is a state, is a united state, is a state of the United States of America, and a cool state, like one we care about, like New York or California, and not like one of those lame-ass states that we definitely don't care about, like one of the Dakotas or Wyoming. So we fucking said that on the our Republicans said that, and I was thinking, man, I fucking hate the Republicans, you know? God, they suck. God, such pieces of shit they are. Democrats would never do such a, oh my God, what is this? President Joe Biden. Dear Mr. President, we write the following reports that the International Criminal Court is on the verge of issuing arrest warrants for senior Israeli officials. We are deeply concerned about the ICC's efforts to politically target Israel and respectfully urge you to forcefully counter this judicial overreach to protect our ally and American interests. Wait a minute. What? Kirsten Gillibrand, Joe Manchin, Jackie Rosen? What? Oh my God. Turns out the Democrats are in on it too. A second letter has hit the White House. On October 7, 2023, Hamas broke a ceasefire with Israel when it slaughtered over 1,200 Israelis, making it the deadliest day in history, blah, 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 blah. Literally the same shit you've heard a million times over. That's why I'm being fucking careless and, dare I say, callous in the way that I'm covering October 7, because it's simply just a weaponization. It is a weaponization. It's atrocity porn with the specific interest of defending truly horrific war crimes that are now being conducted by motherfucking Israel, our ally. Shocked that, you might be shocked, by the way, that John Fetterman didn't address this letter or, sign it. And that's because he can't hold a pen and sign his name. That's because he doesn't know what his name is. And that's precisely the reason why John Fetterman was not involved in this. Okay? If he knew how to read, if he could write with anything but red crayons, which he also says is the most delectable form of crayon, he would also be signing this letter as well. He's trying his best. That fucking dumb ape. Anyway, as your administration has affirmed, the ICC does not have jurisdiction over this matter. Well, the ICC does not have jurisdiction over Russia either. And yet that didn't stop us from championing the ICC arrest warrants for Vladdy Poo, which I am also in support of, by the way. Not that it would do anything, specifically because Russia is completely outside of the Western sphere of influence, unlike Israel, which is firmly inside of the Western sphere of influence. Suckling on our teat, if you will, nestled in our bosom. Israel is not a part of the ICC and is not consented to the court's jurisdiction. Oh, okay. Got it. Never mind. ICC rules prohibit the court from prosecuting cases against the citizens of a country with an independent judicial system. As a democratic country with a robust judicial system, including military justice system, Israel is capable and has proven its ability to carry out its own proceedings. No, it has not. Moreover, since October 7th, Israel has exercised its right under international law to self-defense. Israel does not have a right to defend itself as a belligerent occupier against territories that it occupies. Israel does not have a right to bomb Gaza. Israel is illegally bombing Gaza under international law. There is no international law that says Israel is allowed to conduct military operations in a territory that it unjustifiably, in direct contravention, is that the right word, of international law. Is it contravention? It's against international law. In direct contradiction. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. I think I was right regardless. I'm using the correct word. Both can be, both are appropriate. Anyway, words are hard. Okay. More versus October 7th, blah, 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 blah. It's outrageous that the ICC would make a political calculus to target Israel, which only further undermines the court's legitimacy and undercuts efforts to advance peace between Israelis and Palestinians, which we definitely do not want, by the way. Fuck you to the Democratic senators that signed this. You are horrible war criminals. I wish only the worst to you. I hope the cries of the murdered Palestinian children ring inside of your mind. If you had a conscience, you would hear them every day of your life. You would never have a moment of peace for the rest of your fucking life, you inhuman scumbag Nazi supporters. Fuck you. Fuck anyone and everyone that is still in support of Israel's gross, inhumane, genocidal actions upon the Palestinians. Okay? I truly hope that there is a heaven and hell, because I know that you will be burning in hell in eternal damnation for all of your fucking obvious crimes against humanity that you have both funded, facilitated, offered political cover for, and have championed, and have even attacked those who dare defy you. Oh, the president granted broad authorities to respond to these types of actions by the ICC under the American Service Members Protection Act, also colloquially known as the Invasion of the Hague Act. I love that they keep invoking this, by the way, which is literally an insane law. Like, we decided it's like if Nazi Germany knew the Nuremberg trials were going to happen and ahead of time democratically voted in their own legal system that they would invade whichever governing body chose to fucking prosecute them for their war crimes. Okay? It's ridiculous. Oh yeah, we decided collectively inside of the United States of America that we are going to do a shit ton of war crimes. Okay? Post 9/11, we're geared up to do a lot of war crimes. And if you ever try to come after us, any soldier, okay, any soldier, any NATO member, any country that we decide is also funding and facilitating, aiding and abetting our genocidal ambitions, we will literally invade you. Okay? We are the fucking baddies. This letter is a PR stunt from the libs in Congress to counter how militaristic the rights letter to the president was, but still get to the Israel brownie points. Yeah, I offer them only brownies of poison. Worst country on the fucking planet, dude. I swear to God. We urge you to fully implement the law should the court move forward with the action against Israel. Which, by the way, Israel's not a NATO country, and Israel technically isn't even covered under the boundaries of the American Service Members Protection Act, which is a ridiculous act to begin with. Like, you understand the scope of this, right? America does like Nazi Germany shit, and then the international courts say, hey, we have to prosecute the people that did the Nazi Germany shit. Like, you guys are going crazy. Okay? And then America goes, no, actually, it's legal for us to invade you now. Like, we will declare war on the Netherlands if you dare defy us. That is straight Nazi shit. Isn't it wonderful that our beautiful, brave, bold Democratic senators are also getting on board with this? Awesome. I hate this fucking country so much, dude. So yeah, we'll move on to some lighter stuff now. Oh, here, the ADL is really funny. The ADL popping off again. Not sure how this fits in the purview of a mere civil rights organization, says Adam Johnson. ADL says, we are deeply alarmed by the indications of U.S. delays and possible curtailment of weapons for Israel. This move undermines our ally Israel, fails to put pressure on Hamas, and emboldens terror while energizing Hezbollah and Iran, who specialize in toxic anti-Semitism and rabid anti-Zionism. The only way to end this conflict is clear. Hamas must release the 132 hostages and disarm today. An American civil rights organization, chat, the Apartheid Defense League, the Anti-Defamation League, more like Always Defamation League. They love doing defamation. Why can't reply to ADL tweets? Because anti-Semitism, like calling them the Apartheid Defense League. Oh, White House John Kirby doing another call with reporters this afternoon. I asked him yesterday, President Biden saying he would withhold offensive weapons if Israel went ahead with a major ground operation in Rafah. I asked what a major ground operation would look like. And the spokesperson or National Security Council, John Kirby, said in regard to major operations, I think we understand what a major ground operation would look like. Large forces, large movements, lots of civilian casualties, a lot of damage to infrastructure instead of a more precise operation. He now says right now what Israel's doing is a limited operation. Yeah. Israel has genocided 1.47% of the entire Gaza population at minimum by the most conservative estimates. This would be like if 9/11 killed 4.19 million American people. A special operation. Here is a Holocaust survivor talking about the genocide in Gaza. This is double down news after all, though, so I suspect that there might be some real some severe terms of service violations in this, so I'm going to try and scroll through this to the best of my ability and give it a cursory glance. It's on YouTube, so it's probably fine. It's never fine. Especially because, like, Israel does so many horrifying things to children that if they actually show even a fraction of that, it's going to be not safe for life.
I say this as a
It seems
Holocaust
fine.
survivor, that the genocide in Gaza is not happening in my name and in our name. The way that the Israeli government is using the memory of the Holocaust in order to justify what they are doing to the Gazans is a complete insult to the memory of the Holocaust. It's an outrage. When I saw the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations putting on a yellow star, or stomach turning, somebody who had to wear a yellow star like myself and my entire family, I'm insulted by that. What distinguishes the Jewish Holocaust is its industrial scale and industrial methods being applied. And what has been happening to Gaza is similar in that the scale of the bombing and the indiscriminate nature of the bombing, the complete lack of care about children and women being the majority of the victims, amounts to industrial scale of genocide. The painting of the Palestinian people as worthless, almost animal-like by the description of some of the leaders. That dehumanization enables the population of Israel to tolerate what's going on. The way that Palestinian people who were arrested were treated, having to take their clothes off and parading them, it's part of the humiliation. In the West Bank, the way the checkpoints are organized, the way that you are forced to wait for hours for no reason in order to go to school or go to work, etc. All this amounted to humiliation, similar to what we experienced. The sort of determination and consistency with which they are setting about to destroy the whole of Gaza is very similar to the kind of cruelty and determination of the fascist regimes, some of the actions of the Nazi state in dehumanizing and completely cruel large-scale killings, etc. If it is repeated, I don't see why you couldn't make the parallel. It can only be helpful in understanding what's going on to make the parallel. I don't think there should be any taboo against that. I think I particularly find painful to see the children. Because I remember after the war, we played in the ruins like they do now. But particularly their losses, to suddenly lose parents and siblings and so on. There was a boy in the same rescue homes where I was. He was traveling on a tram with his parents. This boy moved to the front to stand behind the tram driver because he was interested in how he was working the levers and so on. At the next stop, an Arrow Cross raiding party came on and asked for papers. And the parents were identified as Jews and arrested straight away. The son was separated at the front. And they had to make an immediate decision whether to say something to him and involve him or let him perhaps escape the net. And that's what they decided. So they were taken down from the tram and sent to Auschwitz. They never said goodbye to their son, and they perished in Auschwitz. So that was the end of the family. Now, can you imagine the psychological state of that boy who suddenly found himself on his own in this way, not saying goodbye to his parents? And I think this kind of thing, this separation and the sense of complete inability to intervene or in any way exert any kind of positive influence on events, this kind of separation and destruction of families in this manner is again something that repeats in Gaza now, I think. I heard that some families divide the children and leave some with one branch and some with the other, so that at least somebody should survive from the family. There's an echo of the same experience. What happened to the Jewish people, the gas chambers and the industrial scale of extermination, and also the sort of invisible aspects, the incredible emotional pain caused, is so horrendous taken together that it seems to me inconceivable that it should be repeated anywhere in the world. That is why we say not in our name and never again. And this is why I was so totally shocked, particularly by those who I know have gone through the same themselves, repeating it on another people. I take as an extreme example one of my cousins, a late cousin, she died some years ago, who was a young girl taken to Auschwitz from Transylvania. Because she was young and strong, she was put to work, and she worked in a warehouse sorting clothes. And one day, she was sorting her parents.
What was the excuse for those who didn't pay attention to the Holocaust as it was happening? Are we seeing that today as well? Well, technically, wait, what is happening? Yes, that is a picture of my girlfriend who I love. How is your wife? What is happening right now? He seems cool because he tries as hard as possible to appeal to the widest set of people possible. He's like, if you were to test a human in front of 20 focus groups online, content consumers, and produce a machine to appeal to all of them evenly. Ludwig seems cool, but he sure associates himself with some cringe people. You Hassan, the AI porn guy. D went after Cutie on his podcast. What is happening? Slime got into it with Dion Twitter. Why is this? That's why it's silly. Okay, we'll cover this dumb shit in a second. We're literally currently looking at a Holocaust survivor saying that his own personal experiences are basically what he's seeing being played out in Israel at this moment. Read the fucking room chat. We'll get to that dumb shit in a second. Okay? Listen, the answer to what I was going to tell you is this. It's twofold. One, because obviously, Germany was an industrial machine with an economy that was rebounding. Obviously, that was another reason as to why, a lot of world leaders didn't pay attention. Obviously, a lot of world leaders didn't pay attention to what the fuck was going on until Germany's genocidal ambitions started disrupting the delicate balance amongst European states. That's number one. Number two is that we did not have round-the-clock fucking social media coverage and mainstream media coverage at all. This is precisely why the Red Cross famously was duped by the German government, something that was a major stain on their reputation amongst many others, obviously. The Red Cross is, not exactly a great organization. But they literally did propaganda, just like Israel's doing right now. At the time, however, given the limitations of media and journalism, it was much easier to dupe the rest of the fucking world. They showed them swimming pools. They showed them the camps and said, what are you talking about? What do you mean? This stuff doesn't suck at all. They were participating in the Olympics. Here it is. Theresienstadt Ghetto and the Red Cross. During World War II, the Theresienstadt concentration camp was used by Nazi SS as a model ghetto for deceiving the Red Cross representatives about the ongoing Holocaust and the Nazi plan to murder all the Jews. Fuck. The Nazi... God damn it. I keep clicking on these fucking links. The Nazified German Red Cross visited the ghetto in 1943 and filed the only accurate report on the ghetto describing overcrowding and undernourishment. That was the worst aspects of it. In 1944, the ghetto was beautified in preparation for a delegation from the International Committee of the Red Cross and the Danish government. The delegation visited on 23rd of June. ICRC delegate Maurice Russell wrote a favorable report on the ghetto and claimed that no one was deported from Theresienstadt. On April 1945, another ICRC delegation was allowed to visit the ghetto despite the contemporaneous liberation of other concentration camps. Chat, other concentration camps at this point have been liberated. It continued to repeat Russell's erroneous findings. The SS turned over the ghetto to the ICRC on May 2nd, several days before the end of the war. Theresienstadt was a hybrid concentration camp and ghetto established by the SS in November 1941 in the fortress town Terezin, located in the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, German-occupied Czech lands. It was simultaneously a way station for extermination camps and a retirement settlement for the elderly and prominent Jews to mislead their communities about the final solution. If you recall, the Jews that were being packed up into fucking trains didn't know that they were being sent to extermination camps. This is why the Israeli sentiment that is pretty fucking disgusting, in my opinion, the underlying Israeli sentiment of the Holocaust can never happen to us because those Jews were weak. They knew that they were marching to their death and they went along anyway, which is literally ahistorical. Okay, because the Jews did absolutely fucking resist prior to the Nazi rise of power, and certainly during the Warsaw Ghetto uprisings, as has been famously reported on over and over again, and repeated especially recently. It's historically revisionist in the most damning and disgusting way possible. But here's the other reason that such a weird militaristic nation-state development with a national mythos that is overtly fucking fascist, in the same way that you see in Israel, the reason why many Jews went to the fucking concentration camps is not because they knew that they were going to get fucking slaughtered and they were like, all right, I guess fuck me, I guess, nothing I can do about it. It's because they were literally led to, they were misinformed, they were lied to. Now, that is the major difference with now in Israel's actions currently versus Germany's actions against Jews back then. Jews and many others as well. Yeah. That is also part of the reason why Jews were allowed to bring their possessions for two reasons. One, so that the Nazis could fucking steal them. And two, to create the air that they were not being marched. They were not marched to their fucking deaths. Obviously, once they entered the camps, they knew what the fuck was up. Well, not even in that case, actually, as a matter of fact. A lot of that stuff was also kept under wraps too. This was actually perfectly showcased in Zone of Interest as well. I think, or no, what did I remember reading something about the concentration camps recently on stream where, what was it? Like they were, I don't know if this was in Zone of Interest or if I read this specifically, but like they were looking into trying to make even the gas chambers look pleasant so that it was easier to keep this population of people that were packing into the gas chambers docile until the very last moment in an effort to make the ethnic cleansing campaign be more efficient. Yeah, they had drawings of flowers. There you go. I hope, Farah Hihi, I was able to answer your question. The major difference nowadays is that that kind of information cannot be suppressed, no matter how hard mainstream media plays the exact same role of the fucking Red Cross. Because that's exactly what the mainstream media is doing when they turn a blind eye to Israel's atrocities. When they turn a blind eye to the ethnic cleansing campaign, that is precisely what they're doing, just like they did in the Theresienstadt ghetto with the Red Cross. I hope that helps people understand a little bit better. I should say this view of Holocaust survivors as weak isn't as prevalent today as it was in the earlier years of the country, though it's still here. When the first European refugees came, they faced pretty humiliating treatment, like having to testify through committees and prove they were actually harmed by the Holocaust if they wanted to get German reparation funds. Things have improved since, though it's still not great. Well, it demonstrably is not great, considering the fact that one third of the Holocaust survivors are living in abject poverty in Israel right now, right? The remaining Holocaust survivors that are living in Israel are living in fucking abject poverty. They can't even buy a $5 a month subscription to avoid seeing the ads at the top of the hour. It's fucked up. If you are not in dire financial circumstances, though, or you can at the very least utilize... Hold on one second. I got to look at some shit here. Sorry. Fucked up and tasteless out of 10. I know you just did an ad break, Jabay, but thanks for being a consistent voice on this. Always. Any Haganah members reportedly saw them as sheep going to their death and looked down on them when they first started coming over around 1948 during the Nakba and the creation of Israel. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. I'm going to move on from this to fucking drama. I won't cover this anymore. Apparently the rabid psycho brigade came after my boy Slime, aka Slime Machine. Why? Well, because he engaged in a criminal act, chat. A criminal act. What was the criminal act? Making a joke about how Destiny is a Wikipedia warrior. Which, by the way, isn't even a joke. He is a fucking Wikipedia warrior. He literally is. And it's not just that, like, Wikipedia sucks for research, because I rely on Wikipedia every now and then as well. It's what he does with the Wikipedia, or why he reads the Wikipedia pages and browses them, that actually makes him a clown to anyone that is even a little bit more knowledgeable on what the fuck Israel has been doing and Israel has been up to. Okay? Divorcelli, Octoberelli, made up his mind on Israel's genocide and said it was a good thing, and then started engaging in post hoc rationalizations as to why it was a good thing without having any knowledge on the issue whatsoever. And because he did all of this objective fact-based research, which I consider to be cherry-picked quote mining operations on Wikipedia for most of his quote-unquote research, okay? Research to do what, mind you? Research to, again, justify Israel's genocide. Ironic, because he was not knowledgeable on the matter and very openly started learning more and more in one direction only, which was the direction that would justify his earlier assessment of the situation without any facts whatsoever. He went off on a whim. He decided he was on a position and refused to budge from said position regardless, and looked at any and every outlet that would deliver him some talking points that he could just disseminate, deploy against those who are not very skilled orators. This is how he gets to operate as the brilliant intellectual champion, spite-driven politics in general. So here's what Slime had to say, and here's the very normal reaction from his community.
This is like Destiny just reading about Israel-Palestine on Wikipedia and then hopping in. Destiny just reading about Israel-Palestine on Wikipedia and Wikipedia.
The most normal community of all time, by the way. What would you do in this situation? Let's say you're a fan of Divorcelli Octoberelli. Let's say you're also simultaneously a fan of the Yard podcast. Both are cringe, maybe not as cringe as one another. Obviously, the Yard is less cringe, still cringe though. They are my enemies after all. Just kidding, I love them. But you know, I'm gonna stop memeing about my anger towards the Yard, my fake anger towards the Yard, and my resentment towards them for the sake of this conversation. It's gonna be really hard. But Slime says this as an offhanded remark. Let's say you are a fan of Octoberelli. How do you operate? You might write a mean-spirited comment underneath the video, be like, Slime, you're actually wrong. My favorite content creator actually isn't just reading Wikipedia pages. He's reading a lot of other Wikipedia pages as well. Or if you're a normal person, you go, haha, that was funny, move on. Except Octoberelli doesn't have a normal community. Divorcelli has a community of some of the most rabid, some of the most extremely online, and some of the most toxic motherfuckers on the fucking planet. So what did they do instead? That's right. They made a compilation video of all of the reading that Destiny has done on the matter. And that's why he's so knowledgeable. And that's why it's okay to kill 15,000 babies. It's actually totally fine. Why can't you stop sucking D's dick? That's awesome. They made a fan cam. Everything is documented. Everything is recorded. Everything is streamed. Everything can be seen. And then Destiny's nose and stream VODs. Checkmate! Oh, wait, hold on. I think Jarvis and Ted are here. Shit, hold on. I think what's really funny about this entire thing is that he did all that reading to fucking scour talking points and still got owned. Okay? I find that to be fucking hilarious. That my man did hours and hours of reading on stream and still is a, one, genocide defender, and two, did a phenomenally bad job at defending said genocide in front of people who have done infinitely more reading and chronicling on the matter. I will not be involving Jarvis and Ted Nivison on this. Yeah, I don't know how, if these guys are saying that like I'm sucking Destiny's dick for this, you know, for making fun of his fan base going absolutely nutty mode on this. I don't know what they're doing. Also, the knowledgeable factor doesn't equate being biased. What? Benny Moore's a good example. Yes, Benny Moore's is very knowledgeable and he's still a fucking weirdo. Okay. So he said, I made some people very grumpy again. To be honest, I'm surprised these Jews even watch our show. Maybe we really are just that funny. I also had it out with a few of the strays. In the weekly EP thread, and one of them was actually really reasonable and had normal comments and stuff. Not necessarily all stuff I agreed with, but was normal about it. And I was like, man, what a time to be alive. Anyway, I am not a debate streamer. Thank fucking Christ for that. I also have always felt trying to win an internet argument on my behalf makes me uncomfortable. But if this is your actual job for a living, you kind of accept guys who put QR codes in their fan cams. I think all things considered, I've kept my thoughts on Palestine pretty close to the chest because it's oddly more personal issue for me, considering my friend has talked to me about it for the past 7 or so years, namely free Palestine right now. But make no mistake, I will always take a chance to fire a pithy line at Destiny because it is above all, as evidenced here and now many other times, really, really funny. Goon Commander out. This is objectively abnormal behavior. To which, lol, sorry, should have just posted this. Lol, are you okay, Ludwig's second generic white friend? You can always just not talk about stuff you're clueless about. No one will judge you. I am flattered that you spend so much time on Reddit posting about me, though. Do you jerk off fantasizing about my sex life? Is that why you're posting so much about it? To which he responded, nope, it's just the funniest thing about you, man. To which one of his fan base, one of his dick riders wrote, Ludwig seems cool, but he sure associates himself with some cringe people. You, Hassan, the AI porn guy. Which, once again, these guys' values are incredibly distorted. Maybe directly the exact opposite of what they should look like. Considering that they're like, yeah, you guys are the cringe ones. And not the guy who makes a living defending the ethics of incest. Whose fan base also does that regularly. Anyway, you will never be able to understand the way that the rest of the world looks at people like you if you are that lost in the fucking sauce. Okay? If you are permanently stuck inside of Destiny's cult, let's be real, you're most likely never going to understand the way the rest of the world views you. They see you as gross weirdos. Okay? Those losers literally defended the AI porn saying it's not that bad. They don't even care. I know. Which is ironic because he replied to the AI porn guy by saying He seems really cool because he tries as hard as possible to appeal to the widest set of people possible. He's like you if you were to test a human in front of 20 focus groups online, content consumers, and produce a machine to appeal to all of them evenly. To which Ludwig responded with, "Why you say fuck me for?" To which I believe he responded to as well. I don't even know what he fucking said, but I guess now it's like, now that's basically a compliment. No, it's just, once again, you cannot fucking shit on someone by being like, yeah, man, you actually suck because like people like you a lot. Me, on the other hand, I have a community of rabid psychopathic losers who follow my every whim, and I've become a truly horrifyingly toxic person for every normal person outside of the orbiters that are desperately suckling on my teat for the crumb of clout I will give them, until I, of course, discard them and sick my rabid fan base on them to permanently make their lives miserable. That's it. That's all this is. That's all he does. There you go. Mr. Guy who cares about AI porn, Destiny in this situation, hits him with a "don't you mean," and posts a photo of Cutie crying during the AI porn scandal, to which he replied with, "Yes, that's a picture of my girlfriend who I love. How is your wife? The yard with Destiny would be cool, but you guys wouldn't do it, lol. I hung out with him once in person. The vibes were atrocious." No, guys, you don't understand. I'm very fair, balanced, and honest. That's why everyone in my immediate orbit that isn't like just simply trying to get clout off of me absolutely fucking despises me. As opposed to all these other people out there who are friends with one another. They're all fake and phony, and that's why they like one another. I, on the other hand, am a routine bridge burner, not because I'm a horrifying, monstrous piece of shit whose fan base is literally cyber stalkers, comprised entirely of cyber stalkers. It's those guys who are friends with one another after working with one another for years and years and years that actually suck, because their friendship is actually fake. It's phony. It's so funny that his fan base cannot comprehend this. Here, the door's unlocked. His fan base cannot comprehend this. I was never arguing in the first place. You people can only interpret the world through debate mechanics. Wake up. You're in a coma. Wake up. Will they actually shake out of this? Hold on. I don't want you guys to be involved in this and catch a stray. Okay. We'll get to you guys in a second. But it's crazy. It's actually crazy, especially considering that this kind of behavior makes you so unlikable. You made the claim that he only reads Wikipedia, even though he did 4 months of reading on stream. Now, after being called out, you deflect because you're a dishonest rat who was never arguing good faith. Bro, stop. You are just as literalist as those fucking Bible thumping freaks. Like, you are behaving in a positively Baptist manner, specifically, not even for organized religion, mind you, which would be at least a little bit more understandable considering that you've been like brain broken since birth into believing such things. But you're doing that for a 40-year-old, two-time divorce champion, genocide defender who regularly says the N-word. Stop trying to fucking debate everything. Stop. Just be fucking normal. Please. Having to read that random tweet supporting to use a crime against me personally, it's just wild, man. It's wild. It doesn't make any sense to be such a rabid, sycophantic supporter of an online content creator to this degree. It just doesn't make any sense, especially when he so frequently shows that he is a truly unlikable person. Yeah, and then this is his reply. Don't worry, with the technology we have now, pretty soon we can all love her. Hey, maybe one day they'll even be able to deepfake you a personality. Like, that's not an own, dude. You're just being a piece of shit. I don't know how to explain this. I know I can't explain this to him, right? But maybe you can explain this to his fan base. Like, let's analyze what he just said here, okay? Ludwig said, that's a picture of my girlfriend who I love. How is your wife? After Destiny posted a photo of Cutie Cinderella crying during the AI porn saga, right? Because people had violated her consent, and she found out that someone who she was friends with and very close with had actually frequented a website that literally had AI porn of Cutie Cinderella and many other people that we know, which is, you know, understandably an emotional moment. Destiny posted that photo to be like, fuck you, I don't care about you, I don't care about your girlfriend, I don't care about her feelings, right? Which his entire fan base of rabid sycophants are currently saying is based. To which this is how Ludwig replied. And then he doubled down by basically saying, no, I will jerk off to your girlfriend's AI porn. Like, we all will. You didn't own anybody in that situation. You just owned yourself. You once again showed everyone outside of your tiny dick-riding fan base that you are a truly horrifying person. You're just a bad guy. And not even like, I'm a bad guy, I'm a villain type of way, but just a bad person in general. In many ways, this is no different than like some of the worst scumbags you've ever seen being like, I'm a pedo hunter. Destiny routinely will go after people and try to expose them for being bad, only in an effort to have you forget how much of a bad guy he actually is. He didn't have to be a fucking asshole here. I'm sure that many content creators who are behind closed doors, genuinely terrified of his fucking fan base, doing the same cyber stalking, doxing, harassment campaigns that they've engaged towards not only me, but many other people even in my orbit, many other people who are completely removed from me exclusively because they've ever like agreed with me or whatever, okay? That they would probably want to maintain a neutral relationship with him because they don't want the fucking rabid dogs of DGG up their asshole for any and everything that they do, especially because these guys who, once again, routinely fucking say the N-word and use that as like social status, basically, regularly say slurs and edgy shit, can so quickly flip a script and be like, I can't believe this guy was being ableist. I can't believe Hassan said cracker. That is the worst racism that I have ever seen. It's all concern trolling, okay? It's all concern trolling. And everybody recognizes it, but people really don't talk about it as much because it's just not worth it to talk about it because his fan base goes crazy. They go rabid mode immediately. Like, think about how rabid this entire saga is. All of it unfolded because Slime dared defy the deity, okay? That's crazy. Slime defied the deity. He did not deify my iconic debate lord. He said one sentence. He said, yeah, dude, this is just like when Destiny reads Wikipedia pages in a fucking hour-long podcast, to which his fan base has been like hyper analytical and hypercritical of, like, oh, excuse me, here's a fucking epic meme of him reading a couple JSTOR articles. They rely on their concern trolling somehow reaching normie audiences, so they will start hating on you too, only now their grossness is having the opposite effect. Exactly. If anything, this proves he doesn't actually care about anything he talks about. It's all a LARP for views. He literally explained how immoral the deepfake corn was, and now he's making sick jokes about it for the likes. Disgusting and pathetic person. Compare that to you who actually joining strikes, donating to labor units, actually taking action. There's a clear distinction in the quality of human being between you two. I don't want to be compared to him at all. I know that that comparison will benefit me every single time, but it doesn't matter. I don't want to be in the same conversation with him. I think he's a truly despicable person, just an awful guy. And I mean, like, not just awful in the fucking values that he supposedly espouses in order to, I guess, quote unquote, aesthetically look like he won an argument. I mean, just like a bad dude in general. Just bad to every single person, always transactional. And that is the reason why the people that have been closest to him for as long as he has been doing this kind of thing are people who like rely on him. You know what I mean? And maybe even are afraid of leaving his side because they've seen time and time again what happens when you dare defy him. The audience is absolutely weaponized towards anyone and everyone that seemingly is in his crosshairs. It's unmanageable. It's untenable. It makes no fucking sense. The spiritual successor to Kiwi Farms in every way. Yes, it's all a bunch of fucking old ass and maybe some young red-pilled groypers and those who like hate the fucking red pill podcasters themselves as well. It's an eclectic group of individuals that are purely driven by spite and hatred for Destiny's perceived enemies, whoever they may be at any given moment. His entire Reddit, his entire subreddit is dedicated to his enemies. They talk more about his enemies, myself included, than they do about Destiny. Okay. And no, it is not exactly like my community at all. That is the final bastion of cope. The final level of cope that you engage in is to say, oh, well, he's bad, so are you. No, I've actively refused to talk about him for a very long time for this specific reason, because I think that this overall toxicity yields a toxic community that is constantly out for blood. I don't think that that is productive to what I am trying to do. The last couple of months have, of course, been different, which I'm sure many of you will point to now, both in my community and both all those outsiders who are now proving the point that I was making, okay, in their cult-like fanaticism, coming in here to be like, no, I'm going to actually defend him right now by saying you do that as well. When we have leaked the address of people, when have we leaked the address of people? When have we made a website with an IP tracker? Exactly. I've never made a website dedicated to Destiny's many fucking statements, okay? Whereas his community has made a Hamasabi website with a fucking IP tracker on it, specifically saying that, like, me and any other Arab or Muslim content creator that dare speak about Palestine are actually all terrorist Islamist fundamentalists. That is just pure Islamophobia. That's just psychopathic behavior. As someone who's been here since the start, our community can be kind of cringe, but never straight up evil. Can you explain how your community was not responsible in Ethan leaving leftovers? Yeah, this is another fucking like W that Destiny and his community have been able to put together. It's like, dude, what have you done? What have you done? All you've done is like try to desperately go after any and every person that I've ever collaborated with and try to drive a wedge, which is awesome. It's great. I like that. Congratulations. You know, I don't think it was Destiny's community in and of itself, but ultimately it doesn't matter. There's a reason why I can still say that, you know, I'm friendly with Ethan and I'm friends with Ethan, regardless of the fact that we don't have a political podcast anymore. It's perfectly understandable and reasonable that he would not want to engage in political coverage, considering the toxicity that comes along with it, especially when talking about an issue such as Israel-Palestine. The question that you must ask yourself now is, why am I this aggressive for a whole other man? The community that you come from quite literally fucking doctored footage saying horrifically anti-Semitic shit, only to send it to Ethan, by the way. Was there actual fucking rabid takes in the chat against Ethan? Certainly. Okay? Certainly there were. But the lengths that your community went to, that are you're currently defending right now, okay, is unimaginable. You can't turn around and be like, oh, well, Destiny found out that those were fake screenshots and deleted the Reddit post or whatever after you did that anyway. One must ask, why are there so many rabid psychos in this community that literally doctors screenshots? One must also ask why you go to such lengths to defend this person that doesn't know who you are, will never know who you are. He shared that screenshot himself first, but they don't mention that, it seems. Yeah. I'm sure many of the brigaders that are coming in here right now don't know that for basically an entire month, I yelled at my own community over and over again, time and time again, to shut the fuck up and to pick better targets for their anger in the Israel-Palestine conversation. Yet that probably didn't make it through your crosshairs because it wasn't filtered through many of the Orbiter, Drama Farmer, Keemstar adjacent weirdo content creators that routinely make videos about it. I banned a shit ton of people over saying unhinged shit about Ethan and Hila as well. Or maybe you do know, and you know that it doesn't benefit your argument, so you refuse to admit it, or you refuse to reckon with it. Anyway, the greatest way to deal with this is just sunlight. 1,200 of them sitting in an offline chat, hate watching this right now. I know, it's just sunlight. Just get a little bit of that in your body. Go out and touch grass. I promise you, one day, I hope, you will look back at your behavior that you're engaging in now and think, man, I can't believe I went to these lengths to defend someone who was like truly an unlikable individual. I, on the other hand, am now going to move on from this segment, and we're going to do a you laugh, you lose. Oh my God. It's crazy how defense have no idea how lame you look. Hate watching someone is so goddamn stupid. Yeah, exactly. All right. You didn't even weaponize your chat against Ethan. It was just the heat of the moment toxicity that came from some chatters after an understandably emotional argument. Yeah. No, it was. And I tried to course correct many times over. Look, I don't fault many for just seeing a lot of this stuff as pure drama and pure content. I get it. We seem like we're not normal human beings. it's especially shitty when a objectively sociopathic content creator also leans into that aspect of like, no, we are all puppeteers of other people's lives and we get to behave this way. That's the reason why his community is so fucking toxic, because he in many respects also behaves like a fucking cretin that should have been left behind with the rest of the fucking 4chan poll or Kiwi Farms losers. But he's like really invested in that kind of thing, and his community loves like playing a role in this way in many people's lives and other people's lives. But once again, that is precisely the reason why. What? That is precisely the reason why. Just take solace in that all. Wait, what? Just take solace that all of the people in the space, Hassan is the one most likely to commit suicide in the next 10 years. That's such sad, pathetic, desperate cope, dude. Oh man, that's so funny. Yeah, true. I think that's a little bit of a self-report, but what do I know? Destiny's not very good at seeing the future. I know a lot of his fan base loves talking about my wrong prediction on Russia invading Ukraine all the time, but he's made many such predictions about my future prospects, not limited to me potentially committing suicide in the next 10 years, which he's excited about, I guess, but more so about how my career would have fucking fallen apart inevitably. Perhaps that is the reason why he's such a rabid fucking fan, and definitely a major part of the Hasanab Clips industrial complex, making more videos about me than my fucking fans do. Literally, for the past 5 years, this dude has not stopped crying and trying to masquerade as this like edgy guy who doesn't care. Well, we know what he does care about. I believe it was what, 2019 when Destiny complained to his own community that he had actually created the political space on Twitch and that I was a latecomer to it and I hadn't actually done enough work in this field, and that he, by debating JonTron, had actually done a phenomenal amount of work creating a safe space on Twitch. Perhaps that's the reason why he's so angry all the time. Resentment that he felt that I was outgrowing him in viewership. Yes. Almost every single fucking hater comment that you hear in this chat can be directly traced back to his community. Still hasn't worked. I've been streaming since 2009. Before you, no one was doing news coverage daily or just pure politics. Most people were even afraid to mention politics. Oh man, don't say that around Destiny. He's gonna get in his feelings again. All right, let's get back to being normal, healthy people that don't care about this weird shit. We're gonna do You Laugh, You Lose, okay? And you guys have a very important job. That job is to make us laugh. We're going to have a running tally, and for every laughter, we will give $50. It's good that I started this off. It's good that I started this off on you know, a not very funny note. That way I will not be giving any money to no causes. I still have not been able to get access. I added you, should be able to get it whenever you need. Okay. Oh shit, my alerts are broken. Do you have a One Piece update? No. The reason why I'm not doing $100 is because like I have guests, chatter. Ted Nivison and Jarvis is also going to be here. And I feel I'll do $100 for me, but 50 for them. How about that? So I feel weird being like, hey, you guys have to give $100 if you laugh, especially after Jarvis told me that he laughs at everything. Anyway, I will have to do this. I will have to fix this one thing before we do that. Okay. Messages, alerts, overlays. There it is. Create an overlay. Font color, background, font color. Let's do, what about red? No, that's not good. Font color white is better. Background, maybe that we can do red. Okay. I'm making currently on the Tiltify page I'm making an overlay for the Tiltify page. Okay, guys, hold on. Okay. See. Boom. That's good. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Wait, what the fuck? No, I don't want the fucking QR code. I don't want that. What the hell? Maybe I can do this. That works, right? Enlarge and make it go off screen. There it is. Okay. That's pretty good. Oh, I can just cut off the thing from the frame too. What am I doing? Hold on. Good call, chatters. Good call. Good call. And also, we say it's going to the PCRF, but we haven't decided if it's going to the PCRF. We're gonna find the best possible Palestinian charity that is actively working on the ground. I've already, as you guys know, fundraised for the PCRF quite a bit. So there it is. And then there it is. Boom. Okay. Fuck the Met Gala. We're not doing a Met Gala conversation. TikToks are ready, boss. We went through all of them and deleted the outdated ones. Hope you enjoy. Okay. The link is, hold up. The link is in the chat. Creators for Palestine is raising money for Palestinian. No, can you say not raising for Palestinian Children's Relief Fund on the FOSSA bot, and just say Creators for Palestine is fundraising for Palestinian charities, because we're probably going to add different charities onto it. You should be able to do it with any kind of money, even Canadian money, which is objectively fake money. 1 second, I'm going to go grab Jarvis and Ted Nivison. Boys, I'm going to take Kaya outside as well. You guys can talk.
Hey, Kaya. Hello. Hello.
Hey there, cutie. We are all wearing
It's the same job. We're like palette swap. Like, look at what is this?
We are very one note. We
Look
are
at us,
very
dude.
one
This
note.
is ridiculous.
This
like,
is.
and we all have the same pants and shit.
Well, you gotta talk into the microphone.
I was yelling.
This is also new Ted.
What's up?
This is also new
Ted
Ted.
2.0.
This is Ted 2.0, who very much is a elevated Ted.
Yeah. I don't look like the Harvard boy anymore that you
You
were.
still kind of do, but like swagged out. You're like
Okay.
Harvard boy with swag, with a whole lot of swag.
Well, thank you. That's a sweet thing to say. Sweet.
Yeah.
Son.
Listen, don't make me pull up. Don't make me pull up Jarvis's old photos. Okay, don't worry. We've all gone through our own. Actually, you know what? Let's start out with that.
Okay.
Chad, does anyone have?
Oh.
Does anyone have a old photo of Jarvis?
Yeah, the glow up pic.
The glow up pic for Jarvis and myself as well. I mean, you guys already know why y'all are fitted. Why is it so windy? It's because it's hot in here, so I have to turn on the.
She's so
turn on the fan.
fucking cute,
She's
dude.
adorable.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is the most love I've gotten from her too. When we played basketball in the past, she's like distracted.
I started playing basketball. I'm gonna join you guys one day.
Oh well,
It's been a
Ted needs to
while.
join me as well.
It's been a while.
Ted says he's
It's
gonna
been
join me, but
It's been a while.
where is it? Do we have a link?
Oh no, that is a weird photo though. That's like the Facebook page I made very long ago. But no, there's a better photo. I think what was
This
it
is not
called?
the least swagged out Jarvis. There
It
is
was
a
like 10 what was it? It was like a Twitter challenge.
there's a
Like,
less swagged out one. Oh yeah, she'll get up on there too. She'll get up all over your shit.
She just pawed me right in the junk. But
No,
it was-
this doesn't count. I had endless swag in this. Give me like a younger
Yeah,
one.
I saw that at the Met Gala.
Yeah, yeah. I went. I'm swagged out in this too. No, the Jarvis classic photo.
Dude, she's whack too.
Is this the thumbnail of it? Hello. Hello.
Kaya, enough. You're being crazy. That's insane.
What's on my tech? Oh, here we go. It's if you search Jarvis Johnson Twitter, I look younger than I did 5 years ago. The tweet comes up. I'm sure I could like airdrop this.
Hold on. Let's find out. Watch your phone, by the way, obviously, as always. Oh, that's the one I'm
that's a
looking
good
for.
one.
That's a good one.
Oh wow.
Is this like prom or a wedding?
Yeah, literally. I think it was like either prom or wedding in Turkey in Ankara. You can see how fucking awful Ankara is, even in the background. Like, it just sucks. Oh, here.
Oh yeah.
That's
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
That previous photo you showed us on is like you look like you were you look like you're a Jay Schlatt stan.
A J Schlatt stain or just J Schlatt?
Yeah.
No, because you don't have the lower portion. You're just starting the chops.
Yeah. Oh, that was because I couldn't grow facial hair back then.
Wait,
and
Ted,
I
do
really
you have
wanted
an old
to.
photo like this?
Do I have an old photo like this? Not like
You were like I wasn't as fugly as you two.
This is like, you're showing me hot. I'm looking for like,
I'm looking for something like this shit.
I'm looking for like old photos like this. This is a glow up, and like that shows.
There's on one of the recent podcasts we showed some old photos of me, but it would have to be someone in your chat's gonna have to look through the indirects of like finding somebody. Somebody found one.
Yeah.
Throwback.
Oh, is this from my old tweet that I kept up?
Oh my.
Oh well,
goodness.
yeah, that's when I met Freddie
Wait,
Malone.
what the fuck? Is that you?
Yeah, that's me in like 2013 with
You're
Freddie
like
Wong.
hitting the Tom from MySpace.
What the fuck? Bro, that doesn't even look, that looks like a whole ass different person.
That's the same guy, different glasses, skinny neck.
Yeah.
My neck just got wider, dude.
Yeah.
I just started.
You started hitting the neck
feels
workouts.
like you just drink.
Yeah, no, I
don't
literally,
know why, but it
all
feels
high
like-
school, I just went to grab 2 dumbbells and just started doing shrugs.
It fucking worked, let me tell you. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to me, but this was the year that I first started doing this haircut. I used to have a Bieber flow before. This was the beginning of the
flick.
haircut I have now. I haven't changed the way I got a haircut. It's just progressively. I used to have a little point to it.
Oh, this is
Wow.
it. This is peak. This is when like I had a one head. Like when my hairline. I've
Dude,
been
you look
telling,
like you're about to ask about some dedicated Wham.
I don't even know what that means.
That's a good reference. Chat's gonna love
What
that.
is that from?
Dedicated Wham. Look up dedicated Wham. Look up dedicated Wham, please.
Okay,
Hassan.
dedicated Wham.
Okay.
Next question on this left side.
I was wondering, what's the recommended amount of dedicated wham I should have to a server?
Now go back to that photo. Boy, go back and now play the soundbite again.
Oh, I see.
I was wondering, what's the recommended amount of dedicated wham I should have to a server?
Bro, this reference is 10 years old, by the way.
Yeah.
By the way,
Old
this
man.
kid is asking
you
good
should,
questions.
You should understand that.
Bro,
No,
you-
it's a valid question.
very valid
honestly.
question.
Bro, you look like this when that kid asked that question.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is dedicated Wham? I don't even know what that is.
Dedicated RAM.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
got a Minecraft accent.
Oh, okay.
Minecraft accent. He's a child.
Yeah, I did not know that meme. No, I was too busy not knowing things about the internet back then.
Freddie and I repeated this. We did a rehash of this photo when he came on the podcast too.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Full circle.
Now he
moment.
follows me on Twitter.
Wow.
No, it was huge.
This one for sure. Okay, dude, this is like when I have swag, bro. You're posting photos of me like wearing cringe shit or looking kind of cringe, but I still look hot.
You know what?
trying
There's
to
a
show.
soundtrack to this.
Are your sleeves?
You want to hear what the
cut off
soundtrack to
sleeves?
this is, Hassan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cut my life into pieces.
This is my last resort.
Yeah, exactly. It was
Yeah.
awesome. So
Yeah.
like, this doesn't work. I was looking for like this. This is what I was looking for. I have a couple more photos like this on my.
Dude, I love Minecon, Hassan.
What? Mine?
Minecon.
Hassan.
That's where the
Oh,
the
Minecon
meme
is
happened.
on. Oh.
Dude, I'm running circles around him right now.
Yeah, I thought you were saying something else.
Whoa.
The facial hair here is the real
Is that left one you?
question.
Yeah. That's when I was like 300
Evil
pounds.
Hassan.
I was
Like, why do you
300
have that?
pounds at that point, dude.
That's conservative,
That's
Hassan.
that's Wasan, like Waluigi, Wario, Wasan.
Yeah, that's evil Hassan. He came out in like
That's croissant.
he came out in like 2021 where I was basically basically gaining weight at a rapid clip during COVID, packing on the COVID pounds.
Dude, that happened to me.
That was in COVID?
Wait, hold
This
on.
looks like a photo from 2009. That's in COVID?
It looks like a photo of a screen, like a
does.
photo of a computer screen that was looking at the photo.
It does.
Wait, hold on.
It looks like in your character creator slider, you can like decide like the body type.
Oh, yeah.
If I stayed this way and I didn't hit the fucking waist, I'd be literally like a Redditor. I would be a Redditor
You wouldn't
right
have
now.
any choice.
Yeah, you just have to do that. When you refuse to touch grass, you are. What is this? Your outfit is BuzzFeed video about a fondue taste test.
people bring each other happiness.
You're in BuzzFeed?
I want to.
Will was, which we can talk about if you'd like. But yeah, this is what I look like.
This is, Curtis Connor has a picture in this hat.
Yeah,
His Harry Styles hat.
Of course, he had to. There was a hat era for sure.
Yeah.
Like this was right in the pocket. Like
No, that was for sure.
2015. Like I'm on my hat shit. You know what I mean?
Well, that was kind of the whole. Wasn't that the whole LA aesthetic?
No, God.
Yeah, well,
You look kind of like Marsh in that photo. That last
Yeah,
one.
that was when I was really fat and I
Colorado
first
aesthetic,
shaved.
I
It was
suppose.
terrible.
Nah, I like
That's
that hat.
that's Photoshop.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Jarvis.
Hey,
that's
look.
photo.
Hey, look. Forced perspective. Have you ever seen Lord of the Rings?
That's insane.
It could be possible. Could be really wide angle lens, like kind of fish eyes happening.
Yeah.
You are making the face of someone that would say that it would take a shower in cheese.
Oh yeah. Well,
A shower in cheese.
I sweat dramatically towards the end of this because I'm just like eating everything they gave me. everything.
That would be me. Yeah.
You guys have been laughing a lot lately. Wait, what the fuck?
How was your day, Ted?
My day was pretty freaking good.
Oh, okay.
No, I just got back from Australia, so I'm struggling.
Australia. Nice.
That's awful, dude.
You have a good time?
Where did you go? In
Yeah,
Australia?
fucking good
Had a bit
time.
of a good time. I
Oh, yeah.
went to the 12 Apostles.
Nice.
The Trill of Apostles.
And fucking saw a kangaroo.
Nice. You fucking wrestle with a kangaroo.
Yeah. Well, actually, I ate kangaroo.
I did too, but after when I came back here,
Actually, delicious.
I haven't. I've heard that's a thing.
Saw wallaby too.
I can't remember if it was kangaroo or crocodile that I thought was disgusting. One of them was like not even edible.
I've heard crocodile tastes like chicken.
I
But I've
think
also heard that about
maybe
frog.
Oh my God,
I
wait,
feel like I
is
hear
that
that about
young
anything that
Sophia
you're not supposed to
Nygaard?
actually
Yeah.
eat.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Yeah, she's
I
like
didn't even-
popping now, right? She
Yeah,
has like
yeah.
a massive YouTube presence.
Yeah.
At the time, she was a BuzzFeed intern.
Right. Because she wasn't full time at BuzzFeed for a while, or for a long time. I know that.
Yeah, kangaroo I think is like very gamey.
Yeah, it's like venison, but I've never had venison, so that's what I just
You just say
assuming
just like
that it's
venison.
right.
I've had it a
Well,
lot.
that's what. Well, because people say, I don't know what people mean when they say gamey. Like everyone says it as if we're all supposed to know what that means. Like what is it like? Oh, this like I'm not gonna taste something and be like, yeah, no, this definitely lived in the woods its whole
Gamey
life.
and
Like
mealy are different, right?
what?
Mealy.
Oh, that's when you have an apple that's a little too old.
Right. Oh yeah. Okay. And then so what's gamey?
That would suck if I had venison and it was mealy. Gamey, mealy venison
Is
sounds
gamey
like
like chewy? Is it stringy?
Gamey means it has more rustic irony, metallic flavors to it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
so more like blood. Tastes more like blood.
Yes and no. Like it's more muscly for sure. I would say like
Okay.
it's got. So the more fat content you have and the type of fat you have and how well marbled it is, the more delicious the meat is.
Okay.
In my opinion, that's why ribeye is the
you're-
best cut.
So basically, you're like a ripped elk if someone were to eat you.
No, I got fat, though. I got fat
Someone
in me.
eats me, it's like having a nice piece of Wagyu.
I got some fat on me.
I'm marbled through, man.
I would be delicious. I think I would like to think that I'm delicious. I got places that you
I
could.
got places.
Yeah, you could eat some parts of me
got
that's like
places.
pretty healthy. I think. Animal funk taste. You can trim the meat to get the silver skin off.
Animal funk is not something I want to be told.
Sounds like a really good album.
Ooh.
I would listen to Animal
Yeah.
Funk.
Animal funk.
Like a Jamiroquai, Animal Funk,
And then
1999.
this is the album cover.
Did
Animal
you guys,
funk.
did you guys see my dad out there?
Yes.
That's my dad and me at 9/11. Not at 9/11. Why did I say that?
9/11.
not at 9/11. At 9/11, I was dancing on the rooftops with the rest of the Muslims. But
He looks like your brother here.
I thought you meant like the age difference somehow or something. No,
No, that would be
my
me.
brother does kind of look like my dad. You're right.
Yeah.
He kind of looks like that guy that used to be a part of Come Town, but now he does stand up.
Stavros?
Yeah, he looks like Stavros.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at me thinking of my thoughts. Thinking up thoughts. Black wife effect in action. Oh my God. I've been seeing those TikToks. It's
that's the trend right now.
that is definitely like a weird, it's one of those weird
Whenever
trends.
This type of trend or discourse happens with like a faceless chatter, I don't know if they're black and I don't want to engage because I like I'm just imagining,
Especially on Twitch.
like white teenagers doing these like black people memes, and it makes me
Most of the people,
Yeah.
statistically speaking, are white in this chat. I do know my black chatters though, so I'll tell you if it's a black chatter that said it. That one I think was. I think that's a white chatter.
I'm not the police, but
Yeah, I know all. I'm so racist. I know all the black
you
chatters.
do know a lot of your you like know your chatters by name, which is good, which is like impressive given like just the girth of the chat.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. That you
I
tell
don't think
them.
it is. I think you're wrong.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, we're debating. This is why I brought you guys
All
here.
right, cool. Yeah, no, fuck him.
Damn, dude. We're on Hassan. You're supposed to debate me, asshole.
Yeah, what the
Is
fuck?
that
Why
what
are you?
freaks want?
Yeah.
A debate?
Yeah. Let's debate on. No, I feel like it makes sense though. He's streaming for like 12 hours a day.
Oh yeah, no, it makes sense. But I still think that like,
Dude, don't defend me.
oh,
Say it's
right.
hard.
It's dude needs
This
to.
is
Why are you
Touch
so
grass.
agreeable, dude? What the fuck?
Fucking dude?
Because he's one of the nicest
Bring
people
back
I know.
Wasan. You know, Bring back the evil stash and the goatee.
Yeah.
Hassan.
Let's get Hassan fat again. Wait, no, I'm not supposed to agree with you. No, I want gamey Hassan.
And I want
Look at
mealy
the, okay,
Hassan.
let's look at this TikTok.
We're just so new to this. We're
Now we're-
commentary YouTubers.
okay, now
we're just
we're
used to
doing-
arguing with someone who's not going to fight back.
Yeah, now
I'm
we're gonna
scared.
have to look at this TikTok trend before we get to our TikToks, which my Discord server proudly put together some of their best to try to get us to laugh so we can raise money. We're already started raising money, by the way. Obviously, if you do exclamation mark, what's the dono link?
Dono link. Exclamation point.
Exclamation mark donate if you want to donate to Palestinian charities of our choosing. I haven't blasted off yet. I'm gonna do that right now. Hold on one second.
You say exclamation mark or exclamation point?
Either. I say point.
Maybe you don't say mark. I don't know.
I
think
think
no,
that
it's
was the
valid.
first time I ever heard someone
Oh
say
wait, I'm not supposed
exclamation
to defend
mark.
you. See, I'm agreeable. I'm Mr. Gray Area. Everyone can be right.
You're a sweet boy, though.
Hey,
that's why I love you.
Oh.
So I'll be like, listen, I got this crazy idea, totally illegal, and you're like, I think it's okay.
No, that's not what I
joking.
do.
I'm joking.
I'll say I don't think this is a great idea. I'm too much of a rule follower. I get myself into not
No,
trouble.
yeah, you would definitely
the
tell
opposite
me.
of trouble.
You would
I wasn't
definitely.
cool.
Are you guys fine with giving $50 every time you laugh?
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
what are we doing?
Oh, you didn't tell Ted?
Oh, sorry, Ted.
We're doing you laugh, you lose. I mean, it's fine. If it's too much, I'll cover for you. Don't worry.
I can put $50 in every time I laugh.
Okay, so you're just not gonna laugh at all.
The
Okay, got
problem
it.
is that I laugh and I don't even notice it.
towards the fund, is it not?
Yeah.
Yes. So it's a good cause. We shouldn't be incentivized not to laugh.
Yeah, this is the dubious incentivization here.
Yeah, it's like a little bit backwards. Like, don't have fun.
Every
'Cause
joke
if you laugh,
don't
no
laugh at.
money to Palestine.
I'll give a couple laughs.
I'll do 100.
How charitable of you.
I mean, no, I won't. They're trying to call me out on laughing. $100 for you. Oh,
I feel
he's sunning us
because
right now.
me, Hassan, I as rich as both of them combined.
I felt bad. Do we have a blast off meme for this chat or no? It's a Hassan Abbas tradition to do charity streams with totally backwards incentive structures. Yeah. You know what's not a laughing matter at the top of the hour ad break? Yeah, exactly. That is no laughing matter.
Disco.
Followed by Macklemore.
Oh, those are all memes that I've already used on my Twitter. The J Schlatt disco one is Disco Elysium with J Schlatt's face instead of the Disco Elysium character Henry Dubois.
Wait, see, and you you must have a really organized desktop if you label each.
I just write it in the moment, whatever comes to mind. Sometimes I give up on it. Do we have a fucking do we have a fucking meme for the blast off or not? I said Harry Dubois. We don't have a meme. God damn, this community fucking sucks, dog. Holy shit, we've fallen off so much.
Man, how do you do these?
We've fallen off big fucking time, dude. Oh, you want to zin? Are you trying to zin? You trying to be a zinner?
I don't. I was given one before, and I had this lump in my throat for like an hour, and I had to keep drinking water to make myself feel better.
What's a zinner to a saint?
I don't do that.
You don't?
Every time Jarvis laughs, he's gonna put one extra zin in his mouth. He's gonna end it with hundreds of zins just filling his mouth.
Okay, that's a wet P file, chat. You sent me a fucking link. That's a wet P file. How are we doing this right now? How are we doing this in 2024? I'm losing it. I'm losing my patience. Mic 3 looks off sync. What do you mean? Speak for a second.
Hello.
I don't think it is. Oh my God, they're sending we don't have a meme. What is happening? Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
I was waiting for someone to make little bros, you laugh, you lose maxing. Okay, whatever. I don't even give a shit. We're just using that. Fuck it, YOLO. See, sometimes I just upload image 3, you know?
Seeing the master at work.
Wow.
This is how it works, baby. All right, chat, go ahead. We're blasting off. Let the people know.
Someone said they love Chuckle Sandwich and the Tucker's very funny.
Oh, nice. Shout out to Tucker. Twitch.tv / Tucker Keem. Twitch.tv.
What is that again?
Twitch.tv / Tucker Keem.
Chuckle Sandwich? What is that? I think I did that podcast one time.
Yeah, you did, but then you went stale, so we were like, should we bring him back on? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a mealy apple.
Yeah, you asked
a mealy
Will to come back alone?
Because it was one of those things where it was just like, we had you both on. We thought that we thought that you'd be cordial, you'd give Will some time to speak, but it was just keeps talking the whole time, and it was like, well, now reparations are in store. We need to give Will some time.
Wow.
Now we'll have you back on. Don't worry.
His reparations were in the form of cutting out the Muslim man, only to have the white guy come back alone.
Yep.
Wow.
Wow.
I see what's going on here.
You're
anyway,
standing on that.
Anyway, speaking of mistreatment of Muslims as a whole, we're talking about Israel-Palestine. Not the best segue, but we're gonna be. See, you're laughing already. You are so ready.
50.
You're fucking.
Put it in.
No. We're gonna do a running tally as well. Hopefully, the mods and the community can keep us accountable, hold us accountable for this. But
You had such a bad segue earlier in the stream. I was in my car about to get out.
Was it about
I don't
when
wanna
I was
hear you
talking
say
about
it
the
again.
Holocaust survivors?
Yeah, I don't want to hear you say it again.
When I said the abysmal conditions of the Holocaust survivors in Israel, which is true. It's
did it
true.
again.
Yes,
One in-
but then
He did it
connecting
again.
it to the ad break is the problem. Not talking about the truth.
1 in 3 Holocaust survivors living in Israel currently live in abject poverty and don't have $5 to spend at the Hassan Hour
Right,
broadcast.
and you see where the problem is, right?
I do have at least one
$1.
no, I have one Jewish veteran of World War II, so technically not a Holocaust survivor, who is a fan of mine, Hassan Abihed, my oldest fan, as a matter of fact, Blau's grandfather.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's like 95 or something.
Whoa.
AOC responded to your squat video.
Big ass. Look at that big juicy booty. Look at that big ass. Look at that big juicy
What is the context
booty.
of her saying that?
I think she was being sexually
Yeah.
harassed by some fucking rabid Nazi freak, and those
Yeah.
were the things that
I was gonna say, like, this out of context is so, like, people are gonna laugh at that and not know, like, it's actually a horrible thing that's happening.
Yeah.
Man, the internet's so wild.
Yeah. Yeah, it's less good when you know that. I know. Well, fuck that chatter. You know what I mean? Yeah, people always objectify and sexualize AOC. Okay, so I guess we can get started. That's right. We have another Tiltify campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, ambies, we're doing it. We're doing it big time, okay? Creators for Palestine. We got I think we have 1 million content creators on there now.
Yeah.
1 million?
1
There's
million.
a lot.
I have
New
no
being
idea.
added.
Every
Can't
day.
keep up with the group chat,
Yeah,
but that's
every-
a good thing. Hey,
Every day there's at first there was 4 or 5, maybe 10 people on there, and now there's I think 50.
yeah.
Which is cool.
No,
that
it's
makes
cool.
that makes me happy. Anyway, and also
Just
they're
added Caroline Kwan into there.
oh boo. Okay, I'm out. I'm leaving. Anyway, but yeah, so you guys have compiled some of possibly the worst memes ever cultivated online, ever created online, and we're gonna look at them and we're gonna laugh. And the rules are, and we've done this before, if I laugh, I give $100. If Jarvis or Ted laughs, they give $50. We're gonna keep a running tally. It's a negative incentivization structure as always. The goal is to not laugh, okay, at all. Once the TikTok start, you can laugh right now. Get them out of the way.
Oh, ha, ha, ha.
Also, before we get started, I will be using the bathroom. So
Maybe you and I can do that thing where you fake laugh until you laugh for real. Have you ever tried that?
No, I haven't.
We can try it when Hassan goes to the bathroom.
okay, you guys can try that right now. I'm gonna go real quick.
I don't know if I could commit that hardly.
No, you have to. It's for
No
content.
laughing means $0 for the Palestinian children. Okay, that's what that means.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so you and I, we're gonna laugh.
Okay.
We're gonna fake laugh at each other.
Okay.
I want to get away from the mic because it might be too much.
Yeah.
But we're gonna
I'll
fake
get
laugh
some.
at each other, and then eventually it turns into a real laugh.
Okay.
I think that's what's gonna
Well,
happen.
I feel like the fact that we're setting this up, I'm already getting ready to get a little silly.
Well, I mean, as long as a real laugh
Do
comes
we
out,
have to
that's the fun of
keep
it.
eye contact with each other?
Yes.
I feel like that'll make it funnier. I'm already about to
All
laugh.
right, are you ready?
Yeah.
It's not working. I thought this was gonna work. It was supposed to work. It's not working. I guess we'll have to watch some funny TikTok. I was starting to become physically painful.
Yeah,
to
no,
laugh.
it was kind of.
I hated that.
I was getting out of breath.
That was bad. But that used to work. Maybe I just don't have whimsy in my heart anymore.
You got whimsy in your heart, man. Don't say that.
I've been looking for whimsy. Anybody in the chat wake
You're
up
like the
some days
definition
without
of whimsy.
and you're like, what am I supposed to do with this day? It's called depression, is I think what it is, and
Yeah.
I've suffered
But they
from it.
say people that are really smart get depression.
Yeah.
Which means
big brain,
that you're
but it's also
smart.
sad.
You're smart because you're like, man, this world's kind of fucked up, man.
Everybody in the chat's really
How
smart.
does he even read this? This is crazy.
But you're not supposed to compliment him, because I remember a second ago I said that.
Oh, really?
And then you took me to task on it.
I took you to town.
You took me to Flavortown.
I took you to Flavortown.
That sounds actually nasty. I don't want that. All right, we didn't successfully laugh, so we're gonna need the TikToks to make us laugh.
Yeah.
Okay, well, before we get started on the TikToks, let's look at this. Before the black girl effect, this is the new meta on TikTok that we were covering earlier. Damn, he's fucking swagged
There's
out.
one photo in here where he looks just like Pharrell. Wait, go back to him in a red jacket.
See, if I say that, I'd be called racist, so I'm glad that you're here to
I mean,
say
Pharrell,
that.
Pharrell's black.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're saying an
I just
Asian
think his
man.
cheekbones, like the high cheekbones.
He
give
grew
me-
all those tattoos when they
He
started
looks
dating.
great.
He does look cool. He looks sick as fuck, actually.
Also, Pharrell's incredibly attractive. I
do
think
we-
it's the high cheekbones.
He's a Zionist, though. How do we feel about he's saying happy to the IDF? How do we feel about this trend? What do you guys think? And do you want something to drink, by the way?
I left my water in the kitchen, but I'll grab another one down here.
There's one down
We were
there.
digging through your pantry.
Hell yeah, I got hella stuff in
'Cause I
there,
think
dude.
Jarvis and I both showed up, and we were like just so thirsty for some reason. So we
Yeah.
were just start digging through your kitchen and
You know
stuff.
what I just started fucking with that you have in your pantry is those Quest peanut butter cups.
Oh yeah.
Those are gas. Have you ever had them?
Really?
They're only like 11 grams of protein, which is not like
Yeah.
the best, but you know, still pretty good.
Oh, it's Pharrell a Zionist? That's a bummer.
I really like the Trader Joe's ones, but I don't know if those are as healthy.
Also, you guys can continuously donate while we're doing this, while we're in the process as well.
But yeah, this trend is fine.
It just weirds me out a little bit.
I think if it's black women are involved in the posting of it, I have no problem. If it's the like, if people are taking it away from black women and then memeing on it, that's when I start to have a problem.
Yeah. Dr. Umar would not approve of this, which is why I don't approve of it, because he is my icon. He is my idol. He is my North Star, if you will.
Yes. You don't know what that means. You don't know anything about Dr. Umar.
Nope. Wait.
Oh my God. Oh yeah. Dr. Umar, the GOAT, the legend. He is correcting Dr. Yaakov's mistake every day.
Pull him up.
No.
What?
Let's actually watch the TikToks.
Let's not.
I don't want to engage in Dr. Umar discourse on this
Yeah.
fine. What day is it? Of the week? Friday? On this fine Friday.
Yeah.
Is he the guy that has that like talk show?
In a sense.
See, Romy Rome is a black chatter and a boomer. He says, I agree with Jarvis, but I feel you about Dr. Umar.
What did you say about Dr. Umar? He's your North Star.
He is my GOAT, and he is always right. And he is correcting Dr. Yaakov's mistake. Every day I wake up and say, why, Dr. Yaakov? Why did you invent white people?
That, I don't know that reference.
Don't worry. I am not going to do this again.
I'm the
I am
opposite
not
of
going
the
to have
Captain
yet
America meme.
another black guest on this podcast where I educate them on the topic of Nation of Islam lore.
I see. All right, how about you laugh, you lose?
Okay.
Where if you laugh, you donate $100 to the Tiltify, and if we laugh, we donate $50. Just like a unique idea I just had just now.
You did not see that in the chat at all.
No, I just kind of made it up off the top of the dome.
That's so sick.
Off the top of the dome
Fuck
with a
that
popular
chatter.
poem. Forget a team. I could stop you alone.
Dude, you're awesome.
That's that's from 8 Mile or something. I don't know.
I thought you made
Damn.
it up.
Nah.
If your guests don't laugh, you give $5, but that's not gonna work.
Dude, so,
It's not gonna-
Well, Jarvis is like a genius.
Yeah.
Hell yeah,
It's
he
that
is.
big brain. That's why I have no whimsy in my heart.
That's why he's surprised.
We might need to turn it up because I have the fan right in my ear.
Well,
here.
bitch, I need it.
Ted, I'm just gonna lean into your leg.
Oh yeah, no,
I'm
I
gonna
thought we were getting
manspread into
cozy.
you. Yeah.
Okay. Donate $5,000 if you laugh to me. I think that
I can
would be a
also-
fun twist.
I can
No,
also
you're-
shift this way if
Oh,
you're looking
great.
for some
Don't
more.
even worry about it. No, we're good.
If you wanted to man spread more.
All right, where the fuck are the TikToks on my Discord
I
server?
love
God damn it.
Manspread Room.
Let me find my Discord. Where are they? Chat, I don't see them.
Jarvis,
Oh,
if you see
TikToks.
this chat, tell Ted I said hi, but it's our editor Austin. So the Sad Boys editor Austin says hi, Ted.
Oh, hi.
Damn, you know his YouTube, his Twitch account?
Yeah, man.
Great.
We're a family. That's not how it works. I don't-
Oh, God.
yeah. No, but there's not that many of us. We have a small team.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. Okay. The rules are: it must be an upload of a TikTok, no links, no TikToks longer than a minute. Use upvote, downvote to vote for best TikToks. Posting anything to you as a 1-month ban. Star means it was so bad, I'm keeping it. Yes, IG Reels and YouTube Shorts are allowed, but make sure they're funny. All right, without further ado, let's go. This one has 51 upvotes.
All right, I'm leaning in.
Not that good. Not that good. 50-plus-year-old people trying to be progressive around their first non-binary person.
So this is my friend Casey I was telling you about.
I can't even hear.
They like something to drink. Dad, come on, man. Maybe them is hungry. All right, bro.
That's funny.
Okay, I thought you said you were laughing at everything. I'm definitely cracking smiles over here.
I've gone into comedy analyzer mode where I'm like, okay, yeah, no, I understand the premise of what they're going for.
Right.
And like the execution wasn't for me, but obviously like.
Do you know what's something I've noticed that
it.
reminded me of over the years though? Is that recently, I think my whole life I've just casually used like they to occasionally refer to someone. But now because
of them goddamn non-binaries say
because those goddamn non-binaries are spreading like a wildfire.
Yeah.
The woke
like
non-binaries.
I'll have people now who'll ask, they'll double check and they'll be like, oh, do they go by they them? And I'm like, oh no, I was just like using the word they.
When I was at
so it's a little confusing sometimes.
When I was at Patreon, I had my manager ask me if I was using they on purpose or if that's just how I talked. And it's just how I talked, but it aged well, I guess.
Yeah,
worked out.
Y'all are hipsters, bro. You're like I was already destroying pronouns before.
Well, I feel like
before non-binary people were invented.
No, it's like it's just like you have.
he's
like,
over there.
Like I didn't know a lot of trans people when I was in school, but the second I got out into like the workplace, I had trans coworkers, and I had to just get with the program, you know. And it like wasn't a problem. It's like, it's so funny now that it's become such a big cultural issue because there was no like trans people were just existing,
right?
And like bothering nobody. But
it's like less than 1% of the population. It's like how could they do any damage?
Shout out.
This chatter is correct. Y'all is non-binary. The South gone woke.
Oh, dude, I love y'all. That also has saved my ass.
True.
I always have used you guys. Because I'm a misogynist, and I just automatically say everyone is he, him pronouns.
You know,
okay, that's an interesting way to do it.
Before DEI was like a slur or whatever, before you couldn't say that.
What is that?
Like diversity, equity, and inclusion. We would
disgusting.
That's a slur.
Like
conservatives use it as
Patreon, and it's kind of ironically a slur, but like. At Patreon in the early days, we would have like little workshops about like removing gendered language. And I was like, oh, I just didn't see the application of it. But I'm like, oh, you know what? It's cool that like little seed was planted in my head. And I did laugh, not at the TikTok, but I'll put 50 down.
You didn't laugh at the TikTok. It doesn't count.
We have to find funny TikToks. They're in there. They're in here.
I'm sure this is in Turkey, so it'll be automatically funny, I think.
Is this like very like XD random?
Damn, you're comstering the community right now.
Yeah, I like to solve the puzzle.
All right, go ahead. That's it. Yeah.
That's funny. Like that's a good Jay-Z impression. I kind of knew where it was going because he was wearing the hat down. It's a classic move with a Jay-Z impersonator.
That was pretty good. The more I think about it, the more I'm getting a little giggly. Can you play it again?
No. Well, only one off. Only one.
Got a lot of dislikes.
That's a classic.
Didn't hear the first one.
Said, do you serve crackers?
Oh,
as in, like,
that's awesome. That's funny.
Wait, do y'all serve crackers?
I got banned for that.
What made you wear glasses? Nigga, my vision. What the fuck you think made me wear glasses, nigga? Nigga said, what made you wear glasses? Nigga, obviously my eyes, dickhead. Yo, niggas really be dumb as shit. Is your brain located?
I need more content like this to remind me of what
$100.
Okay.
experience is like on the other side of the keyboard.
I love this because like I do think about my chat a lot, and I know there's so many instances where I yell at them and they just didn't deserve it at all.
100%.
Like where they were just chilling.
Or I will get mad and I'll just completely misread the tone on something, and I feel bad about it in retrospect.
Okay, here it is. It's on Jarvis Ted. I put one in there.
All right. Are you going Roman numerals?
No. I'm just gonna jot it.
Well, you put an I down, so it definitely looks like you're going Roman numerals.
Okay, I don't know why I did that. I don't know. I don't know why I did that, but
wait, did those laughs count?
I'll count it, man. I'm trying to put some money down.
Yeah, and it don't look like this community is gonna make y'all laugh at all because this shit is not funny. Literally, one time you read my comment, I had a typo. My comment made no sense. Lamau, yeah, I'm sorry for all the
It's probably
chatters.
because you're stupid. I'm making it happen to him again. Got him.
You know what's funny? I always think about you, and this is I can talk to your chat about this. I don't really stream, but sometimes I'll stream when I'm recording a video or something, and I've gotten like passive aggressive with people, like not raising my voice, but just like being annoyed. And I had someone write a like parasocial essay on my subreddit called like about his personality, and they were talking about how I was being aggressive and stuff like that. And I'm like, man, Hassan could really just say, "Fuck, I fucked your mother" to one of his chatters, and everybody's just like, you know, like cool beans. That's normal.
Yeah.
To be fair,
you conditioned them well.
Yeah, he's conditioned them.
I do also have a lot of haters for that reason, though, because like,
fair.
Really?
Oh, yeah, you couldn't tell. I have entire online communities that are like rapidly dedicated to fucking hating everything I do.
Yeah.
And portraying it in the worst possible light they can.
Well, I
But
think
that-
you're a sweet boy, son.
That's the reason. Oh, Ted, you wanna do the podcast after this, by the way, or do you have to dip?
What you got going on after this, Ted?
I got nothing going on.
Okay, you can be a part of it if you want.
Okay.
All right. He fucks all of our moms every day. It's because he fucked our moms.
Yeah, I feel like somebody's got to do like, I mean, this probably already exists, but just like a word mash of like, I fucked your mom on the top of the hour ad break, and then just every Hassan meme. Like, you got to hit them all, like a triple word score.
Someone actually brought up a good point. Is that don't invite him. He's not going to invite you to his podcast, Madge.
I've said, okay, let me just point out, every time that I have seen Hassan in the last perhaps 6 months, he has brought up the fact that he has not been invited back on the podcast. Chuckle Sandwich is a remote podcast primarily. We only do...
As in, I could do it. If I like, I could do it from anywhere around the world.
Understand, the fact that we haven't had you on is an indication I want you on the in-person Chuckle Week,
right?
Because I value you.
Just not enough to have me on the Chuckle Week last time.
Dude,
Yeah,
man.
that was fucked up. You had me on the Chuckle Week.
Well,
last
it was
time.
it was either, you know, it was one of those things where it was like it was either you or Q Cinderella, and we were like, let's make space for women.
No,
let's make space for women. How about that?
That's
Hassan?
insult to injury.
Finally, some space.
Okay, let's continue. Get the rat! What are you doing?
No, what?
Worthless
okay,
cat.
they're still doing that. What is the game plan with that broom? Like, why are they trying to? I don't. What are you? You're not gonna smash.
That's
the
a
rat with the
worthless
broom.
ass cat, bro. That's the whole point of cats is that they like kill fucking
Yeah.
rats and shit.
It was very convincing too. It looked almost human. All right, doctor, can you do cover up?
It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everybody sucks. You don't really know why, but you want to justify. If someone's head off, no human contact. And if you interact, your life is on contract. Your best bet is to stay away, motherfucker.
Okay, I'm beginning to realize that my sense of humor and my community's sense of humor is much
get
worse
it.
than everyone else's because I'm trying not to laugh at this, and you guys are not even in it at all. That's good for. I would have laughed at that normally if I wasn't trying hard not to.
How did y'all meet? Moose match? That's what they all say.
Is that a Muslim dating app?
Sneaky bitch.
Yeah.
If you're not white, what are you? Pakistan. Get the fuck out of here! Stand up! Stand up for the people! Stand up! Stand up! Daywalker. Wow. 9/11 was comfy for you.
Is crazy.
She was probably with the white people like, get him! That's crazy. You're Pakistani. What's your name? Is it Faiza? Pakistani as fuck? Hey, man, respect. You know what I mean? Because you clearly wanted a white girl, but you didn't want to disappoint your parents. So you just did the next best thing. You know what I mean? Respect, y'all. Respect.
Okay, that's 2.
Put it in. Put it in the.
Damn, y'all are not laughing at all. Holy shit. Okay, you're worse than me. Maybe it's my problem.
I feel like sometimes I can just turn it off.
I can't. So I think it's really just like, but my sense of humor is weird. I'm a different version
dark,
of
twisted
too
sense
online.
of humor.
Yeah, kind of like Family Guy. Like that would make me
like
laugh.
Family Guy or American Dad.
Yeah. That doesn't count. I'm laughing at you. I'm not laughing at the TikTok.
Fine, but I'm pissed.
Okay.
Yo, I find some new fuckery about my city every motherfucking day, bro. Who is delivering in this shit right here?
That's really
I really hope that's not real, bro. Cause let me find out a horse is delivering my pizza, bro. I'm snapping.
See, there's a world in which I could see that being a thing.
Yeah, Amish people.
Yeah, Amish people.
Bu döner uçuyor. Holy shit, that's impressive.
It's like doner kebab, like in a fucking hot air balloon.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Hassan. I read that first 2 words as de boner.
No, he said this doner is flying.
That's awesome.
This is probably cold as hell, though.
Yeah.
You see the guy that, the YouTuber that was flying something like this, he crashed and he broke his back and his arm and stuff.
Oh my god! Not the guy who jumped out of the plane.
No, he was flying a little Leonardo da Vinci
Oh,
contraption.
someone said donair, like an airline.
Yeah.
That's funny. I like that. Good job, Chatter.
You know,
Is that how you appreciate? You're a comedy appreciator, like a
I am a
wine
comedy
connoisseur.
appreciator. Well, the thing is, like, I
He's like,
like sit down and try to write jokes. So I'm always like intellectualizing what makes something funny, and it's a bad thing about me and a bad thing about my brain. But don't worry, I can laugh.
You literally said you laugh at everything. You haven't laughed at anything yet.
I laugh at people a lot.
You laugh like this.
Yeah.
Quite intellectual.
Yes.
Great.
Delectable.
Funny joke.
I see.
We're
I
not
see-
even that far in.
I see how to derive humor from this.
Yes,
Maybe a
exactly.
haha is in order.
Oh, yes.
Very nice.
Come around like tourists on the beach with a few club sodas.
I was watching a TikToker talk about I don't know why my For You page always feeds me like black TikTokers talking about white people shit and like how insane it is. Like one example is like there's a black dude and a white dude and they're like, I'm making my black friend do white people shit and then I'm making my white friend do black people shit, and then the white guy makes him go to a haunted house and is like, I mean, I
Is that
get
a white person thing?
100%. And I'm white as well,
Really?
but as a Turkish person, I don't fuck with that at all. I do not fuck with
Really?
ghosts.
Wait, since when?
Since forever.
Time.
Really?
I will never understand. I will never understand the all of the like thrill-seeking behavior that people engage in, Americans specifically engage in, where I'm like, I don't get it.
Why would you do that?
Well,
Yeah.
it's because we're American. We can never die.
Like skydiving. I don't know about.
I don't get it either. So that was the other thing I was gonna say. It was a black dude like talking about how like some dudes do this thing called like kite surfing, where they will like strap themselves to like a kite and fly. And then there was this one dude who took flight and was basically like you couldn't see the people down there. Like he had a GoPro strapped to his fucking chest, and you literally could not see the people on the ground. Like one bad wind situation, or you like let go of your grip and you're dead. Like you're 100% dead.
Someone in the chat, let me know. In the Power Rangers movie, the one that was released in theaters, the first one, it starts with them jumping out of a plane. Do they kite surf or do they just skydive?
Maybe they
Anybody
wing
know?
glide.
Are you talking about paragliding?
Maybe.
Huh?
I can't remember what they did. Skyboarded, skydiving,
They
You know those
skydove.
wingsuits where you like open up, it's like flying squirrel?
skydive with a snowboard. But Tommy had a board. Tommy did have a board. Okay.
Whoa.
But Tommy, yes, thank you. Wow. Thanks, chat. I saw Travis Pastrana, who like doesn't. I think he does stuff on a bike, on a motor bike. He jumped out of a plane without a parachute, but then he was like doing it with people who had a parachute. So then they had to like grab onto him.
I think
and
I've
then
seen the same
That's
video.
that's just like unacceptable
Yeah,
behavior.
it's ridiculous.
It's unreasonable.
NS from the YouTube
It's an
channel. Do you guys
unreasonable
know who
behavior.
NS is? He has a YouTube channel. He's like does all the like fancy real estate stuff.
Oh, okay.
Also, my neighbor.
No relation to Enes Kanter, the former NBA player.
No. Fuck that guy. I hate that guy. No, Enes is he's a real estate channel guy, and he is actually an Olympic level world competitor in windsurfing. Wow. This is actually true. Yeah. And also, my former neighbor, and the reason why I was able to even get housing in Los Angeles without credit score.
Whoa.
Fun facts about Enes. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Shingun goat.
That's a cool ass baby.
Yeah, it's a cool baby.
I wish babies were that cool, but they're not. They're no kind. What the fuck?
It's gonna go into the barrel, isn't it? Oh my god.
Bro, he almost caught on fire.
Yeah, what chemicals?
So the reason why the person who submitted this could tell it was funny was because of the amount of laughing.
I know that
emojis.
that does ruin it for me. Okay, wait. I feel good about this one. I might laugh.
When your reflex is kicking at the wrong time.
Yeah. That probably wasn't believable.
That came out of nowhere.
That probably wasn't believable, but that was satisfying. That was satisfying to me.
Oh, I thought you really did laugh.
I did.
Then why'd you say that probably wasn't believable? Oh,
because people probably didn't think that was for real.
I see.
But I liked it.
No, I believed it.
I don't even know what just happened. What?
Poetry in motion.
You act like you're hard to make laugh, but all chat needs to do is post 9/11 memes and dudes farting on dogs in your cook. That's true.
Farting on dogs probably
No,
make me
dudes farting on dogs is my weakness, like forever.
Really?
Oh, my girl, I'm
Yeah, I
sleeping
always
on-
laugh at dude. It's just so fun. Have you ever seen a dude fart on a dog?
Is it the fact that they farted on the dog, or is it the dog's reaction? Because if it's like,
No, it's the lack of reaction from the dog that I think makes it
Yeah,
so
the
funny.
dog doesn't give a shit.
The dog doesn't even understand, but their owners are in like a state of panic because some random dude just came up and farted on your dog.
Oh, it's not an owner farting on. It's like dog
well, I
fart
want to see
assault.
some of these.
I'll show you guys
aerial
after.
assault.
I want to see some of these.
I'll show you guys after.
Telling my girl I'm sleeping on the couch to get her
I
reaction.
want to sleep on the couch tonight. Just kind of feeling like sleeping by myself.
No, why?
I don't know. I'm just kind of feeling like sleeping by myself.
What'd I do? Are you mad at me?
No, I'm not
I
mad
think
at
I've
you.
seen this. I don't know if there's like a.
No, you have to sleep with me.
Oh.
Love me. You have to. Tell it.
That's just sad, man.
Yeah.
It's funny, but it's sad.
Yeah.
10 kids in 10 years, the scariest thing.
10 kids in 10 years are so wild.
Sometimes they randomly have me in those memes. I don't know why.
What's the scariest thing you can think of? Steven.
Women.
There's something inside you. It's hard to explain.
Ryan Gosling fan cam?
What is that?
They're talking about you. But you're still the same.
Okay. What the fuck? Do you want it? Do you want me to pull it all the way here? Cutie and Will are here. We're going to shoot a podcast after this. If we raise a total of $150, I'm going to lose my mind.
I know. We got to laugh.
We
guys.
have to laugh
What are we
more.
doing? Everybody needs to pull their weight.
Usually there's a lot of them.
And freaking laugh, okay? Guys?
10 kids in 10 years. What's the scariest thing you can think of?
Is it gonna repeat?
Steven.
Women.
Again is funny.
Okay, I just laughed
Again
at
is
that,
funny,
so
yeah.
you can add me to it.
Ooh. See, this is usually not. For me, pranks and people getting hurt doesn't usually make me laugh.
Dude,
It's his face
kids,
there. He's like, he doesn't know what's going on.
bro, kids getting hurt is always
Except
funny.
for Cop Slide is the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Cop Slide's great too, but
Yeah.
no, I love kids getting hurt. It's the funniest
I was
fucking thing.
I was in Boston in January, and the cop slide is like cordoned off.
Still?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I just want to know how he came down so fast, man.
He's got a running start.
Maybe we just running out of.
That's funny.
Yo!
That's funny.
Yo, dumbass baby, dude. Look at that. You think you can fucking... Dude, also, look how much...
I do feel like you're like reverting to like there's a childlike wonder in your eyes. You're like,
Yeah.
dumb baby.
Yeah, I love watching kids get owned. It's so awesome.
It's funny. But this is the meta. It's easier to make you laugh than to make both of us laugh. And your chat knows you better. So it
Yeah.
should be hard targeting you.
They are hard targeting me, and it's working, but also
It's like Hassan brings his friends to watch him laugh at his chat's memes.
okay. It's pretty good.
Oh, I swear to God.
Impressive.
Your team is playing in the Champions League final,
Yeah.
and I'm in Labour.
Well, that's easy. You know, then when I go to the football, Labour, I don't deal with politics or conservative Labour and all them
No,
things.
as in baby,
Oh.
having a baby Labour.
Oh!
Yeah, think about it. Think
My
about
baby,
it.
yeah?
Yeah, we're having a baby. I'm in Labour.
What's the score?
It's a very funny.
Be with you, blood? Hell no, fam, I weren't honest, blood. She mad, bro. My teammate won a trophy since I was born. Remember, a Worthington Cup, blood. I can give her another kid, blood. I can't win another trophy, blood.
This was a real drama in the NBA recently. Because Rudy Gobert went to go witness the birth of his first child, and fucking what's his face? The guy who brought a gun to the locker room, who's
John Morant.
No. They'll know. He used
Gilbert
to play
Arenas.
for Gilbert Arenas. Yeah, Gilbert Arenas said that it was bad. He just has bad takes a lot.
Gilbert Arenas?
Yeah, he just said that it was. He shouldn't have skipped the game for the birth of his
That's
first
crazy.
Which, by the way, the Timberwolves won, so it didn't even fucking matter. But
maybe if he was there, it would have.
It would have double mattered. Double not mattered. I don't know. Okay, I laughed though.
IDF Draymond Green says something too. Okay.
Yeah, you got to add to the list.
What?
Of our markings.
Are we still?
Who laughed on that?
I had a laugh earlier
I laughed
too.
when he said,
Oh.
When he said, "Is it my child?" Because I think that's a very silly follow-up question.
Yeah.
Tragedias que te pierdas las mejores salchipapas de Villavicencio, aquí en Papalquilo, barrio La Coralina.
I like the Cerveza Cristal ads. Those are really good.
Hey, Ken, how many girls are you gonna talk to tonight? At least 1 million!
That's funny.
Have you guys seen the controversy surrounding SoCal Asians versus like Asian people living in other parts of the country?
Oh.
A lot of people are shitting on the SoCal Asians.
What does that mean?
They're saying that like SoCal Asians are like a different breed. Like California Asians are a different breed of where they're all like they got like their own genre of memes and stuff like that, and they like kind of like shit on Asians in other places.
Damn.
Interesting.
Like we don't like ABGs from SoCal. They're elitist is what they're saying.
Thing is,
they're saying SoCal Asians are elitist because they're like,
yeah,
if they live in like predominantly Asian neighborhoods and stuff, and they go to school amongst other Asian people, instead of like being the only, one of the 10 Asian kids at school, like if you were in the Midwest and get bullied for being Asian, they have like an entirely different development.
Interesting.
That is interesting. Though I can't say I can weigh in on it as I don't have that lived experience.
Yeah.
Boom.
I love talking about other people's lived experiences. Yeah, it said they also said they only like whites and are racist. That's why.
Damn.
Hell no. Come on, wait to the no. Come on.
That was good.
Okay, I'll give one to myself. Ted finds no humor in our armed forces.
I did think it was funny.
Ted finds no humor in our armed forces being harmed like that.
That was good. Because I'm like, wait,
I'll never laugh at the
it
few
probably
and the
broke her
proud.
fall, right? So she's probably fine. I don't know what was in
Even
there.
if she was hurt, that's funny still. It's even funnier.
That's such an evil thing to say. I probably would have still laughed. I don't know if she got hurt.
No hunting of rat during Ramadan. Did you know that cats are Muslim canonically? Like all cats are.
That's
هلا إذا الله راد جاينا شهر رمضان بدكم تخفف يعني العالم أكل بقايا أكل ما عاد
I
كفي
should donate every time I explain.
هلا لاقيكم أكل العالم عم لحمة دجاج ما عاد جابت على بيوتها بقى الله يرضى عليكم كن صاروا نباتيات تاكلوا
It's
حشيش
adorable.
البرغل بتاكلوه
But I just find them cute.
ما بدي
Yeah,
or
this wasn't
animal
very
videos.
funny. This wasn't very funny at all.
Introduce you to the you right now. Oh my God, that big babe. Well, alright.
That's a fuck boy, dog.
Yeah.
That's not a bad boy or a good boy. It's a fuck boy.
Good impulse control on that dog.
Keep her away from white women.
Applebee's. Italian Applebee's.
Don't worry about it. I just made it. You don't worry about it.
I won't.
What happened?
Applebee's. Italian Applebee's. Mexican Applebee's. Chinese Applebee's. Under the sea Applebee's. Yeehaw Applebee's. Jim.
Mods, stop fucking typing. Stop uploading new videos on the fucking server. Every time you do, it kicks me off of full screen.
That's kind of crazy. That's Discord's fault.
Yeah, but they know.
Some water?
Really? Yeah.
Owned.
Red flag that I seen a guy is having a mom, and even worse, having a sister.
That is a big red flag. You know what else is another red flag? This red marker flag shows exactly where live power is on a project.
Some of men's yellow flags, for example, if he plays golf. It's not the worst hobby in the world, but he is married to the game of golf, so he can't marry you.
Yep, we got a live one. Playing the game of golf is a yellow flag, but you know what else is another yellow flag? This yellow marker flag marks exactly where gas line is on a project.
It's like an instruction.
What about orange flags? No one talks about orange flags.
You're right. Nobody does talk about orange flags because they're made to mark TV cable lines.
It's like a very niche meme.
The number one green flag in a woman is if she is a nurse or in the medical field.
I couldn't agree more. And she's probably also dealing with things that go directly into this sewer line.
Okay. Oh no!
Wait, what's happening here?
That's like me at mass on Sundays.
They're
when I was a
they're
kid.
at the Kaaba, and doing their prayer.
Right. And like, is that a child? Just like
and the little child is just spinning around.
Yeah, no, this isn't like some ordinary church though. This is a pretty big deal location in terms of Islam.
Yeah, this is the holiest location in Islam.
Wait, is that a
in
kid
Mecca.
or is
Yeah, it's a
They
kid.
stood up and they looked like they're as tall as everyone else.
I couldn't tell at first because they looked kind of large, like tall. Yeah, that was very cute.
That's funny as hell. That baby is Satan. Okay, I laughed on that one. He's also not facing the Kaaba.
It's really interesting to see that this type of humor is like making a resurgence. Because I feel like I developed an immunity to this in like middle school.
Yeah, this seems like something that like that looks like something my mom would send to me.
Which is like
Be
not even
"You
me.
believe
It's more
this?"
just like, yeah, no,
Crazy.
I feel bad.
It's because like a lot of the people in my community are fucking 30 plus. That's why.
I've seen this one, so it's like these are ones where it's like, oh, that's silly, but they're not like something that like I feel like if we're trying to do a try not to laugh, there has to be a punchline.
An oomph.
Well, so
that happens.
unexpected.
No, you can't have any of my
is
Mountain Dew
huge, right? So like when that
this looks
the
like
bag,
what?
I wasn't expecting the like fluidity at which the bag went over her shoulder and she slid backward.
Yeah.
And that was unexpected to me, and that made me laugh. But when I can see what the joke coming, I'm not gonna laugh. You know?
Yeah, honestly, I think I have a community of ultra Zionists that just don't want to fucking save Palestinian children, and that's why they've been just like pumping this shit.
We should have done or no, we still can do your chat versus just like a generic YouTube try not to laugh, and see which is funnier.
It will be the YouTube trying not to laugh. 100%.
No, you can't have any of my Mountain Dew, stinky. Huh?
Yeah. Okay. There are a lot of things I didn't like about that. I
Care
won't
to explain?
I mean, it's like it was
Tried
like
and true.
it was
Tried
like
and true.
it was like telegraphed.
You
and
want
it like went kind of over the top, but like not in the fun. I don't know. It's like I don't know. Just not for me.
I think you know what it needed to be. It needed to happen.
It tried too hard.
It needed
yeah.
to happen a couple seconds quicker in each beat. What do you think of that, Jarvis? If it happened faster.
I think it would have been funnier, to be completely honest, if it really happened and the cat like
You wanted
just
him to
like
actually
went over
throw
to the no, like if he turned around and the cat really wasn't there, and then he turned around and then the cat was just next to the Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
But it was just so.
If they want to do that joke, they need to train that cat to do that.
It was sketch comedy, is what it was.
Yeah.
And then I have a different brain for sketch comedy. No analysis, just watching, please. Okay, chatter, just for you.
This is certified toilet paper. We not making it out the hood. I agree.
You want to be a radio DJ, huh? All right, cool. Time for you to step up to the mic and tell Lucky Caller 9 they just scored tickets to see Dua Lipa. I'll have a script and a timer waiting for you in 3 seconds. You ready? Yeah? All right, good luck. Pound it.
Welcome back to Hits 95.7. Who am I talking to?
This is Shannon.
Hey there, Shannon. We just received word that your son's preschool has just been carpet bombed. How we feeling? All right.
Okay, I laughed at that. It's because the delivery of it. It's been carpet bomb.
No one wants me to explain comedy, so I won't. But I could tell you why I didn't laugh.
Carpet
No,
bomb.
we're moving on. No more Jarvis.
We're moving on.
I knew that was coming.
And you don't seem to
I love bears so much. It's not even funny. This is just cool. Bears are so dope.
Clavicle out. It's the summer of clavicle. Is my whole building shaking? Clavicle out. It's the summer of clavicle. Is my whole building shaking?
What is that? Is that Mount Vesuvius or whatever?
Breaking news. Drake is leaving America. He's selling off all of his properties. Wait, what? By the way, these cannot be the banger TikToks. This has been around since this is all from today.
How much is this?
149, sir.
I've got 50p. Fuck you, bastard.
Hey, that's not good, my brother.
That's from
Okay.
actual April 10th. Not
Okay, you're right. It's not even today. We had a month. These were cooking. We're skipping some of these. We're getting to more relevant new TikToks from today. Uh-oh. There's like 5 of them. All right, let's see. Okay.
That's a tubber.
Yes.
Yeah, I laughed at that.
I've seen that one.
Dude,
Shout out
no.
We Rate Dogs.
Head's beating you.
Dude,
That has 4 laughs. Jarvis, you have 3. I have...
Dude, he started orbiting. He started orbiting around the Earth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 laughs. It's probably easier to just write it out now.
Dude, that's awesome. Can we watch that again?
Yeah, we can watch it again.
Dude, that's
Great.
awesome. What an idiot.
Oh my god. I don't drink this much. I drink like 4 or 5 cans a day, sometimes 6.
4 or 5 cans a day, sometimes 6?
Yeah.
Isn't there something that gives you cancer in those though?
I don't fucking care. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm here for a good time, not a long time, brother. I want to see how far this goes.
What motivated me to stop losing weight was that I found a video of myself on my dorm, like in my dorm room, and there was a desk full of Coke cans. Not Diet Coke cans, just regular Coke cans. And I was like, I have to stop.
Dude, that's so much liquid. He hasn't even gotten up to pee.
0-calorie sodas are not as bad as normal sodas.
My whole thing is that I just don't drink soda otherwise. You know? There's something real special about, having a full sugar Pepsi or Coke with some ice.
I don't like. I genuinely prefer the taste of Diet. Aspartame is so.
That's because
I wanna
you're rotten to
train
your
my brain
core.
to be like that, but I don't like it as much, and so then I get addicted to the sugar stuff. So I just have to go cold turkey. I'm like back cold turkey off the off the juice. I even picked up a Diet Coke when we came in, and I said, "No, I'll drink the water."
Yeah, no, you had a moment of strength.
Yeah,
I saw that.
I grew up in a diabetic household.
I was
so
impressed by that too. I internally was like, nice.
I grew up in a diabetic household, so I grew up with only diet sodas.
Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah,
no, you have Hassan, you have the Coke that I would drink when I was hella addicted, which is the what I call the dad Coke, caffeine free.
Oh, caffeine free? That's for
Yeah.
nighttime consumption.
Exactly. People don't get it. People are like, why do you have this? And I'm like, well, I want this beverage. I want this taste, but I don't want to drink caffeine.
Yeah, I used to shit on it, and then I tried it once and I was like, not bad.
It's great. I can't have it because it becomes a gateway
Honestly,
drug.
I think I probably forgot that caffeine existed in sodas for like 7 years until right now.
Well, you have ADHD.
Rude. Why are you bringing that up?
No, I'm just saying because it just like, you know.
No, because it doesn't affect me.
I'm the same way.
No.
It just is different.
It's
We both have ADHD.
I was going from the angle that like it was totally unrelated. Like
Yeah,
you're
then I'm
just
just
trying
like
to
fucking roasting your ass.
Caffeine free is the absolute go for ice cream floats.
George R.R. Martin, you've done it again. Anytime I fight a dragon, that's George. Anytime I fight a 104-pound female with bare feet,
Jarvis stinks.
I'm
What'd
like
I do?
Miyazaki he had all hands on for that meeting.
Normally,
that's funny.
The bald man, but this time, not so much.
What's good, my nigga? The perfect dap doesn't even exist on my planet. I love it here. What's that on your hand? Let me get a sip.
So the problem I have with this is that
I laugh at that.
they use footage from Vegeta and Nappa landing on Earth, and then Piccolo was never in a Saiyan
Dude, it was the
spaceship.
crazy
Damn.
cum sounds he was making that got me.
We got one. That's one left. Ted's at 5 now.
Also, Piccolo saying the N-word is a type of content that has existed for like 20 years at this point.
Yeah.
And I've also developed immunity to that.
You've developed immunity specifically to Piccolo saying the
I'm
N-word.
making everyone in the chat hate me. I'm so sorry.
Are you happy? I moved it. I moved the fucking thing to the left. Piccolo can say it though. He's black.
Yeah. No, that's canon.
Yeah.
Is it?
Well, no, it's not. But it's like
thought he was
community
green.
wise. He's Namekian, but like he's black. He's Gohan's real father. That's the meme. That's the joke. He's the father who stepped up.
Yeah.
The father stepped up.
Flashback to when Isaiah Stewart tried to save a baby crawling on the court, but they wouldn't let
This
him.
is so fucking funny. Ha 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 ha. I'm gonna laugh because the first time I saw this, I fucking died laughing.
Why are they stopping him?
I think it's two things cut
fight.
together.
It's two things cut together. He was like gonna like hit somebody.
That is pretty funny.
It's very funny.
When I was finally served at that counter, I thought it was by far one of the lousiest meals I ever had. And asked myself the question, is this what I put my life on the line for?
I'll laugh.
Oh no!
I'll laugh.
That's
like the hardest roast.
That's devastating.
I think I missed the beginning.
He said he went and finally got served at the counter in a place where that was previously
If
segregated.
Americans act against Afghan nation,
And it, like,
we
sucks.
keep them in target by our operation.
That one has a star on it. They kept it in because it's ass.
Hello, Biden. It's Zelensky. We need 5 million rockets to bomb Donetsk children. Slava Ukraini.
Hey guys, listen. This technology sucks. I came home last night and I found my wife fucking a robot. I'll bet he's not as funny as me. Look out for that drone. I think it's got my name on it. What is this? Drones with my name on it? Robots with dicks?
This is slam
What is
poetry.
this? Fucking Star Wars? I gotta go, guys. I gotta find a robot with a pussy.
I want to die.
I laughed at you. I laughed at your joke. With just what is this slam
Yeah, it was
poetry?
like boomer
Bro,
slam
this
poetry.
used to be funny. With this, like the Discord pics used to be funny. It would actually make me laugh. Right now, when they have to lock in, right, for like a dono driver or whatever, they literally
This sounds
fucking
like you being
fail.
embarrassed about your friends. You're like,
No,
dude,
no, no,
guys,
no,
I
no,
swear
no,
they're
no, no. It's
so
been so
freaking funny normally.
No. Trust me, I've
I
ripped
feel
into
bad.
them a lot.
I feel like I'm not showing up as the laugher. I want to be the laughy guy.
You give us 26 minutes to prepare. What the fuck do you want from us?
That is a very short period of
No,
time.
half of these are from the old. Half of the fucking jokes that we looked at were from 2 months ago.
Ooh.
Fuck
Maybe-
you, mean.
But maybe the stuff that we're gonna get to is gonna be the good stuff because
is that guy
they
at
lock
Texas
in.
Roadhouse?
They locked in on
And
the
he's
last
doubled
minute.
up
at the last
on
minute.
rolls. Oh man, I haven't eaten anything today. I could go for some Texas Roadhouse.
Motherfuckers running a you laugh, you lose with three guys who will explain every joke to you. First of all, not me.
I stopped.
Oh man, I can't stop thinking about
Okay,
the Texas
relax.
Roadhouse rolls.
Everyone's either aborted or transgender.
I don't like the fact that guy.
Looking for the answer. Are we aborted or transgender?
Fuck! That shit sucked. Y'all suck. Big time.
And I met him, and he wouldn't leave my father's store. For 3 weeks, he camped outside. He would throw rocks through my window with notes that said, "Please go out with me." Grandma, you little victim. What the fuck?
This is a good one.
That's like
But
true.
I saw it. I almost did like a gold video on these, because that became a big trend.
When you're here, you're gold.
Hey.
Bibbidi bobbidi boo, what can I do for you?
Click clackety duck. This is what the fuck I want. Did I get a 3? Hello, do you know why I'm here?
I laugh.
Because I'm hungry. No, let me get one.
That's 2.
Wait, what? Did
Let me get. Sorry about
Because he's
that.
ugly.
No, hungry.
Oh.
Do you speak Spanish?
Yes, ¿se lo puedo dar?
Okay, cool. Can I get number 6?
You just asked me if I speak Spanish for no reason.
Basically, but can I get number 6?
Can I please get a 6-piece chicken tender?
We found what he fucking likes, bro. He likes harassing fast food workers.
No.
That's your shit.
No, her response is what I laughed at.
Oh my god, bro.
Well, keep playing and see if you can squeeze some more out of him.
Yeah, we got 8 now. He's cooking, Ted. Ted's not even. Ted's like, I would never laugh at a fast food worker being
Oh
disrespected.
yeah, no, I would never make a video going to a fast food place trying to get fast food things.
Yeah, that's not a thing that Ted would
That's
ever do.
Not a thing I would do. No,
Like
not,
all
not,
of
not
them.
even in my wheelhouse. I would not ever do
Yeah.
that.
Tender with a Dr. Pepper and a medium Sprite with some ranch and buffalo.
You're fucking with me.
Oreo McFlurry, extra Oreo.
Real McFlurry.
Yeah, with extra Oreo.
Damn right. Anything else?
That'll do it.
Fuck yeah. 1949.
That was funny. That was probably the best.
Oh,
I
I
want to
love
have
this one.
a swim in my own bin on the hottest day that we've ever had in England, then I'm entitled to do so. You to stop me. You've got nothing to say now, have you?
I do Oblivion NPC memes like make me laugh a lot. If you want to,
I like that one with the lady where she's like, Bobby. You know what I'm talking about? Where she's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And then she tries to reach in and grab his phone. It's like, Bobby.
Okay, I haven't seen that one.
I feel like I'm doing a pretty good impression of it, so chat might know what I'm talking
I
about.
would recognize it maybe if I saw that one.
Please go to May. All right, I'm skipping it. Well, that's May, dude.
Wow.
We got 2 memes today.
Oh, that's what. Okay.
We got 2 memes.
Has
from
China
May.
created brain rot to dominate U.S. citizens?
No, Senator.
Have you ever practiced edging streaks in China?
Senator, I served my nation
I'm
in
asking-
Singapore. No, I did not.
So you only did edging streaks in Singapore?
Yes, and I served my military for two and a half years in
Do you
Singapore.
have any other brain rot social media we don't know?
No, Senator.
So you're the Singaporean Quandale Dingle King of brain rot.
That's
Have you-
correct.
do you intend to be the new king of Ohio?
I'm skipping that. Romans after conquering Britannia, realizing ain't shit there.
Like, what do we gain from this shit? Like, word, yo, like, bro, what?
Yo, bro, what the fuck did we gain from this, bro?
Excuse me, sir. Yeah? What song are you listening to?
Oh, snap. Is this one of them little TikTok videos where you ask me what song I'm listening to and then I tell you?
Nah, I'm just a nosy guy who likes walking around with a random microphone and putting him into strangers' faces. I got a cousin like that. Yeah, it's a TikTok video, dog.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Tell me the song you're listening to.
Oh, yeah, Fake Love by Drake.
Fake Love?
Mm-hmm.
By Drake? Yup. Drizzy Drake. Yo, what's that over there? What's what?
Kendrick for life, little nigga, stay up. BBO Drizzy!
911, what's your emergency?
Yeah, somebody shot me. I'm shot.
Alright, we'll be there right away, sir. Would you please mind telling us what happened?
I don't know. I told him I was listening to Drake.
Drake?
I mean Kendrick.
Kendrick. Nah, you good, bro. You good. You be alright. Niggas get shot every day. You need help, go ahead and call Drizzy Drake the pedophile. Matter of fact, I got a song that'll make you feel better.
What the fuck?
Kaya doesn't like PBL Drizzy.
Kaya, what the fuck?
She said, Metro, shut your hoe ass up and make some drums.
That's crazy. That was actually scary. I'm actually getting sad. Hoscore was supposed to be better than this. It in one of the first of your you laugh you lose uploads on YouTube, a commentator talked about taking an edible before watching so they could have a chill night, and said they got a panic attack from how unfunny chat was during it. I will always think about that. Yeah,
the statistics are pretty likely there's at least a couple people watching this a little bit too high on an edible right now.
Yeah,
just a little bit over the edge. And I'm going to speak directly to that person right now who's high on that edible. You're never going to sober up. This is going to continue. You will fall further down.
Okay, you fucking broke 'em.
Let's watch a YouTube one.
Well, we got to do the podcast.
Oh shit.
So we have to, unfortunately, we will come back to these fundraising efforts. Trust me, one more time. But for today, we started off the charity at 200,000 or like 190,000, I think, and so far we've raised 245,000 total. We're trying to get to 1 million. The final tally is, for those of you who want to know, I laughed 9 times. That's $900. Jarvis laughed 8 times, and Ted 5. Jarvis and Ted are giving $50 a pop. I'm giving $100 a pop. We will continue doing fundraising, obviously. I'm just gonna give more than $900 though, but
yeah, I'm gonna bump mine up as well.
You don't have to do that, Ted. It's all good. You give whatever you want to give. Hold on, let me see.
And son,
just don't show
quick,
on.
How do I find the donate link?
Exclamation mark donate exclamation. What do you guys say?
Exclamation point.
Exclamation point.
Yo, am I crazy? How do I change the donation?
You just hit other. You hit other.
Well, no. I'm like here, and I'm like, why did it already select?
I don't know.
Huh.
But
yeah, like it's auto selecting $10 for me. Weird.
Damn, only giving $10. That's crazy.
Yeah, wait, no, it like literally just.
Well, it was $10 for me as well, but I went and selected other.
No, but I don't have an other. Here, let me go to let me do exclamation point donate in the chat.
It's funny as fuck how
you can change it when selecting payment type. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's
what the fuck.
Not intuitive, but hey.
I don't know why it's like that. It used to be. It didn't used to be like that. Yeah. What if we made that, $1,000, then we were just locking in people to $1,000 donos. BBL Drizzy.
There we
BBL.
Like an Apple Pay. That's great.
Yeah, I'm about to hit that Apple Pay.
Boom.
I'm just
Done.
doubling mine, so I'm doing 500.
Yeah, I'm doing 500 too.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we did it.
Boom.
Donating for every lack of laugh. Yeah, that's why.
Nice try, bank. My bank tried to decline that, but I will tell my bank, yes, I did intend on doing that.
Your bank's like, Ted, this ain't like you. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to donate to a charity?
My bank called me when I bought textbooks for the first time. They were like, "Are you sure? You're a dumbass."
Do a try not to cringe challenge next time. We would fucking. I'll be honest with you. We'd be giving Palestine fucking its own Iron Dome at that point.
I was gonna say like, I am a bad cringer.
I don't trust you anymore because
I
you said you laugh at everything.
Oh, I do, but I don't want to insult your community, so I'll take the L on this one.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that was wonderful. Thank you so much for coming. Ted Nivison, Jarvis Johnson, where can people find you?
Oh, you can find me on the Sad Boys podcast. Just type in Sad Boys Hassan, and then you can watch the episode we did with Hassan.
True.
You can find me on the podcast Chuckle Sandwich with Jay Schlatt and Tucker Keene. Go check out Tucker Keene on Twitch, twitch.tv/Tucker Keene.
And Hassan won't be there, and he's never coming back.
I'm never going on the pod, so you will never find the episode that I was on.
No, he's coming on. He's coming on.
Nope. No,
he's
not
coming
even
on,
a little
and
bit.
then he's coming on it.
Are we gonna fuck? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, what am I missing?
No, I'm just saying you're coming on twice.
This person's very talented. I've heard
Yeah.
this song before. I'm like, damn.
All right, well, love you guys. I will not see you tomorrow because I'm gonna be doing family stuff tomorrow, but I will see you on Sunday in New York City.
Thanks for having us, chat.
We're gonna do the Fear End episode now. Love you all. Patreon.com/FearEnd for the paywalled episode, and the regular episode is on YouTube and everywhere you can get your podcasts. Peace and free Palestine.
Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your